sun begins to spread light to the land, reflecting brightly on the beach's sand, a captivating modern paradise, an enchantment that is right before your eyes. Mountains high, the forest seems to reach out to the sky. Just watch the birds of every color fly and marvel from such an awesome sight, as this living nature sparkles through the light. This is Belair, and this is where freedom was fought by men who stood their ground with greatness. A chance to see our history, like we're going back to what it used to be. In Belair, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's so rich and splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven. Off the shore, you'll find all of the colors in glow, the fishes and the plants and many more. And back into the land, the mountains, the exotic life that thrives the forest floor. This is Belair, and here is where the sun begins to shine and spread light to the whole land. Yes, it's Belair, the weather's fair, and the atmosphere of friendship fills the air. In Belair, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend, a town so rich and splendor. It's a place that's almost heaven. The blue sky and blue sea reflect Belair's magnificence in nature. Spring water, so clear and clean. The rivers and the falls are so enchanting and inviting. In Belair, Aurora, the greatness of its past
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Good morning and welcome to Belair. We're into our second day of the Belair International Pro. I'm here with event director Jet Bustamante, and we're going to have a little discussion about the surf. What do you think is going to happen today, Jet?
Good morning, everyone. So today we'll be running the men's QS round of 16, and after that we'll be running the women's QS round of 16. And maybe if the waves are still good, we'll be running men's QS quarterfinals and women's QS quarterfinals. So maybe LQS will be off for today because it might be the waves might be similar as yesterday, so it's better for shortboards.
And what about the surf itself? What do you think about the surf today?
Well, it's same as yesterday, so I think shortboards will be ripping today, like just what happened yesterday. A lot of good surf yesterday and good heats were coming. Yeah.
All right, well, thanks, Jeff. That's Jeff Bustamante. He's our event director, and looks like we're on for a go today, so really looking forward to it. And we'll go back to the booth with True and Matt the Waxhead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the 2024 Belair International Pro. This is the first time a WSL event's been held here in Belair, and we're going to be bringing you today the round of 16 of the men's and moving into the round of 16 of the women's. Matt, the Waxhead Chinosky, True Starling joining me for the call. Waves, pretty fun. We couldn't actually hear what Jerry had to say, but I checked the waves myself. Higher tide coming at about 10:30. Inside sections looking like there's some reforms, combination of manoeuvres today. As the tide drops, we're going to see some people maybe go to the air. What are you anticipating?
I'm anticipating a good day. We've got quarterfinals coming up later today as well, like we heard Jeff say, and I feel like that makes for some really good surfing, and that's exciting. This is the warm-ups this morning that we saw from both the shortboard and the longboarders. The longboarders is off for today, the LQS, but I feel like we're ploughing through the qualifying series, the 3000, and I think we're going to see some good surfing from the longboarders later on in the week as well.
Yeah, I think as the tide comes up, about longboarders should start tomorrow. So at about lunchtime or 11:30, we'll see the higher tide. So throughout the day, that inside section, the reforms, which longboards are so conducive to, they'll start to really come into play. Then we have Shohei Kato coming up in that next heat. Stretching, he'll be out there in a few minutes. It looks like he's been out there for a free surf. Saw Kian Martin. And there's Roger Casagai from La Union. He'll be looking to climb up the rankings at a rapid pace. And J.R. Esquivel, his fellow LU surfer, and he's paddling out. He'll be in this heat in green. He's a champion longboarder, but made the quarterfinals in La Union in the QS 3000 as well. The Italian, Ginger Calmi, she's living in over in Spain at the moment, and she's surfing the Canary Islands, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Canary Islands, but wanted to come on a holiday here in the Philippines, and here they are.
I love that. It's, such a great place to come for a holiday and to, I guess, experience, what the Philippines is all about. And yeah, there's been some great surfing this morning, as you said, walking out and kind of seeing the waves come through and the opportunities that there are. It's super exciting. And this first heat, Kian Martin, Shohei Kato, Filmar Alapeo, and J.R. Esquivel, as you said, it's going to be a really good heat. We saw Kian go absolutely crazy yesterday. Filmar also having a really solid heat. It was, something that was exciting. And yeah, the rest of the round of 16 heats is going to be pretty next level as well. We're literally just ploughing through. We had about 20 heats today, and I think there's about 16 heats that will be running today. And wow, the longboarders just making it look easy out there.
25-minute heats again, and as obviously we go into the quarterfinals, starts getting into the two-person heats. But Kian Martin, Shohei Kato, Filmar, Ali Peo, and Rogelio J.R. Esquivel. And Filmar took out his heat yesterday, a phenomenal display of progressive surfing. He got off to an early start in that round of 32, so he'll be stoked to get into this round of 16. And I think the storyline for today will be the ease of pressure going to Australia, which will be the next leg of those QSs, the joint events over there in Avoca and Newcastle. So it's a dual sanctioned event. So the points that whoever goes over there to make will go into the Asian rankings. So let's say Kian, if he goes over to Australia and wins, he'll get 5,000 points, and that'll go to his Asian rankings. But so far coming into this, he's looking good. A second place finish in the Union. He'll be looking to go a lot further and a lot deeper in this event, perhaps a quarterfinal, semis. But he said yesterday the fire's burning. He wants to go one better. It really hit him deep, that final that he lost to, of course, Marimar just last week in La Union. But can't rule out, look at the conditions. It's hard out there. It's very, very finicky and very, for a better word, it's just soft. And this time yesterday, it was very interesting to watch some of the competitors go to their small wave equipment, how precise they were to get whatever speed they could out of these waves. And it's a different type of surfing to what we're seeing at Pipeline and the Lexus Pipe Pro at the moment, but probably more relatable. Yeah,
definitely more relatable. It's not as scary out there as compared to Pipeline by a country mile. But I know all 4 of these surfers, and I guess all 16 in this round of 16, we'll see them, really trying to find themselves at Pipeline at the start of next year. Wanting to qualify to the Challenger Series and then do that again to get onto the Dream Tour, as they call it. And here we go, JR up and riding. Gets a grab, but not a finish.
Yeah, I didn't get to speak to JR this morning. Would have liked to have heard what his strategy is. But he's a smart competitor. He had some good airs yesterday, so he'll be looking to start off and build that house in a 4-person heat. There goes Filmar. And he rides out of that as well. So the intentions are being opened up very early. And here goes Kian Martin on his first wave as well, a surfer in red. And this wave just drawn out. I see Filmar on the right side of the screen, making his way through the inside. There's no inside connection there. And on the other end of the spectrum, nothing quite happening on this wave. A bit sleepy for Kian. So just building the house there, looking for a section of substance. Didn't quite give it to him. Frustrating.
Yeah, a little bit. That was frustrating, I guess, for all 3 of the surfers that had their waves this morning. It was a little bit sleepy, not much going on, as you said. So that's not the way that anyone wants to start off a heat. But, first heat of the morning, it's maybe a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow out there. So I'm sure that it'll start to pick up a bit of a pace, once everyone gets a wave and then starts to find their feet in this round of 16 heat here.
And here we have Kato here. Rapid fire through those rights. So the lefts, the surfer's going for the lefts at the moment, a lot more of a longer wall. But this one, hitting the trough, and he's going to look for the inside bowl, which we will see come into play. And there it is, but goes incomplete. So not too many of those rights that are connecting up. We talked about yesterday, this is a split peak scenario. We're out the front of the Costa Pacific Hotel in Belair. We're at Sabang Beach in the Aurora province. Anyone who's been down here will be familiar. This is straight out the front of the biggest hotel in town, and it's just coincidental that we have a rip on either side of this bank, creating 2 rip bowls and lots of variety for the surfers. Priority, it was important in a few heats yesterday, but I wouldn't say that it decided many results, which is always nice to see that the surfing is the star of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see that, the surfing really does the talking, and Filmar letting him his first wave do that, locks in at a 6 straight away. So he's kind of picking up where he left off yesterday, getting a 7.1 on his very first wave in that round of 32 heat was a great way to start off his campaign, and I think Filmar will be happy with that. But we still got Kian's first wave and Shohei's as well to lock in.
And that's the first wave of consequence in this heat, and it's always nice to see where the judges are going to go. It sets the precedent for the day. What can you tell us about the mentality behind why the judges will... Well, they would have talked about that result. They would have talked before the event started, before the heat started today. And why would they have come up with that 6, given the conditions?
I think, he was able to, find a few moments out there. We kept talking about that yesterday. He had some moments, and wow, JR finding a nice opening connection on this one, and that split screen. We've got Shohei as well.
Yeah, quick wrap there for JR, and that'll be all that wave give him. But Shohei again looking to go complete, and he does. So this time making up for that mistake on that last wave, and he rides out of that. Things really starting to warm up, and yeah, sometimes I feel they really make it an exclamation mark because they know people are watching in future heats to see what the scale of the day will be. Obviously, there is a fluctuation between a heat-by-heat basis. There's different judges. They come in cycles. Of course, different tides, different surfers, and the scale does change. But one thing that doesn't is the criteria. And speed, power, flow, combination of maneuvers, the surfers that are able to execute their maneuvers in the critical part of the section. And might I add, there just won't be that many critical sections today. So the surfers like Filmar who can do something progressive and do something major in the rare critical section, they'll get rewarded for it. That's where I feel they went with that 6. We'll see that exact maneuver many times today, but will it be in that a set wave situation? Not really. And here goes Kian on a set wave. And he's done his stretches this morning, but can't ride out of that. An emotional post-heat interview yesterday where he said he's surfing for his late friend and it's his birthday today, and a lot of emotions were flooding him yesterday. And he goes, Filmar, that's that aerial, straight into it, one turn. He did milk it all the way through the inside. It wasn't even relatively clean the way he rode out of.
Yeah, he definitely rode out. He made that, it was a bit of an authority stamp, I guess, on the end, like landing with solidarity. And I think, he almost could have just got off this wave and still got the 6 off that one turn, because not really much more happened at the end. But yeah, good way to start. A 6 for an air is very well rewarded, and I think, that's probably going to be in his top 2, and he's got another score to lock in as well.
Yeah, I think judges really making a clear point there, even though it wasn't a combination of maneuvers. It wasn't a super clean ride out, but it was a critical section and he went big. The judges want to see that today. A quote from Ty, the head judge in La Union: big wave, big surfing, big moves.
Yeah, 100%. Big scores as well. That's what
big scores,
we'll
there we
see.
go.
And Filmar locking in a 4.25 on his last wave. So that's, he's starting with a solid foundation. A 6 is a great way to start off, and he's backing it up, applying that pressure. Kian has a 3.75 and a 1.2 right now. He needs a 6.5 to go to first, and JR chasing a small score, a 1.51, as well as Shohei, a 1.86 to go to second. So second's really up for grabs right now. I think if someone can get a good score, then first will also be up for grabs. Just a little bit sleepy, I guess, on the wave front this morning.
Yeah, it's really just that consequence, a wave of consequence of 6 for Filmar, a couple of 3s there for Shohei. So these surfers, first heat of the day, it's always a little tricky to get your feet in the wax. And yeah, understand that judging criteria. The tide, fuller tide, you can see the shore break really starting to form, and we'll see that over the next couple of hours at 10 o'clock high tide. The outside sections will be few and far between. But if you can get one and you can tee off on a section, you'll be getting some rewarded for it, especially if you can combine it with some maneuvers on the inside. Yesterday evening, there was some great scores that went down towards the end of the day. And here we have, this is Kato up and riding. So the shore-footed, natural footer from Japan. And Filmar going to the air. Ooh. And he goes complete. So a little bit of a bobble there. I look forward to getting the replay of that one. See if he's got an inside connection. At this point, he's got nothing to lose, True. Just he's 4th in priority, so he'll just try and get something on the end, an extra half a point or so. And, yeah, maybe not even.
Yeah, but he can afford to do that, He's able to just kind of go to the inside. He's in the lead, so he can kind of, try his luck on that inside section and see if it offers anything more. And unfortunately, it didn't. But, yeah, I agree. It would be good to kind of re-watch that wave of Filmars, but we'll have a look at Shohei's first.
So pumping down the line.
Yeah, he nothing too critical here, and then this is where he really lights it up for that finishing turn. I think that was a good way to just get at least a 5 in his scoreline, and then this is that last one of Filmar.
He rides out.
Wow.
His hands didn't touch the rail, so that was just, I mean, it was brilliant. He did have a bobble, but he rode out of it. So I feel it's complete. We'll see where the judges go with it.
Yeah, definitely complete. He gets this little section there as well. So, wow, that was pretty... Yeah, I was the same when I first saw it. I was thinking, oh, wow, that was a good attempt. And then he just kind of was able to... His reaction time, he was able to just...
He's been doing his exercises, that's for sure. And a shout out to everybody back home in Siargao. The Happy Islander crew will be tuning in right now, and they'll be on the edge of their seats watching the set. They'll be so stoked with his performance yesterday, as will the Filmar. It's almost like he exceeded his own expectations yesterday. He was very humble in his post-heat interview, and he was not shocked, but definitely lighthearted, which is always nice to see when a surfer's not carrying nerves. Often a lot of people will be carrying those cards close to their chest. Oh, I just want to take it heat by heat and work through the rounds and just see where we go. So the anticipation of where he wants to go on the QS, perhaps he's really far down the rankings right now at, I think he's coming into this ranked 21st. So he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, you're right. And he's got nothing to lose. He just looked in that 6.75 as well. So that is his best wave of the heat, that last one of Shohei of 5.25. So things are slowly starting to build. We're getting a bit of a storyline in this heat. And Filmars, he's coming out on top. He's setting, the standard for the first heat of the morning. And the round of 16, the top 2 in these heats will progress through to the quarterfinals, which is a pretty important result. If you're bowing out in the round of 16, third, you get equal 9th, which is 945 points. And 4th is equal 13th, which is about just under 800 points. So, that's a good amount, but it's not something that you want to be keeping in your back pocket. And a quarterfinal to semi-final finish is really something that you need to be looking for.
Yeah, so the points are almost double when you get from this round into the quarters. Absolutely massive result just to climb up the rankings. And here goes Kian Martin. Right now, he's looking to unload on this section. A little sleepy this wave. And Filmar on the left. So just a magnet at the moment. Kian going for a spin in the lip. And he rides out of that. And carrying some momentum down the line. Just running with Kian right now as he's got something on the inside section. Does he have an ending of substance? He doesn't. So both surfers kicking out. I mean, maybe advantage on that one to Kian?
Yeah, I think that was Kian's best wave that he surfed. He had that little kind of lip line fin throw, but not really anything more of substance on that wave. This is JR up and riding. And nice carve, goes straight up into the lip for a second one. And it's weird seeing him go left after seeing him go right for about a week. And that was a nice carve. Just really getting busy on this wave, Matt.
Yeah, nice flow and just combining the wrapping snap that he had with the good momentum. He's just, I can just sense him looking for something down the line. Here he goes, little section on the inside. And it didn't quite face up for him. Nothing really reared up, giving him anything of substance there. So a little bit frustrating for Esquivel. He hasn't got started. He hasn't had one of those big sections to unleash like he did yesterday. So he'll be looking to get back out there and reset. 10 minutes 45 remaining. But the 6.75 and the 6 for Filmar. And Kato the 5.25 for that backside attack. And Kian still some scores still to lock in for our surfer in red. And we'll see that one of JR, but I can't see that eclipsing those 6s or mid-5s. It was a nice wrap in there. Really good speed, good flow. But he's got to try and find the lip line. And that's really where the judging has been the exclamation mark in the WQS so far in this event, finding the lip line. If the surfers are able to perform that, radical surfing in the lips, get the fins free and ride out, as we saw Filmar already, they're going to be rewarded. So just looking at those logging in right now. So Kian logs in a 3.8 That's not what he needs at this point, chasing a 4.61.
Yeah, this is not the Kian we're used to seeing in heats. I mean, we've got just under 10 minutes to go, so it's been about 15 minutes gone in this heat, and really Filmar and Shohei have had the only waves of consequence. Kian needs to do something pretty special if he wants to progress through to the quarterfinals, right? Or not pretty special, he needs a 4.61, but he needs to get going, as well as JR in this heat. He still has that last score to lock in. And this is Shohei up and riding. Nice connection there for Shohei as he drives it around for a solid carve, rebounding off the whitewash. This one just starting to link up. This is going to be a decent score if he can get a finish. Lets the Finns go. And another little bonus tap. So I think, yeah, he needs a better 3.15. I think he's done that.
So Shohei coming in ranked 7th right now, and all the surfers above him on the rankings also progressing through to this round. Interesting just to keep a track on these events of the live rankings. This is the last event in the Asia region. So I talked about surfers carrying some cards close to their chest, and Kato will be one of them, vying for one of those top 5 spots. There'll be another wild card, a 6th person being entered into the Challenger Series. So super crucial to get through to this round. We talked about the points earlier. So a 3rd place here, 945 points. A 4th place, 796. But if you go into the quarters, 1,423 points. So almost double points. All you need is a 2nd just to get through, and you're guaranteed 1,400 points. And at this point, and I'm looking at the people that are above him, he really needs to get through this heat. This is a crucial one for him. Looking down the rankings as well, it's an all-Japanese affair with just Ketut and Marimar, Philippine Marimar and Ketut in 8th, who's representing Indonesia. He'll be coming up later on in the draw. And then Denny Widianto in 13th. So, yeah, it's an all-Japanese affair pretty much, but a lot of these surfers in that round of 16 have an opportunity to jump quite a few places if they can cause an upset here, and the conditions a lot more difficult than what we see in Siargao and what we saw in Taiwan. We saw lots of waves in Taiwan. Obviously, the wave pool in Korea, which is where the event was back in November. Waves on tap there. It's a wave pool. Yeah. So you know you're getting opportunity, and the strategy doesn't come into it at a wave pool. It's more so just understanding the judging criteria and being connected with your body and your board, which is just a different type of surfing to beach break surfing. It's a variable out there, and the surfers have to tap into that. And here goes Filmar. He's someone who's actually not used to going left and surfing beach breaks, so he's reveling in these opportunities, catching up with Kato on the right. So we're going to follow through with Shohei here as he's working his way through the inside section and finds a section and goes down. So the crucial time in the heat.
Wow. Holding
on to that 2nd spot, looking to ditch a 5.15. He did need to push it a little bit hard, but I mean, he's leaving the door open.
Yeah, you're right. He is leaving the door open. JR's last wave of 4.15. He needs a 6.25. And Kian, just a pair of 3s, he needs 6.6. And I think if we see Kian go down in this heat, it's going to be a major upset. We saw rankings leader Keijiro Nishi get knocked out in the round of 32 yesterday, which was a pretty big upset. We'll see him go down the rankings, unfortunately, coming into Australia.
And with just 100 points separating Kian and Nishi as well. And we're catching up with Marimar Filmar. And yeah, then it's a bit of a drop down to Joe Azuchi's on 8,500 points. And I'm sure we have a graphic to put up at some point during the rest of this heat to dissect that. And it's exciting when we're talking about these rankings that, you know, the viewers at home want their surfers to get through. They're supporting their surfers. There's sponsors out there. There's people right now tuning in from Japan. We've got Leunion surfers tuning in. Everyone, hello back to everyone back at Leunion. I know you guys are watching and they're laughing because they're getting talked about right now. And, of course, the Happy Islander crew over there in Siargao. And Kian Martin, he's got those Swedish and via Chungu fans, both men and women, boys, girls, tuning in, watching him. He's a bit of a heartthrob. He had an emotional post-heat speech, as we said yesterday, and even you were clutching your heart, True.
Yeah, I think there's moments in that speech which I'm sure a lot of the surfers can clutch their hearts to, for sure. And wow, Filmar just going crazy once again, really just owning this heat.
So if Philmar continues to win this, I really want to get his board up on the tail up in the post-heat interview to show everybody at home what's allowing him to have that such tight turning radius. And I'd have to say it's a smart decision to ride that board. I talked about it yesterday, but it's got a little flyer in front of the front fin, and a bigger frame. Philmar, he's able to, it's basically like paddling a longer board and releasing that tail there. And when he does this turn here, watch how quick, not that one there, sorry, and we work this way through to the inside. Carries his forward of the tail pad. See that?
Yeah.
And now he's back on the tail pad there. And he gets forward quite a lot. So when he's forward of that tail pad, he's on top of the flyer, and that's theoretically turning like a 5-foot board. So you don't have to be way back over the fins. And when we're forward of momentum, when we're forward of the fins, that's when we're carrying momentum forward. It's why we're forward of the fins in a barrel, and when we're pumping down the line, we're forward of the fins, because our chest is where the flattest part of the board is where we carry our momentum. You know when you shuffle your foot up off the tail pad and you shuffle back?
Yeah.
Philmar doesn't even have to get back because that board's got that little cut in the tail. I love board design.
I was going to say, you're fangirling right now. I love it, but yeah, it's cool to hear, your take on the boards, and I feel like I've learned so much about it all in the last week. You've got so much knowledge, Matt, so thank you. I'm sure all the viewers at home are going, oh wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, maybe I might run out and do that post-heat if he wins. But Kean Martin looking for a consolidated score, 3 minutes 20. We haven't seen him in this position. He does enjoy being up against the ropes, and he just needs some opportunity. Here goes JR, chasing a mid-6 right now. Nice flow down the line, and he goes to the air. Oh, and he goes down. So unfortunately, JR unable to ride out of that, and here goes Kato, unsure of what JR was able to do, and a nice flowing carve there and combination of maneuvers. And he keeps the rail and fins engaged. And a real clinical performance here by Kato. He hasn't had a single maneuver that's really stood out, and it's the groveling effect, but he's just been able to, that one felt good. That was probably his best wave yet, with a combination of maneuvers. Perhaps the claim to showing the judges, hey, give me an extra half a point. I really worked hard for that wave. But smooth, clinical is the best way I could describe Kato's surfing in this heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think, he's making up the numbers right now.
Yeah.
We've not really seen anything that's really too out there for Shohei. We can see him really let loose, and that's where we see big surfing. And right now he's just getting the job done. But Kian, he needs a 6.6 at this stage and goes to the air. But
no.
Wow.
You'd have to say if you could ride out of that, it would have given the judges definitely something to think about. 2 minutes to go. He's not appreciating that. Watch that wave go down the line as well. But he still has an opportunity. A minute 45 doesn't look like there's much out there. And have a look at this. He eyes off this section and pumps down the line. A little setup carve, very Andy Irons-like. Goes to the air. What happened here? He just got off tilt. Perhaps was hoping for a little more air and trying to get more of a rotation. His body was still rotating and his board wasn't. And that's usually an indication that the wave just let him down a little bit. So we know he's got the skills. We know that he has that, that committed attitude to end sections. We saw his air game in his semi-finals over there in La Union. And needing a 6.60 right now with a minute to go. It's looking pretty grim out there in the soft waves of Belair. And JR looking for a 6.25. So Kato, just a 5.10. The judges not appreciating the claim. Didn't agree. I thought there were some great moments of the rail carve, but just nothing singular that stood out to me. But great moments there for Kato. And the real grovelly, grindy heat, typical QS style, true. And it's these ones that are the important ones.
Yeah, these heats are the important heats for sure, especially going through to, that next round being the quarterfinals. It's tricky. 30 seconds to go. It's uncharacteristic of Kian to have a pair of threes.
Yeah.
And for JR, we're used to seeing some solid surfing. And for that, right now, we're not seeing it, which is also a little bit unusual. But really great heat for Philmar and Shohei, both just doing what they need to do to get through this heat.
Yeah, that's it. And unfortunately for Escobar, that's going to be really difficult for him on the standings. Coming into this ranks really low. And Kian Martin, currently third on the rankings in the Asia region, he gets knocked out. And it's Kato moving forward with Filmar, who's going to be absolutely soaring up the rankings. A great performance there from the Filipino surfer from Siargao. We're going to catch up with the post-heat interview shortly, but there it is. The results there, 12.75, convincing win from Filmar Alipeo and Shohei Kato. We say goodbye to Escobar and Martin. We're going to go to a break and be back for Heat 2 shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back to the Belair International Pro. We have moved on through to heat number 2. Hiroto Ohara, Roy Kanazawa, Raiha Onu and Rinta Uuto. And this is an all-Japanese affair in this one. A bit of an upset in that last heat. Kian Martin going down, as well as JR Escobar. Siargao boy Filmar Alipeo taking out the win. John Carby, pretty excited.
Happy. I'm pretty happy. I didn't actually get to watch any of that heat, and then popping in. Big surprise though, Kian Martin dipping out, coming off that finals in La Union. I know he's not going to like that. He's been having a blast. Had a massive score yesterday, so tough one for him. And also JR, but he can now focus on the longboard.
Yes, exactly. Well, this is Raiha Onu. Couple of nice turns. No sections of consequence right now. Nice little rebound as he takes this one through to the inside, just pumping, trying to get an inside connection, waiting for this one, making something out of nothing, and finds a couple more bonus sections at the end. And we're saying in that last heat, Filmar, he dominated that heat, but Shohei really just doing what he had to do to progress.
Okay, sort of grovelled, grinded, got the work done, which is important in heats like this. A little bit different to yesterday by the looks of things. This high tide acting a little bit funny on the banks. Doesn't seem to have that energy as Surfing Green. Rinta up and riding. Also not much happening on there, so the boys struggling a little bit to find sort of the rhythm this morning by the looks of things.
Yeah, a little bit, sleepy, a little bit slow. The sets that are coming through, they're good, but they're just a little bit slow in between. Right now, Rinta, he's sitting at number 2 on the rankings, and if he can progress through this heat, it's a major win in his back pocket because there's about 100 points separating first and third.
Wow,
And
tight.
Really tight, and Keijiro Nishi, who was leading the rankings, and Kian Martin were first and third. So they're out of the draw, and Rinta, if he can, make some headway in this event, he can he'll move up into first and maybe even start to solidify that moving into the co-sanctioned events in Australia.
We are getting to the pointy end of the season, and then once again it can get a little bit blown out of proportion straight away in Australia with a 5,000 and then another 5,000. Huge and high level competition when we get to those co-sanctioned events. You're getting the best of Australia and the best of the Asian region, so pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, super crazy. And someone who did pretty well in that last heat, throwing down some insane turns and making most of what was out there, was Filmar Alipeo. He's down there with Matt Janowski.
So, Filmar, coming into this, you're really far down the Asian QS rankings, taking out Kian Martin, currently in third. We've lost Nishi, our ratings leader. You're going to double your points just making the quarterfinals. How does it feel, not only just to win convincingly, but to know that you're now in the ratings talk?
I feel good. I feel happy. Stoked. I don't know. I didn't really think about the rankings. I just want to put a good performance in this event. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, you got the set waves, you didn't fall off, you capitalized, and you're performing those air reverses and stomping them down. One thing that we talked about in the interview is this flyer in the board. And why do you choose this board? We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but what made you chose this board for the contest today?
It floats more. This one put extra speed and power. It puts harder carb. That's what I like. I like strong carb or turn, so I choose to ride this one, and it suits good in this condition.
So watching the slow-mo of your waves, your back foot is actually here, and that means when you're turning, the radius of the rail is actually shorter. So how big is this board? 5'6". There you go. So see, I'm a bit bigger than 5'6". Awesome, I grew an inch. But that's like turning a board. Let's say that's about 6-inch radius. That board's turning like a 5-foot board. So Philmar's foot, when he goes to the air, is about here, meaning that he's actually got more sweet spot on that board. He doesn't have to keep shuffling back over the fins, which, if there's no speed in the waves like today, is the slowest part of your board. So he's able to generate speed here and stay here to go to the air and do those turns. Just a little technical analysis there that I was admiring, and I look forward to seeing you moving through to quarterfinals. Anyone at home you want to give a shout out to? They're all watching.
Hi sa inyo tanan dito sa Siargao. Salamat sa inyo suporta. Salamat sa nangita ko man. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng Pilipino na sumusuporta at nanonood sa amin. Thank you. And to all my sponsors, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be here. I love you all. And good luck to everyone.
All right, we'll be seeing coming up later in the quarterfinals. We're going to go back to live action. Heat number 2 in the water.
How's Philmar's hair? Philmar is rocking that hairstyle.
He
is so like that. That's his style. This dude just knows how to have fun. He shows it in his hair. Gets a little bit nervous during the interviews, but that was a good one.
Yeah,
with the wax head.
He did really well. Yeah, and I think the hair's working for him. He's into the quarterfinals. He's feeling happy. He's feeling good, and living from love. And I think that's really, really good to see for Philmar. And got a couple of a good score. Raiha locking in a 6 on that last wave. So one of the better scores of the heat so far. Hiroto Ohara, a 5.6, so second best wave.
Roy about to drop one in also. I think he got a good wave, just from what I saw on the screen.
Yeah, well, this is Rinta Otu, who is sitting in second place. A couple of nice third place, a couple of nice backhand snaps. Trying to get into second, needs a 2.61. I'd say he would do that off this wave, and trying to make it through to the inside, get a few little bonus sections on this one. Looks like it's going to wall up, and he gets a good connection there.
He does. A couple scores to drop in, one for Roy and now one for Rinta. Backhand seem to be the call of the morning. They look like they're running again.
Yeah, their lefts look like they're offering a couple of, more vertical turns. I feel like on your backhand, you can kind of make it look better off those.
Your
you know
hands,
what I mean?
your hands are telling the story.
Yeah, my hands are telling the story. You can kind of just put it up there, and
it's sort of easier to get that board
more vertical
back under you. I feel as it's sort of all your momentum is above your chest. You're facing forward, as opposed to your forehand, where you've sort of got to bring everything sort of counterintuitive underneath yourself from the front side. So backhand, I've always loved that backhand big snaps because it's more about balling forward and bringing the board back under you. If
and
that makes
pivot.
sense. Our hands are making way more sense than what you might be hearing. But yeah, it's definitely something. Looks like some scores dropping in.
Yeah, Roy locked in a 4.65 on his last wave. Got a score for Rinta as well to lock in with just about 16 minutes to go. But Raiha just going out with a pretty good score, a 6, the best wave of the heat so far. But backups, we don't really have much going on. A 5.2 for that last wave of Rinta. He goes into second place. So Hirota chasing a 2.6 and Roy needing a 3.56.
Up and riding is Raiha, seeing if he can back up that 6. Nice open wall, nice little wrap, and behind him is Roy. So guys getting to work out there. Raiha looking for sections. This thing steps up again. I think he might be backing up that 6 right now. You can get the finish. I love it. Business as usual. no look at the tower, just look at the lineup. This is where I need to go. That
Yeah.
must have felt good.
Yeah, it would have felt really good. And Raiha turned 19 a few days ago, so celebrating his birthday with his friends. He was traveling with, or is traveling with, Shohei Kato, who actually got second in that last heat. So I'm sure he's drawing some inspiration from his fellow travel buddy. But this is actually a really hard heat, an all Japanese heat in this one. It's stacked. All of these surfers need to progress through to get some good points and put themselves in a better position moving into Australia. A few scores for Roy. He needs a 3.56. Doesn't look like it'll be the score first indications. Yeah, this is Raiha's last wave. Gets a nice carve and tags that little inside connection there. Driving through as he's waiting for this one to stand up, and we see him just put it up there perfectly in the pocket, and then getting that bonus section for a finish as well. I love how he didn't try to kind of grovel a little bit more on the inside. So a 4.15 for that last wave of Raiha. That goes into his top two, and he starts to kind of move a little bit further away in the lead, and Roy Kanazawa up and riding. Couple of nice connections. This one starting to wall up, and wow, out the back, Hiroto Ohara finding a pretty good looking wave. Roy finishing one off on the inside, and Hiroto getting a couple of carves done on this one and kicks out. So they were two pretty good back-to-back waves.
Halfway through this heat, it just come to life. There's going to be some really good scores dropping in. And now Raiha's up and riding again. There's that backhand attack. We talk about throwing buckets of spray out the back there. Can he get to this open face again? Bit of work. Makes it worth it. That's more of a little windshield wipe there. A few little snaps. And another one. He's been very busy out there. He must have just hit the lineup and then swung again.
Yeah.
Plenty
Wave
scores
magnet.
to drop in. Yeah, plenty scores to drop in. Rinta sitting out there, the only one without a wave on that one. So a few scores to drop in. I'm sure we're going to have some replays possibly. I want to see Hiroto's for sure, because it looked like a bigger wave and it looked like he had a really good connection on one of his opening turns out there. So hopefully we'll have some replays coming in on those waves.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. There were 3 waves of consequence. I want to have a deeper look into Hiroto's, but let's have a look at this last one of Rinta.
This was a 3.0, I believe.
Yeah, so this one getting a couple of connections, and actually I think this was his 5.2. So this was the one that he got into third, but we just had that last score of Hiroto, a 5.15, lock in for Hiroto Ohara. But Rinta, we can just have another little look, a 5.2 to finish that one off.
Definitely more than a 3. Definitely
Yes.
that 5.2.
So scores to come through for last of Raiha Onu. He needs a 4.75 to go back into first. Roy Kanazawa needs a 5.51, locks in a 4.55, not enough. And waiting on this last wave of Raiha to go back into the lead with 12 minutes to go.
Hiroto, a 5.15. It did look good on that as they had the split screen there. He was the wave behind, so sometimes your focus will go towards the front guy as Roy was going to work on the inside, and then Hiroto was actually smashing it out the back. So some really good waves. It seems to be, it's hard to get out of that 4 to 5 zone and at this stage. But the boys getting to work, and this is Hiroto again.
Yeah, a couple of nice backhand connections. Driving through this one as he goes straight up into the lip. And once again, finding another good connection and gets the finish out behind him. Roy Kanazawa on a really solid backhand, just flowing through this one as he kicks out. So we'll wait to see these scores. He needs a 5.86. We actually saw him get a 8.25 on a left yesterday. That was for Roy.
He did go to work on that one, and obviously that's one of his strengths. He knows what he needs to do to get that 8.25.
Yeah.
And he was probably looking for that. He has great speed and flow through all of his turns. He just moves at a different speed to everybody else, and the judges really take note of that. And you could see from that back-to-back that was going on the split screen, just the speed that Roy sort of carries is amazing. He's got good equipment, and he knows how to position himself to keep that speed and maintain that beautiful flowy surfing.
Yeah, real down the line.
Real down the line. Would go at a good at a good left-hand point break, I reckon.
Yes, he would. I'd love to see that. Well, let's have a look at the replay. This is the 4.55 for Roy Kanazawa, so the wave before last. Nothing too much going on here, and then he just gets some speed and gets a reverse.
Just a casual reverse.
Yeah, just because. Nothing special. And then this is the 4.5 of Raiha Onu.
Oh, most of it come from that opening slash. Like he put a lot more on that. That's really good. That little one in the inside, I dare say that opening section out the back, that was where the money was on this wave. And then he gets the finish. So continued all the way through, but that opening maneuver was dynamic.
And then this is the 6.5 for last of Hiroto, just flowing through this one. Not really any big down time in between turns. Straight up into that section, then gets a pretty solid finish as well for Hirota. So he's
Jumped into the lead?
Yeah, jumped into the lead. That's 6.5, just putting him further ahead. Roy's last wave won't go into his top two. He needs a 5.86 to go into second place, and Rinta needs a 5.31. He has a score to lock in, but it's not going to be enough either.
Very exciting. All Japanese affair out there. These guys obviously surf together a lot. They tour together a lot, so they're very familiar when they surf to each other, with each other. And yeah, they're just out there going about business. Friends out of the water and then business in the water.
Yeah, yep. Just another colour in
Just
the
another
Rashi.
colour. I'd like to shout out to Ting Ug Party List for helping make this possible. Azrai, the Board Riders Club here in Eastern Samar, but after this will be Rinta up and riding. This was his 3.90, so just not getting a completion on that one. Azrai, that's the board club here in Belair. Great community of surfers, board riders. They help do lessons and teach and everything like that. So great club, and they're going to start putting together a lot more local events. I think they're getting some accreditation for judging coming in soon, so that's pretty cool for these guys. Thanks to UPSA for helping make this possible. They're sort of the surf organisation of the Philippines, so the ones who sort of submit teams and everything like that to ISA World Games, trying to get the Olympic teams and all that sort of stuff established. And they're doing great work. To the Department of Tourism for having us. We had the regional director out here the other night for the opening ceremony. Had a great speech. The Philippines Sports Commission, the Philippines Olympic Committee. One of the best things about surfing is it hit the Olympics and funding finally came towards surfing, which is really cool. So they're big supporters of surfing. Bagong Filipinas, that's a local brand. It's more of a movement. It's hard to explain what Bagong Filipinas is, but also great supporters. It's a movement. It's something that's gaining momentum in the Philippines. I believe it sort of means New Philippines. So they're trying to help bring the Philippines up to date with the world and just like start breaking some boundaries that they haven't broken before. House Speaker Martin Romualdez, the Honourable Speaker of the House. Here is Hiroto. Oh, sort of just mistimed that gouge. It was a nice looking turn. He just got a little bit hung up. And let's see if this thing will stand up on the inside. Nice loose surfing. It's a shame he sort of got hooked up on that first one, but I don't think they'll go towards his top two. Thank you to Senator Sunny Angara, to the LGU of Belair, Congressman Rumel Angara, Mayor Angara, Department of, I've got my list here of people to thank. It is quite substantial, so I can't memorise it. The Department of 3 Regional Director Richard Dainos and Costa Pacifica, where we are sitting right now.
Yeah.
Beautiful little lobby area. Thanks for shouting over to us at that particular time, Sam. Very helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of people to thank, and it's a lot of people to memorise. So thank you to everyone who's, helped put this event together and really support, all of the surfers here. And this is the birthplace of surfing in the Philippines, here at Belair. And we're excited to be here and surfing these awesome waves.
Featured in the movie Apocalypse Now, I believe.
Yes.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We're in a place where before movies were movies, if that makes sense. I don't
Love
think
it.
that makes sense. That last wave of Hiroto still to drop in. The judges, I don't know, taking their time with this one.
Yeah, there it is, 6.4 goes into his top 2.
So they didn't think he got caught up at all, but
Yeah.
they would have watched the replay, and they obviously liked that turn. There was a pretty sweeping turn. Here it goes. You want to talk us through it, True? Because I don't know.
Yeah, just flying down the line. Gets a bit of a speed float there and carves through that one. Gets a little hung up, you're right, but recovers well. And I think just driving through these turns, I mean, it was definitely one of the more powerful turns that we've seen of the event, and gets a good finish. So not his best wave and not the best wave of the heat, but just below that 6.5 that he's got.
Yep, and it's got him into a pretty good position in first. Now, Raiha needs a 6.90.
Yeah, I think if I was Raiha, I'd be maybe focusing on bettering that 4.5 and making it harder for third and fourth, because with just under 5 minutes, it seems like a better task to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. And after this, we're moving into the man-on-man heats.
Yeah.
So you want to be there. It's more fun out there with 2 people in the water as opposed to 4. There's less to think about, less to worry about, and more focus that goes into your surfing. So he's going to want to get through this desperately at the moment. And with that 6.0 and a 4.5, like you said, throwing away that 4.5 will make him a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And making it harder for Roy, he needs a 5.86 and Rinta needing a 5.31. And Rinta is sitting at second on the rankings right now. So this is a pretty important heat for him to make. Yeah, we've already seen an upset this morning with Kian. We saw an upset yesterday with Keijiro getting knocked out. So some points could really be up for grabs, pending on how this heat goes.
Yeah, and like you said, the round of 16, there's some pretty good points on offer, but it definitely jumps up when you hit those quarterfinals, semi-finals, and, of course, the magic of the 3,000 points in the back pocket is where all these guys want to be. So it's tight. And then moving into Australia, there's a couple of 5,000s up for grabs. So
A 3 and a 5, yeah.
a 3 and a 5. A 3 and a 5. Sorry, I thought it was 2 5s.
No, yeah, 3,000 at Avoca and then a 5,000 2 days after at Newcastle, which will be exciting.
Yeah, which one are you looking forward to the most?
I do. I love Avoca, but I think I'm really looking forward to Newcastle, you know.
The grittiness of the Newcastle, the
Yeah.
onshore, those rock ledges.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on at Newcastle,
There
isn't there?
is. Yeah, I love Newcastle. The only reason why is because there's one of my favourite restaurants there.
There's good fish and
So,
chips, and
yeah.
a shout out to Glenn Turner too. He's a Newy boy, absolute legend too, well known. I think he was a stand-up paddleboard champion at the age of 50 or something like that. So, Glenny Turner down there in Newcastle. Good
Love
fish
it.
and chip shop around the corner from him too.
Love it. Good food down there. Well, 2.5 minutes to go in this one. Hiroto just leading with that 6.5 and a 6.4. And Raiha, a 6 and a 4.5. It's got him in second at the moment. He's sitting with first priority as well. So if he's able to better that 4.5, he'll make it harder for Roy Kanazawa and Rinta Utu to progress through to that quarterfinals. And quarterfinals is an important round. If you can get consistent quarters and semis, you'll see yourself up in that top 10, even top 5.
100%, and that is the important thing, consistency. You need to be consistent at this level.
Yeah.
If you're not consistent, you're not going to be in those conversations.
Well, here we go. Rinta needing a 5.31, getting a couple of nice backhand gouges. This one starts to wall up as he puts it up there, and he gets a finish.
Big surfers stand up to big moments, and we were talking about consistency with a minute and 45 seconds on the clock. He didn't hold back.
No, he didn't. There were 3 pretty good turns. I feel like he'll definitely challenge for that 5.31 that he's looking for. But we still have a minute 20, and there's something coming right now, and Raiha has the priority, but he's not going to go.
That's definitely not a committed paddle either. I don't think the priority judge will take that one off him, so we'll be sitting out there with priority, and a good chance he's going to need a score after this.
Wow, so waiting on this score for Rinta to lock in. It is probably the most important number. First indications say he gets it, but only one score's locked in out of our 4-judge panel. Waiting on scores with 45 seconds to go. Rinta Raiha needs to get a wave because that last score of Rinta 5.7 goes into second place. Raiha Onu with 35 seconds to go needs a 4.9 to go to second, and Roy Kanazawa chasing a 6.25, and there's maybe something coming on the horizon right now.
Rinta getting the news from the beach commentator. He's in a position now where he can't do anything other than probably sit back and watch. Hot minute, here we go.
Wow, so Roy Kanazawa up and out of that one. Raiha also on the left, needing a 4.9. We'll see if he gets it. I don't know. His body language is making me think he doesn't. Indications say it won't be the score.
I believe that was whitewash.
Wow. Yep, not enough. So Hiroto Ohara and Rinta Utu progressing on through to the quarterfinals. Raiha Onu and Roy Kanazawa bowing out in the round of 16. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for an exciting Heat 3 right after this break. Really?
There's a room full of
Those results, Hiroto Ohara and Rinta Utu progressing on through to the next round. Right now we have Manojo Yahagi out there, John Mark Takong or Marama, Katut Agus and Joe Azuchi. So this is going to be a pretty good heat. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Jerry Deegan. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, True. It's nice to finally sit on the same chair. We didn't sit at all yesterday, so looking forward to it and looking forward to this heat. And, you know, needless to say, being a Shargau boy myself, kind of expat Shargau boy, the famous son of Shargau, John Mark Takong or Marama, is... I'm really hoping he can totally smash it. I love the other guys, Katut as well, the Japanese lads. It's not an easy heat. It's actually, obviously, we're getting towards the pointy end, and these guys are all ripping, but go Marama, and a big hello to everyone there in Shargau. I know you're all watching.
Yeah, well, Joe Azuchi started off pretty well with that 5.25. He's definitely got some statements to make, I think, for Joe sitting in that top 5. And here he is again, finding another little wave, just patient off the bottom, straight off into it, drawing out for another turn. You can see out the back a bit of a paddle as Joe finishes that one off. And that is Katut Agus up and riding on his first wave. Joe actually finding a couple more inside connections. Katut redirecting right, but that wave not offering a whole lot.
Yeah, it looked like there was a bit of a battle there between... that was Katut and Marama, and Katut won out on that one. Obviously, it looked like it was going to be a left, and Marama thought it's not worth getting involved in this, because I know Marama was on the Challenger Tour last year, and he had one interference and a couple of priority issues, which really affected his campaign, and hopefully he's learnt from it, and he's not going to make those mistakes, because those mistakes can be fatal, really, you know. I mean, I don't mean that in a literal sense, but they can really screw up your day.
Yeah,
and here he is. So here goes Marama. He's a really quick, fast surfer. Yeah, he went for a little spin there. Probably didn't have the speed to get up and go, but plenty of time. He doesn't really show nerves normally. And I believe we're going to Camille with Ohara, the winner of our last heat.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, I'm here with Hiroto Ohara, who is now moving on to the quarterfinals. So, otsukare-sama desu. Yes, thank you for all your hard work out there. And speaking of hard work, so what were the conditions like, and how did you manage to get your best scores?
I don't know. Looks really tough in this morning, especially when the low tide, not too much water outside. So it's not breaking like Leo waves. So yeah, it's definitely tough to surf. But yeah, I'm trying to get try to get some waves that I can do some turns, and yeah, I'm thinking maybe if I go right and if there is air section, I definitely gonna do it because maybe if I made it, it will be easy to get scores. So yeah, that was my plan.
And it must be tough to be up against surfing against an all Japanese heat. So you took out some of your friends like Roy. Do you surf with them often, or are you familiar with their surfing styles?
Yeah, pretty much they all surfing same area as my hometown. So yeah, not every day, but yeah, I surf them a lot of time in Chiba. So yeah, that was kind of not feeling great because we coming from Japan to here in Philippines and then competing with all the Japanese guys. That's I feel like not good, but that's how it is, and yeah, I have to make it heats and make it run to the next. So I was just focus on myself and yeah, do my best.
Okay, yeah, someone has to win, right? That's how it is with these competitions. But the best part is after the heat, once the clock winds down, everyone's exchanging high fives and no one's really too bummed about it, I hope. Okay, so congratulations again. Do you want to say a few words in Japanese?
朝から応援ありがとうございます。難しいコンディションではあったんですけど、勝ち上がれてよかったです。今日次もあるので、もう一回、集中して、勝ち上がれるように頑張るんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you again and good luck. With that, back to live action.
Thanks, Camille. Interesting interview. There's a lot on the line here for these guys, and although she said to him, everybody seems okay with it. I'm sure there's a couple of surfers there that weren't really okay with it, but good sportsmanship, high-fiving the winners is really nice.
Yeah.
Haven't seen much since Camille was on, and here's John Marama. Real smooth server, really fast surfer, finds power everywhere, even when there isn't any. He's going to finish this one off. Oh, he didn't.
Wow.
Okay, well, that's a surprise. It's not normally his go to miss up. Okay, so he's thinking maybe he needs some wax. Maybe he's got an issue with his board. I don't know. It's not a lot of time to come in and wax up, and you would think that you'd be totally prepared in that situation in the first place. So I'm wondering if it is just maybe nerves. He's getting, closer to his dream of getting back onto the Challenger Series. So I'm hoping nerves aren't playing a part, because generally with Marama they don't.
Yeah, I think it was maybe, as you said, fingers crossed, more of just a equipment issue, maybe needing a bit more wax, a little bit slippery. He looked like he kind of extended going into that last turn, off the bottom turn, which can sometimes just make you catch your rail coming down. But, he's got a bit of time right now. Joe Azuchi, nice connection there. And straight up, that was a beautiful hard carve. And out behind him, that is Minojo Yahagi, also getting a couple of really solid turns. Trying to find, both these surfers trying to find a good inside connection, just waiting for a solid wall. Joe gaining some speed. Nice connection for a finish.
Yeah, Joe did really well there. His first big turn, he bogged it a little bit, but made up for it. Oh, nice little reverse there from Katut. Can he get round the section and finish it off? Is he going to keep trying? It's just running away from him at the moment. Be nice if he could, because he's garnered some points there already, and here we go. So take your time, finish it off, show us some flair. Okay, nice. Okay, that was really good. So a bit of a challenge there from each guy. I mean, I think on John Mark got a 3.75. What could have been had he finished that off? But there's going to be some other pretty decent scores coming in here, True.
Yeah, I think we'll see some good scores, especially for Joe. I was a huge fan of that hard carve, and Katut, his last wave was pretty good. Minojo's didn't quite get to see what he did out the back, but I know his backhand is really solid as well. And I feel like, those first two heats, especially that first one, the surfers did what they had to do to get through, because the waves, there wasn't really much in the sense of, critical sections. So whatever you had to just make the most of what you got, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there was, definitely some good moments, but I feel like in this heat we're starting to see a little bit more aggression and a little bit more on the line.
I think they need to do that. The surf's small. It's a bit of a matter of luck which wave you manage to get. It's clean, but it's not really offering big ramps, things like that. You know, a surfer like Manojo, he's a real air guy, and it's going to be hard, particularly on the lefts, for him to find ramps. I hope he proves me wrong. The rights seem to be running off a little better. The lefts seem to be running into the channel. So, you know, maybe that's a strategy to watch and think possibly the rights are better than the lefts. But we'll wait and see what those scores come in at, and it'll give us an indication. But, yeah, I think you're right. Manojo didn't really do a great deal. And, here comes the score for Joe. And Joe, who's already way ahead, has got a 7.9 for that wave. That was just fantastic. You loved his first manoeuvre.
Yeah.
And then he just backed it up on the inside. Here's a replay of it. Tell us about it, True.
Yeah, so just a little setup carve here, and this is the one, just driving through it. Gets a little bit of a tweak as well at the end. I was a huge fan of that. And then he did so well to get through to the inside and get a little connection off the end to just really kind of, I guess, show the judges, hey, I've made the most of what I've had. And he made a moment, bang, out of that as well. 7.9 for that, well rewarded.
I almost like the closeout Rio as much as the manoeuvre out the back. It was just really controlled, really fast, and he was in exactly the right spot. His positioning was just exemplary.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. We still have scores for Katut and also Manojo to lock in. Katut up and riding once again, in and out. And this is where it kind of gets a little bit of a grey area for Maramar, and here he goes. Gaining some speed, lines it up, but a bit uncharacteristic.
Really uncharacteristic. It seemed a bit slow to the mark there, and again, I don't know, his feet are maybe not feeling comfortable on the board. I have no idea. I think he's still using the same board that had that bit of a crease in it, but it hasn't seemed to have affected him on any of the other days. So he's far from running out of time, but he needs to turn it on. Joe's sitting there with a total of 13.15 with 14 minutes to go, so he may well throw away his 2.5 and end up with a far higher total. The other surfers, Manojo and Katut, haven't got anything huge, so at this stage it looks like a race to second place almost.
Yeah, I think we still have that score of Katut's air to come through, that 5.15 for that last left of Manojo. That sits nicely in his scoreline. But at this stage, second is still up for grabs. We've got scores coming through. It's going to be in the sixes for Katut. Let's have another look at it. That's just a quick in and out for Katut, sorry. So score to come through, and then we'll kind of see where everyone's sitting. But yeah, Maramar needs to get a good score. 6.3 for that air reverse of Katut's.
Here we go.
This is it here.
So he's getting his speed up. We know what he's going to do. We can see the section. Bam. Landed fins first, spun it round really easily, and managed to get to the outside, which I wasn't sure he was going to do. I mean, that's a hard thing to do on a gutless wave, to get to the outside there. But he did it. Nice little cut back. And he just finishes it off here, which he needed to do, and that's what the judges want to see. So they're pretty happy with that. He's got to be relatively happy with that. Puts him up into second place. He's only got a 3.2 as a backup, so that should go, hopefully. But time will tell, and, it ticks down pretty quick when you're in Maramar's position. You think you got a lot of time, but he needs two good waves. He doesn't have a wave he can hold his hat on at this stage.
Yeah, he needs a 5.76, but, I think with 12 and a half minutes, it's safe to say that he's looking for two waves, like you said, and it's important to kind of take that into account. And he's sitting in fourth priority right now as well. So if you can kind of get something started under priority, once again, a few uncharacteristic falls for Maramar, especially in the air.
Absolutely. The air is his specialty, and I think generally he's making 9 of 10 of those things, and he's not today. So anyway, so hopefully he can. I know his family, the Takong family there in General Luna, are watching with bated breath. He's just pulling the trigger here just to see what he can do. You're in fourth priority, you may as well go for it. So yeah, just a shout out to the Takong family in General Luna, and Ross Robinson, who's part of the extended family. We're cheering for him. So I know you guys are too.
Well, Joe Azuchi, 7.9 and a 5.25. I'd say he's sitting very safe in first right now. He's probably hoping that the Hooter goes straight away. Katut Agus, 6.3. He's got a pretty good score right now, but he needs to better that 3.2. Manojo chasing a 4.36. and Marama chasing a 5.76. So second is still up for grabs. The door's left open, but it's just whether the waves come to the party or not.
Exactly. And Joe is fourth on the Asian rankings, so, a win's very important to him, or at least to progress through to the next round. And Marama's sixth on the rankings, so, with Kian falling away, who was, I think, fourth on the rankings, was he? Third on the rankings. Yeah. It's super important for these two guys that are only just marginally behind him to get through. I mean, Joe's just looking on fire at the moment, but very important for Marama in his campaign for the Challenger Series to get a wiggle on here and, score, get a decent first score, and then he can think about a backup. I mean, he doesn't need much. A 5.76 is enough to get him into second place, because the other guys don't have a backup either. Katut's only got a 3.2 and Minoja's only got a 2. So, I mean, he just needs the one good wave at least to give him some confidence and get him into the position where he wants to be. And from there, maybe he can get a backup. But the same goes for the other two competitors as well. So they're all aware of their situation.
Yeah, they are. And just under 10 minutes to go. Need to get a wriggle on a little bit. We saw, as we've been saying, Kian getting knocked out this morning, and he really had a pair of threes, and he's kind of... unfortunately, was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kian and Marama seem to be following the same lead at the moment. So here goes Marama. He's going to... Okay, that wave just ran away from him. That seems to be the same thing happening. They're just not feeling comfortable out there, or I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But they were two surfers I certainly expected to be on fire this morning.
Well, this is Minojo Yahagi up and riding. He needs a 4.36, another nice carve through that section, straight up and into it for a better connection, waiting for this one to go to the inside, and Marama just driving through. That's a better looking wave for Marama. Minojo finishes one off as well on the inside. Whether he gets a completion or not.
Yeah, I'm thinking he didn't. Marama desperately needs a completion, even if it's just a little one, and he's going to race back out there and beat Minojo as far as the priority is concerned. Yeah, I don't know. Both of those waves were a little soft. Marama did some okay work out the back, and I don't think either of them really finished off. And there's the paddle battle, and a bit of a difference there. Marama's hasn't got the long arms, so he's going hard, and almost looks like he had to duck dive that one, and Minojo did not. So he does hold the inside, but...
looks like Minojo might be a little bit ahead of him from this...
Well, he's holding
angle.
the inside, so yeah, Minojo got the first wave as well, so I have a feeling Minojo's going to get it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a little bit further out in front, and there's something coming out the back as well. Joe Azuchi has the priority in and out of that one.
And he's going to stay out there and hopefully for him beat the other guys out there for the next second priority. So I'm not really sure. We'll see what our priority judge think of that.
Well, that's Danny Widianto on screen coming up in Heat 4 of the round of 16. Up next, he'll be against Ryaru Itu, Robert or Raymar Magaluna, and also Oni Anwar as well.
Raymar, another super popular son of Shargao, really nice kid. Okay, we're still waiting for Marama's wave to come through. They're having a think about that one.
Minojo's last wave of 4.15, so just not enough. He needs a 4.36 to get up into second place, and waiting on that score of Marama's.
Yeah, one in there already. Looks at this stage like it's not going to be there, which we expected. I mean, he didn't really get there, so we're really looking forward to him getting a decent score. And there's us. Hello, hey True, good to see you. Here we are at the Belair International Pro. We're sitting in the commentary booth and enjoying our time, cheering on. I'm cheering on the local favourites, but really enjoying our day. And there's Marama up and down again. And his score came in at a 5.75. So that was very, very helpful. He only needs a 3.75 now. He's still got 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So that helped him a lot. It was interesting because when I saw that first score come in, it wasn't what it is now. So maybe that score went on to someone else. The one score came in by itself that we were able to see. I don't know if what people watching can see it. And there's another non-finish. That's his Minojo's second in a row non-finish. Didn't see what happened previous to that. Or maybe we were looking at my ugly mug and your lovely mug.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. That is Riadu Itu on screen there. Coming up next for Heat 4 of the men's round of 16, and then we'll go into the women's round of 16. This is Manojo Yahagi. That replay of that last wave just bouncing through this section. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be of much substance. Gets 1.7 on that one. Just under 6 minutes to go. So Miramar and Kantut are actually on the same heat total right now.
They are indeed, and Katut's ahead because he's got the higher score, which obviously means he needs less to get to first place. But I believe that's the way it works, right? At the end of the day, if they had the exact same heat score, the guy with the highest single wave score would be in the lead.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Well, again, he needs 6.86 to move to first, but Miramar only needs a 3.76 to overtake Katut there. So it's not much, but Katut is only sitting on a 3.2 as well. So they both need to throw away those second scores and get something pretty good. Was that guy golfing, practicing his golf? There's Miramar now. So didn't see what happened on the outside, but he's going to hang on the inside. See if I wonder if he'll go to the air. It's looking like it's standing up. Oh, okay. He did, but he didn't get the rotation at all. He was off balance. And it almost looked like that wave doubled up as he went up, and it didn't have a bottom to it, really. It's, okay. Well, he's throwing caution to the wind. Obviously, that's not going to pay on that particular time. But had he pulled that off, get back out there, young fella, make it happen.
Yeah, 3.76 is not a big score. 4.36 as well. It's well within striking distance. So for Katut right now, he's got the priority. I feel like he's in a pretty good position in the sense that a 3.2 he needs to better to make it harder for Miramar and Manojo.
Yes, correct. He's a long way from Manojo, so I think maybe he might be thinking his nemesis is Miramar, and so he might be sticking wide so that he gets, he's just going to go for it here anyway. So see if it was worth it. A little floater there. He's going to get round the section. Off the whitewater float. It's gone fat for him. So not anything dynamic as yet, but let's see how he finishes it off. Yeah, nice little slash there, and it's not over. Yeah, that was a pretty nicely surfed wave. It wasn't much of a wave. He only needed to throw away a 3.2. I think he's going to make it a lot harder for Miramar and Manojo now.
Yeah, I think those last two turns were definitely the better part of that wave, and you can see that drone angle, the boardwalk there with everyone watching right out the front of Costa Pacifica, and
we'll see what he gets. So that is definitely going to help, and you're exactly right. It's those last two. Here's Miramar up and riding. Not a bad turn at the start. Caught a tiny little rail there. So he hasn't done a great deal yet. He's off the top there. Is he going to hang around and get anything else? So that may well be the 3.76, but Katut's wave is not in yet. So I'm thinking that's maybe not enough.
Yeah, scores for Katut and Miramar to lock in with just under 3 minutes to go. It's definitely coming down to the wire of this one. Katut needing to better a 3.2, which we think he will do.
Well, there's no question. I think that was up around the fives. It wasn't a big wave, but he really did well on the inside. So I'd be surprised if it isn't 5 at least. I'm not sure it's enough to get him into first place, but that turns Maramar's into something far more than a 3.76. Here goes Joe. Joe has been so in control this whole heat.
Yeah. He's really just,
He's dominated.
it.
Yeah, dominated. And that's what you want to do. That's where you want to be. Because confidence grows confidence. And you're up ahead, you're ripping, you're feeling like your board is just perfect under your feet, and every wave has been. Whereas, Miramar, Manojo particularly haven't been feeling that. The board maybe is feeling a little alien to them. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, well, scores coming in for Katut. They look like it's definitely going to better that 3.2. Waiting for another score to lock in. We also have Miramar to come through, and then one of Joe Azuchi, which he's locked first position down right now. A 7.9 and a 5.25 is kind of untouchable. Katut needing a 6.86, and I don't think that is what he's looking for. 4.2 for last of Miramar, that takes him into second, but Katut needing a 3.65, which he'll do on that previous to last wave, and he's up and riding again, and Miramar out the back a bit of a whitewashy wave. Wow, Katut throwing to the sky to finish that one off. So we got some scores to lock in, and Marama finding a bit more of a wall ahead of him and laying it down, redirecting for a left and getting a finish with 1 minute remaining. So we've got 2 scores now to lock in for Katut, another score to come through for Marama, and a score for Joe. Right now, Minojo holds priority. Previous to the last wave of Katut locks in at a 5.05. So Marama goes back down into third, needing a 5.61. And Minojo needing a 6.21. And I just don't know if that last wave of Marama is going to be the score.
No, I don't think anyone watching would think it's going to be the score. It's not over 30 seconds. He can get anything. And Marama can do something big on the inside. And I think that's what he was hoping for then. Didn't turn out that way. But, yeah, Katut has moved ahead. And Katut's still got another wave to come through. So I want Marama's wave to be an 8. But, you know, I think it's around the 4 mark again. And there's a last hurrah for Minojo. Oh, he's going to ride out of that.
Wow.
He rode out of it, so that was pretty interesting. He needs a 6.21 at this stage, but Katut still has another wave to come in. So that's the end of the heat as well. So that was the last wave, and that was a pretty nice wave, a pretty nice last hurrah for Minojo. We don't know exactly what Katut's going to end up with because he may well better his 5.06.
Yeah, well, that last one of Katut, a 4.95.
Oh, okay.
So that's it. Marama needing a 5.61. Minojo's last wave needs to be a 6.21 to move up into second. Joe's won. He's won this heat for sure, you'd think.
Definitely.
A 7.9 and a 5.25. His surfing has booked him a spot in the quarterfinals, but it's whether second place is going to be challenged with this last wave of Marama. And also, I think the one of consequence will be Minojo's.
I completely agree with you there. So, yeah, the judges are stressing over this one. They're not starting the next heat until they figure this out. Pretty exciting. Yeah, Katut must be kind of freaking out at this stage. Wondering about Minojo's. Again, not maybe so much Marama's, not unfortunately.
Yeah, Marama's last wave of 4.7. That was not enough. Scores coming through for Minojo's. Looks like it won't be the 6.21. It's a 4.55. So it looks like Joe Azuchi and Katut Agus moving on through to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We have round of 16, heat 4 coming up right after this quick break.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. We are in the round of 16, Heat 3, the Belair International Pro, and I'm here with the famous and fabulous John Carvey.
There's the results of that last heat. Joe Azuchi really doing well. Beach break specialist, getting it over the rest of the guys. Katut Agus going through in second place, so representing for Japan, Joe and Katut for the Indonesians, and they pushed out Marama and Minojo. So
okay, a couple
incredible.
of quick starts there from Oni and Danny. Sorry, this is Heat 4. They were the results of Heat 3. I made a little error there while I was introducing you.
Looks like, yeah, I was trying to cut you off. Look at that wind coming in. Looks like it's squall time.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the world, and we saw it yesterday. The squall comes in, a bit of rain comes in. It's kind of miserable for half an hour or whatever, and then it tends to glass off again. Hopefully that will be the case today. I am a bit worried. I've left my veranda door open, so
You needed to air it out from what I heard.
I'm going to have a very wet floor. I was looking out there thinking there wasn't going to be
There's
any rain.
Marama, still got a smile on his face, and there's little Angel Olive Takong. Shout out to the Takong crew back in Siargao. There's a lot of you. I'm sure they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but always good to see Marama smiling, even after a loss. Came off a great La Union event, round of 16 in this one, so
Yeah.
and he'll be off to Australia for the co-sanction events, I believe.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. So Oni's got a 4.75 for the first wave. Had dinner with Oni last night at the Japanese place down the road.
How is it?
It was good. It was
I'm
quite
gonna go
good.
there.
I mean, it wasn't perfect, may I say. I mean, are we allowed to say anything bad online ever?
If I ever heard you say anything was perfect at any stage, I'm going to go there straight away.
But it was good. It was, most of the meals were just fantastic. One of the meals was not as warm as it should have been, but in general it was great. And what was really nice was the sashimi. The sashimi was just
that's all I
fresh
want.
and fantastic, and I just could have eaten barrel loads of it.
Shout out to my wife Christine while I'm here. She loves sushi also, and I'm not going to go there, honey, but I probably will.
Yeah. Well, I talked to Oni last night a bit about this event and the last event, and he's feeling pretty upbeat. He doesn't know about Australia and the rest. He's got to see how his results go. He's got a new kid, which he's pretty excited about, I tell you. But he was telling us about his youth. They sent him to Australia to surf, and he went to the high school on the Gold Coast there and learnt his trade, and then ended up obviously back in Indonesia. But he's a funny guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy to hang around. Well, didn't like his choice of ice cream from 7-Eleven on the way home. I thought he should have got a drumstick, but
It's not a drumstick. You're an idiot, according to Jack Deegan.
Yeah, exactly. But nonetheless, he was good to hang out with.
Well, he opened up with a 4.75 too, so he may be bucking the trend. We're losing a few of these big names, and they're not going through. But here is Camille down there with Joe Azuchi, who's going to be beaming getting through that round.
All right, yes, indeed. I am with current number 4 in the rankings, Joe Azuchi, and you're moving on to the quarterfinals, which will definitely improve your points, the number of points you have now, because number 1, number 2, and number 3 are out of the game. So how do you feel about, bettering your chances of making it back to the Challenger Series?
そうですね、上の3人負けてしまったんですけど、ファイナル行かなきゃあんま意味ないので、ファイナル目指して頑張ります。
So we were rewatching your best score earlier, and you really dialed in the power and flow, like with big carves, and you really have a knack for finding the big open faces. So it seems you've gotten to know the waves here in Sabang Beach really well. Would you say you like surfing here in Belair?
そうですね。波がちょっとたるいんですけど、その代わりカーブとかいろんな技が入るので、これからもっと攻めていって、2本揃えて勝ち上がっていきます。
So would you invite more surfers from Japan to come here to Belair and perhaps try surfing here and get more points here in the years to come? You will?
Yeah.
So maybe you can invite more people to come here from Japan.
そうですね。波は変わらずいいので、これからだんだん調子上げて頑張っていきます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you so much, Joe, and good luck in the quarterfinals. Back to the live action. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're now in the lead. Getting those 3,000 points.
Oh no.
And that's incredibly helpful for him. So good on you, Joe. You did really well.
He spent some time on the Challenger Series last year, so he learned a lot also. And he goes to work. Oh, surfing white. That is
Danny Widiardo, so our Indonesian lad. And also we have Raymar, our Sharga boy, on the left side screen. Goofy footer, of course we go for goofy footers.
protege of Philmar Alipeo, who went through earlier. He's one of his crew, Happy Islanders. Shout out to Andy and the kids back home in Sharga. They were on the last tour, but back home now, so I'm sure they're watching this. Big fans of Raymar also.
Without question. That was a pretty nice wave from Danny. We didn't see all of Raymar's wave. By the way, if you're sitting there at home, Robert Magaluna is his name. Raymar is his nickname. Everyone calls him Raymar. So just so you know who we're talking about, there is not a fifth person out there.
There is not. Oh, Dan, that was Danny, yeah, sending it. Raymar not really getting the start that we thought he might, but getting to work on the inside here. He's got a great backhand approach. He used to have this problem where he'd go a little bit too hard and sell things a little bit too much, like his body was just a little bit out of control. Now he seems to have hit that age where everything slows down a little bit.
He's pulled it back in a little bit,
Yeah.
and I agree 100% that he just was always looking for too much spray or too much, his back twist was just over the top and it looked like he was trying too hard, but he's far better now. So this is Riaru Itu, small left, Nice little tail waft there, and he's going to pull out of that one. Not a lot happened there. It took a bit of time to get into that little manoeuvre inside. Oni's now had 3 waves. We're waiting for waves, obviously, for Danny, Riaru, and Raymar. And out the back, let's see what colour that is.
Green, that's Oni.
That's Oni. So full of Japanese food to give him strength. Great surfer, great guy. An interesting guy to hang out with, actually.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's fun.
He does a fair bit of work over there on the Indo events too. He'll be running in between heats, and he's going to set up something big on the inside here. There it is. That pole.
Yeah,
what do you reckon? 50-50? I reckon he's going to
I think he made it.
If it's a 50-50, I'm going to give him 90-10.
Yeah,
he's going to ride out of that.
I'm with you. I don't like to agree with you, but I am going to agree with you. Yeah, the pole gets you on the left and the right.
Yeah.
It's just the setup, folks, out there on our judging tower, and where the cameras have to be at the front of the judging tower. And, of course, sometimes the wave goes a little wide, and they just get into that section that the camera just can't get around to.
And here we are with Danny's wave. We're going to watch first, and he has a nice air reverse on this, winding up for it now. I didn't actually go the air reverse, more of a blowtail, sort of an air, not too high, not too crucial, but the judges locking that one in at a 5.50. As you can see, he's still going to work, so winding up for this finish and just gives that exclamation mark. Rides out, so nice 5.5 for Danny on that one.
Yeah, highest wave so far. We're still waiting on Oni and Robert. So this was Riaru's left-hander. Not a lot happening at this stage. And, you know, kind of a forced finish there, I think. I don't know if they're going to love it. And this was on his previous wave as well.
So 3.25 for Riaru on his wave. Nothing spectacular. And Oni, bit of downtime here. It was the extra work he did to look at this section, and you're wondering if it was worth it. And then Oni does Oni things where he can just whip that board around. Obviously, he didn't want to see the pole on that one.
Yeah, so we still don't know, but we'll know when his score comes in exactly whether he made that last manoeuvre, because not a lot happened previous to that. Oh, there's some nice turns from Raymar.
Yeah, Raymar definitely, that's going to be his best number. Possibly he's got a 4.15 and a 2.85. I believe that maybe that 4.15 came from his last one. I think it might go up around there again.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I don't think we saw the start of that wave, but it gets a bit confusing when they're catching a lot of waves. I wish they'd just take it in turns and not confuse us.
Priorities there for a reason, guys. Relax. 15 minutes remaining.
It's like at everybody's local break. There's always one guy out there that seems to know whose turn it is, you know. I mean, I know when you're out the point, Steve Hare used to be the guy, yeah, it's your go. I think it's your go. Except he seemed to have every second go. So,
well, when you're making the list, it's easy to get yourself on top, I guess.
Yeah. So still waiting on Oni's and Raymar's wave. So
after this, we'll be moving into the round of 16 for the women's QS 3000. So plenty of big names up there. A lot of contenders for that top spot in the Asia ranking also. So we're in for some really good surfing as these guys split the peak. Always a risk, I feel, splitting the peak. Someone with priority and a little bit of a more strategic plan can get you. And there goes Danny, sending that little blowtail again. This time he did go for the reverse. Nice white, it looks like an epoxy board there, carrying him through all these flatter areas, and gets the completion. So similar possibly to his last wave.
Yes, and it'll certainly get rid of his 2.40, but I think you're right there. I think it will be similar to his last wave. Out the back we have Riaru. He's got a nice lined up left there, a couple of nice turns to start with. Back into the power there, nice little wrap. Is he going to have a section, or is it going to run into the channel, which the lefts have sort of been doing? Yeah, so they're not getting that final move there on the left.
It must have felt good to get one right finally. That's sensational. It did run into the channel.
You mean me get one right? I picked a score yesterday.
I've had some horrors today, but that was spot on. I like that.
Yeah, well, that's the issue with the left out here. And again, I guess if we get a drone shot at some stage up above, we can actually see what's happening there. The right does run into the other left, which is coming in from the northern side of the wave, which is on your
onto the
left.
beach, as we saw.
Yeah, the left is running into the channel on the right of your screen there, which would be to the south. and they're not getting that last manoeuvre. And I think the judges love that last move, and that's why most people have been sticking to the rights. It's almost like, although nothing size-wise, you know, when you see Margaret River, you know, they tend to be able to finish it off at Margaret River but the left. It's known as a left, but on the left it just runs into that channel.
It used to be known as a left.
It did, yeah.
And if you're out there for a free surf and you're going to go right, you're in for a long paddle back.
Yeah.
If you're on the left, you actually can kick out, get back around and paddle back out. Not so many issues here, but I think also as this tide changes within the next hour, you can possibly see that little left get a little bit better as the rip bowl sort of finds that channel out there.
Yeah.
And there was a few more finishing sections yesterday, just as the tide topped out and started to drain back out, causing that little rip bowl to sort of get a few nicer steep sections and some good finishes.
Still waiting on a few waves there. The judges have got some decisions to make, watching some replays.
Raymar got a 4.90. That's interesting. He's on top at the moment, but I'm not sure for how long because there's some serious numbers to drop as Oni gets to work again. Oni.
Not a lot of action there. He's going to see if he can get some speed up on the inside. You almost think he's got to do something amazing to really get any points for this wave. And that wasn't amazing. It was nice, but relatively standard. Yeah, relatively standard these days.
A lot of downtime,
I think he knew that. He's probably hoping for a bigger section and a bit more rotation there, but you know, he did finish it off. He's got to get rid of a 4. I'd be struggling to think that.
Well, Danny dropping a 4.75 for his last wave, so there's still 2 to drop in.
I think Oni's got 2 coming, has he? Oh, here comes the previous one at 2.0, so he's still got that last wave to come through.
Riaru 1 to drop in for him.
Which was that
which
left,
was quite nice, and unfortunately it ran into the channel. But we do have Danny sitting on top and Raymar Robert Magaluna sitting in second at the moment. Danny in third priority, nothing to lose having a look at that one.
So Raymar's from Pung Pung, would that be right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, which is the little town in between Cloud 9 and General Luna, which is the main town near Cloud 9. A lot of good surfers from Pung Pung. You've got Pung Pung and Saging and Katangnan and GL. Really a breeding ground for fantastic surfers, and has been for quite some years actually.
It has, and it looks like Riaru's numbers are starting to drop in there. He's looking for a 5.80 to get himself into first. Judge is not quite getting there with a 4.15. Raymar forcing that little sloppy section, trying to get his fins free.
And Oni picking up one wide. So, yeah, a little like the last one. There was nothing there for him. He was sort of hanging around, I guess, under priority. Figured he may as well take off.
Yep.
But he's now drifted back to third place as these other scores come in. Still waiting for a score for Oni, but Danny's moved to the head and
so
to
that
the
last
lead.
one, Danny's not going to go towards anything. So the situation is Danny in the lead, Robert Magaluna in second. Oni's in third now, needing a 4.31. And Rioro with a 4.15 and a 3.25, needing a 4.90.
So just, I don't know if anyone was listening yesterday, and I might just wait till after this wave from Raymar. He's going to go left. He's going to do something big. Okay, bogged a rail there, so he needs to do something big.
Yep, I'd be almost telling him off.
Yeah.
Get off this wave, not telling him off.
Yeah,
to get off
which
this
is
wave
okay.
after that opening mistake. And there's Oni staying super busy. He's just, there we go. Bit of Oni flair.
Okay, if he can finish this off.
Oh, there we
Oh,
couldn't finish
he
it
just
off.
didn't.
Now
Just bit off a bit more than he could chew
Danny up
there.
and riding. These guys not giving you a moment to talk, Jerry.
No,
Danny just doing
no.
some rail to rail work. Nothing substantial yet. Nice little tail slash there. Getting back to the whitewash, hoping this stands up.
All right, so waiting on some scores there. Really a shame that Oni did not finish that one off because he was heading towards a pretty decent score there.
It did look good. I don't think there's going to be anything too substantial dropping in that last little exchange.
No.
All between the 1s to 3, I think. Nothing really major, unless I've been wrong a lot this morning about those things.
Oh, I've been wrong for the last 2 weeks about plenty. I don't lose any sleep over it.
No.
We're a couple of, just so you know out there, we're a couple of amateurs.
And we don't read the comments, so have at it.
Yeah, we don't read the comments, definitely not.
Have at us, it's all good.
What we do is we give shout-outs. So hello to my lovely wife and daughter, Susan and Lily. My brother John, who's always sitting around watching this, and Muzza, who got upset that I didn't say hello to him yesterday. And
Rico, better say Rico.
Rico. We're thinking about you, Rico. I know your mum's not well at the moment, so I think he's going to head back home and make sure his mum's okay. So our thoughts and prayers are with you, Rico. And anyone else that wants a hello, I'm prepared to do it. Send me a message.
Oh, mate, you're very, very willing to show how many friends you got.
Oh, I guess I'm not going to get invited back next year, so, I'll take advantage this year.
All
There's
right.
a couple of lines, and who we have paddling? We have Danny. Danny, who's well in the lead. Not well in the lead, but nicely in the lead. And we have Oni on the... Was that Oni on
That's
the other
not Oni.
side?
That's
it's
Riaru.
not. It's Riaru, yeah. Riaru on the other, going left. Finished it off nicely. 2 manoeuvres there from Riaru.
There's a lot going on.
There
We've
is
got
a
back
lot.
to back to back.
Who's
So
that,
another
Ray?
exchange. Rima getting to work out the back. He's just going tag for tag. And you'd have to say if you're Rayma, you're going to just keep working that backhand attack because that's what's getting him through this.
Exactly. And that last manoeuvre of his that he didn't make, we discussed it yesterday online. I discussed it with the Waxhead yesterday about missing that last move. Like, he could have... It had shut down. He tried to do a little sort of white water floaty thing and basically fell off. I think it's probably semi-detrimental to do that on a manoeuvre that was not going to get him any points anyway.
Yep, now Oni. So everyone now with scores to lock in. Oni, nice wrap back to the power source. He's going to look for that section. Just so dynamic, and then he may have another little finishing move, but he's going to kick off, and that's what you
I
were
said.
talking there. Kick off. You've done the work.
You've done the work. There was not a lot to be gained there.
No.
There was no air. All it was a little tap. And so rather than tap it and fall off, or tap it and not ride out of it, get out of there. So that's going to be, I think, on his best wave. That was a scorcher, actually.
It was pretty good. That was a nice whippy reverse that he threw in there.
And he did a nice re-entry at the start, followed by a nice wrap back into the power. There wasn't a lot of downtime. He was picking up his speed for his inside manoeuvre, which he pulled off nicely. And we're waiting for 4 scores with 6 minutes to go. So
Oni has already got himself possibly 9 waves with 5 minutes to go. That's a surf for me. That's a 2-hour
Stopped.
surf.
Yeah.
Raymar's got a score to drop in. Everyone has a score to drop in. So 5 minutes and 40 seconds. A 5.36. There we go. Danny dropping a score already.
Riaru.
So Riaru dropping a score, an 8.0.
So that was for that left. So there were 2
left.
linked together, massive turns, and the judges loved it.
Here we go. Hopefully we get the replay. Here he is, up and riding. Goofy footer.
1,
Massive amount of spray.
2. Oh, look
And
at
then that
half
fin
of the
drift.
board. Yeah.
And that's just showing that those excellent scores are available out there. He just crept into the excellent with that 8.0, and that's why he hit those 2 moments just spot on.
Yeah, the replay really showed that. I saw that it was a good wave to start with, and vaguely remembered what had happened. But yeah, that replay really showed what the judges are going to score
I
today.
think you caught him Oni as he was up on that one too.
I did, yeah. No, well, it was on his switchfoot, and they swapped shirts for a second. So. Yeah, but the wave was a beauty. Obviously, Oni's a natural, and Riaru's a goofy, which... Go the Goofies.
Go the Goofies. So there's a number dropped in for Rayma, a 4.15. It's matching his low score, so it doesn't really change his situation. He still needs a 5.36, but there's a good chance when Danny's score locks in, there's Oni. You're right, a 6.0, definitely the best wave of his heat. So making things a little bit harder for the rest of the guys. 1 score to drop in for Danny as things take a little break out there. I know the guys out in the water will be screaming for a situation, but
They will be,
the
yes.
beach commentator's going to wait for this last number from Surfer in White to drop in before he can tell them, so they know where they're at. But without that one locking in, and he's needing a 5.26,
he's
early
not-
indications a 3.70. Here's Oni's
6.0. So nice start there. A bit of a wrap coming up here. And he's pumping now. He sees what's there. He knows what he needs to do, and boomo, he does it. Didn't fully ride out of it perfectly. He lost a little bit of speed, but it was enough to finish the manoeuvre. There's Rayma not doing much on that one. And Oni again.
Oni again. You might have to surf again, Oni. Just relax.
Yeah, 40 waves on the day.
I think he'd do 42 if he needs to.
Okay, he's going to finish it off again, similar to the last one. Nice spin.
And he's loving it.
He's pointing at us.
He was pointing at us.
Thanks for dinner, Jerry.
Yeah, that's cool. He's having fun, and probably what he's doing now, he's He probably doesn't know he's in second. He would have heard that 8 that came through for Riaru, so he knows he needs something. But he also wants to get himself securely into. He wants to get into first.
And I don't know that that's going to go up as high as his 6 on the last one, but it could be close to there. But I think it's probably going to outdo his 4.75. What are you thinking? Somewhere in the middle there?
I'm going to be timid. I'm going to be Switzerland on this one. I'm just going to sit right on that fence.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a 5.25 or something like that. I'm prepared to stick my neck out, John, and be proven wrong. I'm just so used to it.
What's your number?
5.25 is my number.
5.25.
So look, I'd like him to see. We'd like to see him get a big score. I'd really like to see Raymar take off and do something big right at the end here. We always want to see the Shargau boys go berserk.
Yep.
They've got a lot of support here as well.
Yeah.
Filipino anyway.
And they are dropping. They're dropping along the line like flies at the moment.
At the moment,
Filmar getting through to the quarterfinals quite well.
At this stage, yeah, we only have Filmar, and I think they're going to prove me wrong here. It's going to be 6.0, so it was better. So I was less than a point away.
Less than a point, and it's kept him still in second place, needing a 6.11. But now Danny and Raymar are 6.55 for Danny to get up into that second advancing position, and a 7.15 for Raymar. So those boys almost have to, Raymar particularly has to put everything on the line.
Exactly. It must be hard for the judges there to separate a 6 from 6.05. I mean, basically they're saying it was, and here it is, basically they're saying it was almost the same wave. So he did the wrap, but he had done a re-entry on the previous one, so there it is. So there's the same 2 manoeuvres. So I'm thinking maybe they liked this reverse more than the previous one. He rode out of it beautifully,
yeah,
I've got to say.
He did get a little bit high. Maybe it was the claim.
Maybe it was the claim.
It was
yeah.
the claim, Joe. Maybe you got point
it's minus 1 point for a claim, I tell you.
You do love a
I
claim.
tells you.
I tells you.
When I was in charge of the local comps in Shargau, I used to say to the boys, you claim, and I'm taking a point from you. Back in the days when I was the organiser and head judge of the whole schmear.
So Oni's there now asking for a situation. He's probably not just going to want to hear his scores. He's going to want to hear
what the others need.
Close to him and who needs to do what. And then my guess will be he may move closer to them.
With 4th priority, there's not a lot he can do apart from just see if
Try
he
to
can
sell
take
some
it inside,
waves.
yeah. And here goes Raymar on the left. So will it run into the channel? Will he get any value out of it? It looks kind of small. And he's not got a lot of speed. Come on, you can do a big finish here. Okay, a little bit of a foam climb there. He hasn't given up at any stage. Oh well, he lost his balance there. He was pushing a little too hard.
There was a little
think,
stumble towards one of those last turns, and might have just slipped his foot out of position a little bit because that was an uncharacteristic as he was moving towards the next one.
So Danny has priority with 5 seconds to go. It looks to me like it's Riaru.
Victory lap.
And Oni are going to move on through to the quarterfinals. So, yeah, this is just a victory lap for Riaru, who's surfed fantastically, actually. He was in the lead from the start, then got that 8.
8.2 for 2 moves, sensational.
Yeah. Oh, 8.0.
The judges are going to have to score that too, which is always fun for them on those dying seconds.
Yeah, it is, but it's not going to affect the outcome. So I gather we're going to head off into a break, and we'll see you after the break.
Thanks, Jerry Deegan.
Cheers.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sport.
Welcome back. That concludes the round of 16 of the men's. We're straight into Heat 1 of the women's. Nanaho Suzuki, Vea Estrelado, Katie Inui, and Mara Lopez. And I'm here with John Carby, the Waxhead, back in the booth right now. Conditions slightly onshore, but lots of scoring opportunity. We saw so many exchanges in that last heat, and it came right down to the wire in the end. And
unfortunately, it was Danny Widiando bowing out and Robert Maglaluna unable to capitalise in that last 5 minutes. But an interesting one to watch from the beach, everyone on the edge of their seats. And this is Mara Lopez up early, getting her campaign off to a start, and hits the lip line and snaps that one and unable to ride out.
Put in the work. That onshore has sort of kicked up. We saw sort of that front move in again. That little wind squall sort of kicked in. Wondering if there's going to be some rain behind it. Sorry, this is Kaidi up and riding. Nice little foam climb there. Nothing too. Will it stand up? And the judges will be using these first few waves to reset the scale, but also doing that very quick. So Katie dropping a 3.50. Loving that little tap that she got there.
Yeah, just a little composed body language there. Kaidi keeps her arms pretty relaxed and down by her sides. A fantastic longboard surfer. She's took out the win there in Loon for the LQS. Her first win of the in her career, WSL win. 3 times world SUP champion. Stand-up paddleboard champion.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and the 18-year-old starting off 3.5, but it was Suzuki with the 6, just the opening ride there. Solid, strong opening ride there from Nanaho, which is what we expect.
Yep, and it looks like we've got 3 women in the heat. I think Via Estrelado isn't going to be competing.
Okay.
I think she didn't quite get here. She's got some school commitments, which is pretty important. Surfing is great, but life is life, so sometimes things come up, and a shout out to Via Estrelado. She's probably watching this. Things happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Great surfer too. She's the Philippine number 1.
Wow.
She lives in Sorsogon, which is a beach break, not too dissimilar to this, so she probably would have put in a really strong standing here also. Shout out to Via. I know you're upset, but head high. There's plenty of time for you.
Hopefully we'll be back next year, and it seems that everything is on song for an event here next year. A lot of positivity coming out of Belair. We're in the Province of Aurora, Sabang Beach. Feel free to look it up on Google. There's lots of waves around here. We are on the beach break to the north, the south. There's reefs, there's points, little coves. And we're going to go down and catch up with Camille, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you. So yes, Ryaru Ito, current number 5 in the rankings, and you're blasting through to the quarterfinals. And you're someone who I would say is like an A student in school. Like your scores are always so way up there. Yesterday you posted an 8.65, and in that previous heat you got an 8.0. So you just have a knack for high scores. So what's your secret?
No secret. Secret is here.
Okay, can you tell us about your magic board?
Yeah, magic board.
What are the dimensions of this?
Breadwana surfboard is from Australia, and yeah, really good surfboard. Yeah.
This is a 5'8", 5'7"?
5'8". Yeah, 5'8".
Is it okay if we also take a look at your magic fins?
Yeah,
Oh, you got the John Johns. The camera get that? Sweet. It looks so nice with a black template and red highlight. So yeah, would you say that breaks like this? Whoa, the magic board. Oh no. Oh good. It's okay. I think that would push your scores to the 9-point range this time. Okay. Mini heart attack. Daijoubu desu ka?
Daijoubu, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ryaru. So yeah, would you say that surfing beach breaks like this in Belair is good for Japanese surfers or Japanese competitors who also want to make it in the qualifying series?
Yeah. So, I like this beach break. So, yeah, so nice wave. Yeah.
Okay, and as you just witnessed today, Japanese surfers are really doing excellently here in Belair. So just take a note for the upcoming season that, yeah, you could post good scores here, especially if you have magic boards like Ryaru does. So you want to say something in Nihongo before I let you go?
次も8点ぐらい出して頑張ります。See you.
All right, thank you. Back to the live action.
Near incident there, that board falling. It's
I'm so happy we set that interview on the grass.
on the grass, 100%, not the
Yeah.
concrete. But also a testament to that onshore wind coming. But that'll create some ramps. We've got the higher tide right now. It's just about to. It's
we're
got
close.
another half an hour or 40 minutes, about 10ish. But 25-minute heat still, round of 16 for the women. So Suzuki with a 6 and a 3.10. It was Mara Lopez, the local from La Union, a 3.9, a 2.15 to get her campaign started here in the Pro Women's. She is the she's the national champ for the junior division. And here we have Nanaho Suzuki. She's very sprightly, and that one she's having a little bit of fun out there.
She is, and that's one of those incidents where we saw yesterday, actually, Susan Susan Escanilia. She laid down, hopped back up, and continued to ride the wave and ended up dropping a 5.60. There was a previous standing rule, it might have been actually a long time ago, I'm not sure when it was actually changed. I was talking with some of the judges. It used to be at one point judged as 2 waves, but they got rid of that and said, no, it's still 1 wave. You can't say it's 2 waves because it's literally the same
I
wave.
remember that conjecture yesterday. Funnily enough, in longboarding, that was very common in the 80s as well, with flatter rocket boards with a lot more area on the boards. You saw surfers do that. But these days, if you're to get on your stomach and paddle, there's not a lot of flat area on the boards, so you're probably going to fall off the back of the wave anyway.
Yeah.
But you imagine you're on a longer, flatter board, you're going to have more
absolutely.
momentum. Longboarders had been known to do it in the past, but it does interrupt the flow. So that was she probably juiced the maximum amount of points that you're able to. There was the Bells Skins event there in '97, where Oki took the win. It's a famous backside performance of Oki down there. If you look it up on YouTube, he slipped on his takeoff and fell on his stomach and got up in the whitewash, but ended up winning hundreds of thousands of dollars that event.
Oki Wood.
Yeah.
Mara
Exactly.
Lopez up and riding.
So Mara, she's got that beautiful Smith shapes, that round tail. She's got a very strong, powerful style, which is a little bit unusual coming from La Union because it's not the most powerful wave. So I'd love to see what Mara's capable of, perhaps taking her over there to Shargao and getting her some barrels.
I think she would take to it like a duck to water. She's definitely up for the challenge. She's up for anything. She really pushes surfing, and La Union's got that great point. They've got the beach break. They've got a few other waves around that region as well. There's a few little rock ledges also, if you know where to go. So she's got a really good sort of selection where she's at, and you can tell from the surfers from La Union, they are all really good at almost every sort of area.
Yep. And, nice. Slash there from Kaede, and she pumps her way through the inside. Really relaxed body language, and they're opening the arms up a little bit more, and she'll be looking to finish strong on the inside. Gets another carve. So a series of carves there, Carby. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, that was good. That's possibly going to be one of the stronger waves of this heat. It may get close to Nanaho's 6.0. Nanaho seems to do things with a little bit more intent on her waves. So that might be just a softer version, but I believe she's going to jump herself definitely up into second position after that wave. And she'll be nipping at the heels of Nanaho after that one, I believe, too. So with 15 minutes remaining, Mara's going to hear those scores and realise she's going to get a requirement soon. Her last wave of 2.0, so she's going to want to get out of her lower region scores. She's going to need one of those open faces. I believe she will want to stick to the rights a little more than the lefts.
So it was June Esquivel there, the brother of JR, and he'll be giving some tips to Mara. And
yep, great support network. That La Union crew is just family. That's what they are. A lot of them actually are family, so you get down there and you know who they are because they support each other. Some of the best down there.
And I've been helping out a couple of them while I've been here in the Philippines, and JR while he was on that tour, and about 10 of them call me Coach. Coach, I'm sure you get the same.
It is. You get titled in the Philippines, so attorney will be known as attorney.
Okay.
If you ever come across, so governor will be called Gov or mayor, or so doc. You know what I mean? It's one of those places. Sure. Teacher, my wife, she's a teacher. She'll be known as teacher.
Okay.
I have a school there in Shargao called Nisi. They call me teacher for a while. And I was like, I'm not a teacher. You can't call me that. So they just call me boss.
Boss. Yeah, boss man. Boss man Carby.
Yeah.
Yeah, boss. I love that one. And Mara Lopez, strong, powerful surfer. I feel like her strengths are hitting the lip line. She uses her frame really well.
I feel her strength is her sheer determination.
Okay.
She is a hungry young competitor, and she takes in everything that comes her way. You're right, she's strong and she can hit that lip. For me, her age, she's got to hit that next level of development in her physical body will change a lot, and this is where everything's going to start making more sense. So what she's learning and doing at this young age is going to be like so important when she hits that next level, and then she ends up, hey, I can now put spray off that I've never seen before. So it's exciting watching young boys and girls develop in their maturity, their body as it develops. Like they learn that there's power.
Yeah, with their surfing style specifically, Mara's working out what kind of surfer she is. You know, she's powerful, got that strong, heavy-footed approach. Where on the other end of the spectrum, Kaede is she glides on that shortboard really well. Yep. She's on a very short composite epoxy. You see here,
and here she goes,
just carving that one around, and you see her very neutral-footed and just pumping through this one and. Very low body language. Gets that one was a little crisper. That second turn, so that'll be a.
So she dropped a 4.15 for that right hander she got before. So definitely got herself into a conversation. Now there'll be another score to drop for her, and up and riding is Nanaho again.
Yeah, so Nanaho was over there at the World Junior Titles and really enjoyed seeing the Japanese surfers over there, the maturity in their style. Just talking about, and here goes Mara, and. She carves that one off. She's going to be looking for the inside track. And I wonder if Mara had a chance to stand in front of the break before she paddled out. Because a lot of the surfers are either on the left or the right side. And that's where the check-in is there. So the surfers are pretty much straight out the front of where the judges are.
Yep,
right?
And there's our angry beach marshals making sure that the surfers are checked in and they've got their jerseys on before they leave and by the time they get back.
And yeah, there's a lot of rules surrounding that. You can't go too far, but the Union crew are off to the north a little bit, looking into the right-hander. But it's always different when you paddle out onto a rip bowl to see where you've got to line up because it's shifting. It's moving. You can see the two rips converging out where the surfers are right now. So you have the rip on the left and the rip on the right, combining out the back. So I'm just hoping Mara has some situational awareness and is able to position herself because if she can get one of those little bowls, she put some pressure on Kaede, but netting a 3.76, pretty marginal score right now. But Suzuki holding the priority. You can imagine that she's going to be looking to capitalize and pounce on the next opportunity that comes in.
Yep, absolutely. And Mara dropping in a 3.15. She needs a 4.25 because Kaede also dropping a 4.0 for that left. You were right. I think the judges loving that second turn and the combination that led to it.
Yeah, and that's going to be make life a little bit harder for them. But Mara, 12 years of age, and she's I guess you'd say a child prodigy of Philippine women's surfing. She's coming up through the ranks, and we look forward to seeing more of her. She's going to be coming up in the longboard division as well.
Yep, and absolutely. And my thing for her is it's her determination. Like you can... You know when you hit those certain people and you can just see it in their eye? She's one of them already at 12.
Fierce, yeah.
I have a 12-year-old at home also who's actually taken to wakeboarding.
Oh, wow.
And so she's loving that. And just when you find that sport that your kid enjoys and wants to do, it's beautiful. My other one, Asha, has gymnastics. So
okay.
Nanaho, I couldn't mention one without the other. Oh, Nanaho.
I was just noticing how far forward she was and like really up forward of
center.
center.
She was trying to get down that wave the whole time. As you can see her pumping, keeping that momentum on the front of the board to get down that section, and it just didn't work. Bounced a little too hard as Mara gets up. Nice little wrap. And then will this thing stand up on the inside and give her that lip line that she's looking for? Just a little sort of foam climb there. And then a strong finish from Mara. If she can get clear of it, that's going to be a good little number for her. She may even get a little bonus on the inside. My recommendation would be to kick out of there and use that as a confident paddle back out. Yeah, what's your thoughts on that little finishing? It's a hard call, isn't it?
Yeah, for the 4.25, it's going to need to be a little bit more of a combination. And there we have our surfers coming up in the next heat. That is Kana Nakashio, who took out the win over there in La Union. Sarah Wakita coming up. Jolina Longos and Daisy Valdez. So given the conditions, it's a tricky heat out there right now, and this is Inui up and riding and sliding her way around. She'll go back and probably pinch priority off Mara, who's still paddling out. But yeah, it's just a combination of manoeuvres. A 3.15 for Mara. No, she's still got a score still to lock in, so judges will be taking the time to digest that.
And they have to wait for these surfers to stop catching waves. There's been plenty of waves ridden throughout this heat. With 8 minutes remaining, every surfer is almost on 5, except for Mara Lopez. Oh yeah, she has a score to drop in, so every surfer on 5 waves.
And what's been your highlight of the area so far in Belair?
For me, it's the element of the search, the discovery. It's an untapped resource here, which is super exciting. Mara Lopez, nice opening wrap by the looks of things on her positioning on that one. Getting a little stuck up on that climb. But yeah, the thrill of a
she
search.
Dropped a 4.6 on that wave before last.
So Mara Lopez back in that heat. And yeah, she did do a lot of work on that. The judges loving that. And they're setting that scale off what the girls have done in this heat. So 4.60, they're liking it.
I feel like we only caught up with her towards the end of that wave. Maybe there must have been an opening slice.
My feeling they might be liking the little bit more aggression that Mara brings to the wave in comparison to Kaede, who has that more relaxed, almost longboard style, like you said. So maybe they like that. We got a little frozen screen there, but that's an interesting view. They're out there somewhere. There we are, back to action. So a score to drop in for Nanaho, and that one for Mara, a 2.75 on her last one. So Mara doing what she needed to do on her previous to last wave, needing a 4.51 now to move into first, and Katie only needing a 4.36 to get back up into second, well within her striking range. And she's just going to have to reset, focus, and take her time, basically.
We were just saying before that your favourite part was the untapped resource and the search, and there is a lot of waves around here. I've really enjoyed the food, and I think the food here is... there's a lot of variety. We had Japanese food last night. There's Korean food, really fresh fish. All the ingredients are very fresh down here in Belair. And if you are in Manila or somewhere in the Philippines and you want to come for somewhere a little unique, somewhere that not a lot of people who aren't from Manila come and enjoy it.
Yeah, I've got to shout out to the locals too.
Yeah,
that's also my favourite part of Belair, and a lot of around the Philippines, but in particular in Belair here. They've been so accommodating. If I need laundry done, there's 5 hands that go up who will take me to do the laundry. We ended up in cars and motorbikes and everything the other day, running up and down the coastline. Just hospitality plus down here in Belair. The hotel that we're in, A-class service. Like, my room's beautifully and immaculately cleaned every day. It's just a little pocket of the Philippines that is first class. I love it.
And a shout out to Costa Pacifica, which is where we're performing this webcast. We've got the breakfast down there. You can hear the forks in the background. And the competition, the bank is straight out the front. So coincidentally, it's the best bank on the 7-kilometre stretch.
Yeah, there's 7 kilometres of beaches too. So you're definitely going to get a wave to yourself. We've got a glitch in the screen as Nanaho's taking off.
And we want to say thanks to the Tingog Party List, Department of Tourism, Philippine Sports Commission, and the Olympic Committee, Bagong Pilipinas, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, Mayor Rhett Angara, who was down here before, Sunny Angara, the Senator, Congressman Ramel Angara, Department of Tourism Region 3, which is where we are right now. And this is Kaidi Inui, who's been enjoying her time here. A little snap, wiggling, and gets into the lip line, and she rides out as well. So that's going to make things very interesting with 5 minutes to go. She was chasing a 4.36.
I think in context, she's going to get that. She's going to get that score. That last hit on right into the lip, really critical. I 100% believe she's going to get that requirement for sure. I've been wrong before, but I like the way that wave was. Here's Nanaho's one that we missed earlier as a screen froze, for us at least. I don't think too much happened. Nothing to go into her to. And this one taking priority off Mara. A smart choice. Nice opening wrap. Just waiting patiently for this thing to stand up. And then as it stands up, another wrap. And then right up into the lip line there. Nice and critical. Nice and smooth. Rode out and then kicked off. I think the body language on her, she was happy.
Yeah. She carries her speed really well between the dead sections. You can see a combination of the rail to rail and engaging the fins with a little bit of that pumping as well. And here goes the power surf from La Union. She hits the lip line. and you're pumping down the line, and she hits it again. Can she line up for something on the inside? Nice power carve, and she goes down.
Would have loved to see her go a little bit more intent on that second turn. Looked like she sort of half pulled out of that maybe for safe. 5.10 dropping for Katie on her last wave. So we do have a situation change, and Katie is back into second. Mara now chasing a 4.86 to advance.
And Nanaho up and riding, and I mean, she's having, for her, a forgettable heat, I must say. And I say that with I say that with a lot of respect, because we know the competitor that she is.
Yep.
And, she will most likely get through this heat, but she's not safe. 3 minutes to go. Kaidi with priority, and we'll see where Mara's likely behind. She'll get third priority. And some really exciting prospects there for Mara. I mean, she's got, we just talked about her tenacity. She's got a really good power game, and when she does learn a little bit more about her body and the way that she can utilize her body to her advantage, as we just saw then, sometimes it's the contrast. You got Kaide, who's wiggling and flowing through turns. You got Mara, who's muscling her way through turns, and when you can work out that finesse, you end up with something like Nanaho Suzuki.
Exactly.
That combination, right?
Exactly. You got to, yeah, that's a great comparison. That's a great way to point it out. So slow and cruisy for Kaede, more aggressive Mara, and then there's smooth and silky Nanaho. So Kaede up and riding again.
That'll come with training, and it'll come with video reviews. And there we go, Kaede snapping that one around. Wow, so a couple of fans of spray there, nothing singular that stands out, but just maybe taking that wave strategically off the other competitors.
She's looking to throw away a 4.15, I believe. Maybe no.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be there, but we're not the judges. Of course, they've got a more expansive view.
3.65, so at least we got it right.
Yeah.
Mara, a 2.70 for her last one. Needing a 4.66, sorry. And the eyes are glitching out. 1 minute and 40 seconds, so pressure is on Mara. Nanaho sitting out there with priority, but Mara has second priority. And like say for Nanaho, she's got the win, but it's not going to be something she's going to be super proud of, I don't believe.
No.
But there's some wins that you love because you just felt right, you felt good. There's other wins that I'm glad I got it, but I need to do more.
Yeah, and it'd be nice that she's not peaking at the wrong time.
Absolutely.
She'll go take some momentum through the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals will be coming up after. Well, you're the co-contest director. What's the call on the quarterfinals?
The quarterfinals will be going ahead.
Yeah,
the waves are definitely contestable. We've seen 8s drop in the previous last heat, so if the waves are there to be surfed, we're going to surf them.
Nice.
We look at forecast, but we don't. We look at the surf in front of us a lot closer than our forecast because no one knows.
Well, it's funny. Surfline actually sent me a review today. They said, "Can you review yesterday's forecast in Belair?" It was just a little survey.
Yep.
I thought I certainly can because I watched it all day, and they were a little bit wrong. So here goes Mara, last ditch effort. 35 seconds remaining, chasing the 4.66. She's lining up this section. She hits the and just comes down. Her eyes going down the line.
Yep. It's an important lesson. Live in the moment. Get that turn completed, and then look at the next one.
Reset for the next one.
Reset for the next one, because unless you're finishing that first turn, you're not going to go anywhere else anyway. It's something really point break surfers do better than anyone else. They live in that moment. Point break surfers who project down the line, and here goes Nanaho just trying to just shake off and find what she's going to need to, because she will be back out there for quarterfinals. So she's looking at what to do, and this is our 2 heat leaders. So safe to say, 1 and 2 are going through here. In what order is going to be up to the judges, because Katie's going to town.
Yeah, she finishes strong on the inside. Nanaho just going for the swan dive. But
same for Mara, but experience building her portfolio.
And those scores will be red and white, making it through. Nanaho, well, the 2 Japanese surfers moving through, so it'll be a clean sweep into the quarterfinals. And up next, we're actually going to have Jerry Deegan and Marco, one of the local chefs and surfing extraordinaire, coming into the booth. Don't go anywhere after the break. We'll be back.
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so
WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. We are straight into Heat 2 of the round of 16 of the women's QS 3000. This is the first time a WSL event has been held here in Belair, and luckily for us we have a veteran local, Marco, in the booth, and Jerry Deegan, and Marco is going to talk us through the local spot. We're going to go through this heat, and we're introducing Sarah Wakita, Kana Nakashio, Yolena Longus, and Daisy Valdez. How are you, Jerry?
I'm very well, thank you, and thanks for joining us, Marco Villarreal. He's from right here in Belair, and he's surfed here his whole life, worked here, lived here, and I'm happy to have you here, mate. How are you feeling about being in front of the camera, or being behind the camera at least?
Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Excellent.
I'm really happy I'm here.
And what about the conditions today? Is this typical of this time of year?
This time of the year is really typical, and we're really lucky. We got sunshine and all this pretty good waves, scoring waves, you know. Really happy we get to see all this like good waves and perfect scoring waves.
And what about having WSL here? You know, did you think this would happen? Are you happy about it?
Oh, this is like our goal, like long time ago, and really blessed that we're having it now, right now. I think the time is now to do this. So yeah. Really.
Sarah Wakita up and riding. We'll get back to that in a second, Marco. And Sarah comes in as the ratings leader. And the Japanese, it's just a clean sweep in that top 10. But crisp, smooth surfing from Sarah. And she'll finish off that one. And this event's really important, Marco. Not only is it the first time a WSL event's here in Belair, but for having two WSL events in the Philippines, means a lot of these Asian region surfers can surf within the area, and they don't have to spend a whole heap of money going to other countries to get those valuable qualification points. And this is Kana Nakashio, and Kana took out the win over there in La Union, and she's doing really well on the rankings at the moment. We saw her at the sushi restaurant just in town yesterday, which was your recommendation.
Oh yeah.
She was sitting downstairs, and that's us, the Waxhead. We've got Marco and Jerry Deegan there, so it's an international affair right now. And say hello to the world, Marco.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Belair. You know.
Thank you. For
really happy you guys are here. You get to experience Belair.
Yeah, I mean, we were together last night. We had dinner at the Japanese last night and had a bit of a chat. And we asked Marco if he'd come on, and I believe he was a little nervous about coming on. But we're glad you've shown up here, buddy.
Yeah. Did you get a surf this morning?
I did not, but I was just checking the surf.
Checking the waves, yeah.
And where's your favourite place to surf here? Do you surf the beach? Do you surf Cemento?
It's always the beach break right here, and it's and it's Cemento. You know.
Yeah, and Cemento is probably the more famous wave around here. I guess in the early days it wasn't overly crowded. I mean, you surfed there, I imagine, thousands of times or hundreds of times at least.
Yeah, it's a reef break, and you get to walk through the reefs and with the whole, you know.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because we went out there the other day and we didn't understand that you had to walk through the mangroves so far. And I will tell the folks out there, when we recommended, myself and someone else with Johnny Carby going out there, I rang Marco and said, look, we're going to go out there. And he said, don't go, it's going to be terrible. And not only did I not listen, but yeah. So I always take a local.
I still believe it's going to be fun because you got all this like nice set waves and
just the wind. You were right, you said the wind was bad, and the wind was bad. And so in Belair here, before surfing came around and tourism, what happened here? Were people fishermen? Were they farmers? I mean,
yeah, it's always like fishing village.
Yep.
We're really proud of those people.
Yep.
They get to feed us and everything, but yeah, I think all these American people like pilots and they get to discover all the surf spots.
Yeah, and that's how they discovered these
Then came
surf
in the
spots.
Hollywood
Yeah, well,
So-
we had a movie here, right?
Yeah.
Apocalypse Now. I think we're going to, while we've got Sarah on the way, we'll have a little
So
take
Sarah.
on the backhand there. Nice little off the top to finish there.
Well, she's opened up the 4.25 and the 2.6. So that wave, you'd have to say, was surpassed the 2.6. But while we wait for that to log in, we're going to go down to the glass with Camille, and she has Nanaho.
Thank you. So yes, I am with Nanaho Suzuki, who is advancing now to the women's quarterfinals. And Nanaho, right now your ranking is at number 4. And so you think you can bag the 3,000 points this time?
Yeah, I have to do.
And I see you're on a new stick. This was not the board you used in La Union, right?
Yeah, it's different. This is carbon rod, Mayhem surfboard. So I like to use the small wave. Pretty nice.
Oh, interesting. It's a fully carbon board. So maybe we'll ask the Waxhead about the technical aspect about using a carbon board on conditions like this. So tell me about the waves during your heat. It got kind of windy, yeah?
Yeah, so it's so windy and then small and fat waves. So, but pretty fun. And then water is warm. Yeah, nice.
Okay, it's good to know that the water is warm because you'd think it's pretty chilly with all this wind right here. And we see some of the competitors actually putting on spring suits or wetsuits, which is kind of funny for the Philippines. But yeah, you want to say a few words in Japanese or anything else you want to add?
はい、ちょっとコンディションが難しいんですけど、どんどん調子上げて戦っていけたらいいなと思ってるんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, so gambate. And yes, let's go all the way to the 3,000 points. Congratulations, Nanaho. Back to you guys, Jerry Waxhead and Kuya Mako.
Cool. Thank you, Camille.
That was an insightful interview, and she was still pretty stoked, Nanaho, after that heat. She had a few fall-offs, and she didn't really get into rhythm, but she'll be happy to make it through the quarterfinals. She said she really needs to get those points to go further up the rankings. But it's Sarah Wakita, the current ratings leader out there now. The men's, we saw a big change around in the rankings. We saw ratings leader Kajiro Nishi knocked out yesterday. Kian Martin today knocked out. John Mark Takong also knocked out. And a lot of the rankings going up and down after this event. So very interesting. Those 3,000 points mean a lot because the next event after this will be in Australia. You have the 5,000 QS in Newcastle and the 3,000 in Avoca. And those events, they're hotly contested. A lot of Australians looking to get their opportunity to go up the rankings as well. But it's a dual sanction. So they'll be able to keep some of the points in Asia and it would go to their rankings. So it's a really good event, this, to get some momentum. And here we have Nakashio right now, and she taps that one off the top, and she comes around this section and finishes clean with a little fan of spray. And Marco, I wanted to ask, what type of boards did you start surfing here when you were here? Actually, do you know much about our surfer out there now, Jolena Longos?
Yeah, I think he's from Siargao. He's just one of those nice Filipino surfer, and Daisy Valdez from Lloyd John.
I know you know Daisy fairly well. You've known Daisy for many years, right?
Yeah, she's just been doing shortboard and longboard, and pretty good.
And her husband is actually from Belair originally as well.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be Jeff De La Torre from
Jeff
Belair.
De La Torre, yeah. So you know Jeff very well?
Yeah, I grew up with him surfing Cementa and Belair.
You're a little bit older than Jeff?
A little bit, yeah. But I'm really proud that these guys are doing.
They're doing really well. They're doing really well in Melania. I believe
surfing.
Jeff's in China now, helping coach the Chinese team, so I'm told. I was having a chat with Daisy yesterday. So he's there at the moment, and she's mildly nervous they're going to offer him more of a long-time position. So I guess, and there's Daisy right there. She's going to make it through the section. She's trying to bounce through. She didn't quite get through. A bit of a slow start there from Daisy, 10 minutes, and she's really not got a decent score. I don't know what it is with the, apart from Filmar, the Filipino boys today are struggling a little bit. Raymar and Marimar got knocked out.
Even
JR as well.
Neil Sanchez also from Belair, local boy. So surprised.
So I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe some of them are used to more solid, more powerful waves, and today it's not so solid and powerful. The beach breaks here, like, are the banks always pretty good, or sometimes does it just close out?
Yeah, it's really challenging for everyone. Like this time of the year is really like this.
What
and
about
windy and-
in Habagat time? You know, what about
Well,
when you
Habagat-
get a typhoon off the coast? What's the surf like here then?
Oh, it's gonna be epic. Like August, starting in August,
Yep.
September, and
So the same season as
Siargao, I
yeah.
think we're gonna on the same Pacific side. So
Okay, there's Sarah again. Sarah's
I got Sarah.
looking very smooth.
Yeah, crisp surfing from Sarah, and you can see her just carrying that momentum, a really relaxed body language. Look at her just pumping and the ways she's able to use her body. See that forward momentum, steps back and taps that one off the top. So something that Japanese surfers have really brought to this regional tour is a really clinical style of surfing, which is by their nature as well, but something that we see with all the women surfers is their ability to match the wave with their board. They just place everything so well, carry their speed between sections, and this is Kana currently in second spot.
And then up and riding
There's
Jolena as well.
maximizing the whole scoring potential with the wave, you know.
And juicing it, and this is similar to what you see in Chiba or what you see in Shonan, the surf towns down there, and you know, there's a lot of people tuning in from all around the world right now, and a little shout out to our Union crew, and Wendell from Vans, he's just given us a shout out as well.
Oh, yeah,
He's a big
cool.
supporter of the events.
Good to
over
know.
Here, and Luke Landrigan, who was tuning in earlier on, and they're the whole of the Union be tuning in right now.
Yeah, the
watching
Alima
Valdez.
boys, all those
The Alima
guys.
boys, yeah.
Okay, here's Daisy. So she wasn't happy with that.
Oh,
She wants to
come
get
on.
back out and get
Yeah.
some priority. I think, Marco. So what's the situation here, like on the midweek? I know in Siargao now, there's half of the surfers out there are women. Are there many women surfers here now, or is it still semi-dominated by the boys?
It's still dominated by the boys. We try to encourage more women or younger girls to go into surfing, and
Yep.
yeah. We have this local shippers also.
Who's your local shapers?
It's Adhika. It's called Adhika.
Adhika,
Local guys. They surf and yeah.
They're shaping
They're
short
pretty,
boards,
yeah,
long boards?
short boards and long boards, and they're pretty, you know, all of that surfing and everything, and yeah, pretty sportive with people.
Yeah,
Long
okay.
people.
And here's Sarah up and riding, milking this one to the inside.
Oh,
She's
here we
going to
go.
get a section here.
Yeah, Sarah's looking great and crisp surfing from Sarah. So if Sarah can qualify through this, you know, her family's got a really good reputation in Hawaii. She feels comfortable over there. Basically a second home for that Wakita.
Here comes Daisy.
Well, actually their main home for the Wakitas. They spend most of the year over there. And, she took a while to get back over there. Daisy, she had some good momentum in her heat yesterday, but at the moment unable to really capitalise on those rip bowl right-handers. And I was saying to Kabi earlier, this is we're right on the peak of high tide right now. So there's a rip bowl where the medium-sized waves actually are hugging the reef, the beach break. They look like a little reef break, perfect little point. And the bigger ones close out a little bit. I just hope where the Union crew are actually checking the waves, it's over in the cafe to the left-hand side of the screen. They're looking into the wave. Very different in a rip bowl for when you get out there and where you actually line up. Super critical because you've got a current from left to right. And
So you recommend go and stand directly in front of the wave and watch the wave?
all the time. Yeah, and it's just those little things. I saw Mara caught out in the previous heat where she wasn't able to really get those reforms.
Yep.
It's just something I've been identifying, and the Japanese surfers, you know where they're setting up? Straight out the front.
Straight out the front, yeah. Okay, here's Jolene.
That's
Gonna
Jolene
smash
from
that one.
Siargao.
And she's going to hit it again. She's going to get to the inside and get to finish this wave off, hopefully. Okay, she's got some pretty good style. Nice slash there.
Wow, that's going to really spice things up. But judges have been pretty strong on their finishes today. If you've fallen on the end, you don't get points taken off, but you really, it doesn't leave a good taste in the judge's mouth.
Yeah, we had this discussion earlier, and it almost feels like you do get points taken off, and I know you don't.
You just have to finish the whole thing, you know.
You do,
when
yeah.
you
That's
surf.
Sarah. Nice little off the top there by Sarah. She's got style and speed, and she's going to get through this. I don't think
Equipment
she's-
wise, they got the whole nice boards and everything. You know.
They've got it sorted out, the Japanese surfers, and the Japanese women have been dominating. I wanted to ask you, Marco, if you were to surf here, do you even think about the tide? Say it's 3 foot and offshore. Do you consider the tide on the beach? Because I know if you went to Cobra Reef, you would definitely consider the tide.
Yeah, definitely. It
So-
is a really good
So here,
Option,
here you wouldn't consider the tide on the beach. You would just go.
I would.
surfing.
I would.
So
I would
what
still.
tide do you like here, right on this beach here?
It's always got to be mid tide, going
like-
high.
And
yeah.
if you had to choose high or low, what would you take?
I'll go low.
You'd prefer the low tide, okay? But
I like the power and everything, and with the
Alright.
Pacific. Yeah.
and what about the Cobra Reef out there? What's that tide wise?
Oh, Cobra Reef, it works better with mid tide and low tide, going low.
Marco,
Oh, here we
straight ahead
go.
in the screen. Is that an island out there?
Oh, that's a nice question. It's not an island, but it's a peninsula actually.
Okay.
It's called Cape Encanto. But in local dialect, we call it Dalugan, right there. It's
Wow.
Kasiguran.
So that's
Sound,
from the
yeah.
north. It goes all the way around.
It goes all the way around, and we got pretty good waves over there, and yeah,
So it's
left-hander.
phenomenal. So that'd be offshore right now.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be pumping, and yeah.
So
it'll
that's
be
a
fun.
peninsula in the far end. So it goes all the way around.
There's
Wow.
so many like
How long
Lands
would
of-
it take?
land
To,
of
how
lefts.
long would it take to drive from here to that peninsula?
from here to there. It's gonna take us maybe 3.5 hours.
So it's quite
4
a
hours.
distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So his Sarah is
Submission.
silky smooth
Oh
serving.
my
Just the
God,
way
look
she
at that
carries the
turn.
speed. I don't know if it'll be. Well, it was the 6. The judges appreciating the flow between the maneuvers. And see it just carrying that momentum through. And this one here, just really looking crisp and fast. And wow, just I'm such a fan of Wakita's surfing. Again, look at
Pretty
it,
good
just
flow, huh?
carries all the momentum and uses all the speed and all the chops to her advantage. Look, just
Yeah.
irons them out with this style. See her front feet, her back foot comes forward a little bit off the tail pad. And there's these little subtleties, that connection to the equipment. Watch Daisy here. She stays
that's
on
Daisy,
top
yeah.
of the on the tail pad, doesn't move her feet, and they're sure-footed. And if you're not adjusting your feet up and down the board, I mean, Daisy with a 0.7 and a 1.05 compared to Akita a 6 and a 5. That's just showing those adjustments that a connection to your equipment is so crucial, Marco.
Yeah,
And you haven't
exactly.
been too picky with equipment over here over the years. You've had to really often keep those boards, because having a new board delivered to you over in Belair is a pretty rare circumstance, right?
Exactly. We used to surf with one board and 5 guys out there. you know?
Wow.
Like we used to paddle out, and if you're not getting back, like we have to swim and get the board just to get our share, of the
And
wave. You know?
1968, sorry, Jerry.
I was just going to say, so the toughest guy gets the most surfing?
Probably, but not. Yeah, like whoever gets to swim better, I guess.
manages the board.
Yeah.
Talk us
Here
through
it
this one,
comes.
Marco.
Oh, nice turn right there. Oh, flow.
Yeah, part of the criteria
He's just
as well.
maximizing the whole potential of this wave.
And that one, that one
Nice.
incomplete there. But so
Yes.
1968 was the first time recorded surfing here, and 76 was the first time the locals really.
That was the filmmaking thing with the Apocalypse Now,
Sure.
Yeah, well, my grandfather's one of the chopper pilots,
In
like,
Apocalypse
I
Now,
got-
there you go.
Yeah, with that movie, and they got the surf scenes,
Wow.
That's
so
pretty
true,
fun.
True local here on the east coast of.
Why was
Luzon.
your grandfather chopper? Was he with the armed forces?
He
here?
was with
a
the Air
private-
Force, yeah.
He was with the Air Force, and so I assume the Apocalypse Now people got together and spoke to the locals and had to get local pilots. That's epic.
Yeah.
How's your chopper flying in these days?
I say, it's still fun, but yeah, you still get to see the whole waves and surf check and everything,
You don't need a chopper anymore, do you? Just a drone.
Drone, apparently, yeah.
$1,000 drone can show you everything you need to know. I wonder, how far do drones go? They go like 2 or 3 kilometres, do they?
I don't know the range anymore. The technology is changing so rapidly. It used to be a lot less. It used to be a few hundred meters. When you encounter how far the drone can go and how high it can be, and the drone, I can't keep up with the technology. I'm sure somebody out there on YouTube will be
Let us
tuning
know.
in right now.
Yeah, please let us know.
Someone tell us how far the drone goes, 'cause I
Hit
wanna know-
us a message,
hit us up, yeah. I want to know if it can fly from this beach to Cobra.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to walk through the mangroves.
Yeah, with the reefs.
With the reefs, yeah.
Apparently,
That's a good call. And
apparently you hurt yourself, huh?
No, I didn't hurt myself, but I struggled, I tell you that.
Struggled,
Well,
okay,
because I should have gone with the local. Always take a local.
So there's a few boat trips in and around the islands where a few lazy skippers have been known to get the drone out and check other reef passes, and just so they don't have to pull up the anchor and go to a surf spot, So they'll get the drone and just see what the conditions like outside of the atoll, outside of the reef pass.
Well, look, use technology. That's what I say.
That's exactly
Use
right.
technology. You may as well.
I say chopper is still more fun,
Yeah.
More
Old
fun,
school.
way more fun.
Old school is more fun.
So I've got one other question
No
for
offense.
you. Is it Cobra Reef or is it Cemento? What's the difference between those two names? Why are some people saying
Cemento is just a local name that
That's the
people can't
local name.
remember.
Because I've always
Cobra Reef is from the people who actually discovered the spot. Back in the days with like Apocalypse Now,
Okay, here's Sarah up again. Yeah, okay, I totally
I'm
understand
sorry.
what you mean. Like if you go to Cloud 9, they called the wave Cloud 9, but the area is Katangnan, so.
There you go.
Or Tuason.
Same
yeah.
difference, Jerry.
Okay, because I've always known it as Cemento. So when people started saying Cobra, I actually didn't know what they were talking about.
Well, it's all about the waves that hits you.
What do you say when you ring up your friend and say, let's go surfing? Do you say, let's go to Cemento?
I'll go say Cemento.
You do say Cemento.
More than Cobra Reef.
Yeah.
It's called Cobra Reef because it's a nice surprise,
Well, it was a surprise the other day. Not a great surprise.
Yeah.
So, a 3.8 for Longos,
There you
and she
go.
only needs a 3 right now to jump into second, which is 3 minutes 40. That wave likely won't do it for Longos, so just a 1 point ride. So Kana really sitting in the driver's seat, looking to drop a 3.8 and a 3. So once again, Kana with a heat to forget, just like Suzuki, although they are in the progressing positions, Wakita running away with it right now. But the door is left open. Daisy only needs a 5.75 and Longos 3.01. I really hope Daisy can take some confidence and find one of those set waves. She just needs to
Daisy,
connect
you
the
can do
lip
it.
line twice, and she'll get that score and some. But I sensed a bit of a, she just wasn't carrying confidence around the contest site yesterday with the shortboarding.
I agree with you. But I think, what you think, Marco? Daisy probably is another one of those that needs a little more power in the wave.
Yeah, it's doable. Daisy over her, like watching her surfing all through these years, and it's always doable with her. And yeah, I wish her just get one more wave, and that
That's what we're hoping for. That's for sure. With only 2 minutes 30 left. There's Kana. She had priority. She took the wave. Let's hope she can get the 7. Well, she needs a 7.2, but what she really needs to do is get rid of her 3 to make it that much harder for the surfers behind her. And there's Sarah's up again.
Sarah.
So Sarah's riding her 8th wave. She's just out there having fun, really.
And that one's one of the cleanest ones. And Kana surfing that one all the way through the inside. You look at the flow of Sarah there, and she smashes that one on the inside section. She looks like she's having fun. Kana too, making her way to the inside section. So it's that requirement for Longos will now be extended out to perhaps a 4 or a 5. I feel like that'll be Kana's best number, or at least get rid of that 3.
Yep. I hear you there. And that is going to just make it harder for Jolena and Daisy, obviously, with a very little time to go. But those two are left out the back with the pick of the waves. So, given 1 minute 40, there's a certain amount of waves. And there we have Jolena paddling.
Jolene.
Okay, so...
with a backhand.
On a backhand. She probably turned a little bit hard into that one and lost the face there. So she... probably
Out of
not
time,
a
Jerry.
well-judged wave, yeah.
I think back to that wave where she had a really nice backhand snap and didn't ride out of the last one. You think those little moments are sometimes enough in these small grovelly heats. They're the big moments, right? And I hope she looks back on that heat replay and we'll see a little improvement there, because they're the things that you can control. You can control not going for that extra turn. You
Correct.
can control that to surf within the score. She didn't need anything major. She had that great turn. And completion is a big part. Here goes Daisy. 5.75 required. She's hopping and popping on that board, and she goes down. So you're going to see the head, the body language. And, she's not feeling it at the moment. And the other end of the spectrum, look at Nakashio, not leaving anything to guess, still waiting a 5.15 for her last wave, and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's made it almost impossible for the others. Not impossible, but almost. She's going again. She's just going to have a last little hurrah. Oh, no, she's not. But
it's really good to see everyone smiling,
Everyone's been
on their
happy.
hit.
People are happy to
Everyone's
be in
happy.
Belair. People are happy to be in your town, mate.
It's good energy,
Very good energy, yeah.
If there was an event with the WSL held here, 10, 15, 20 years ago, what would that have done for your surf community?
Oh my God! I hope we still have that. we could have that airport, and everyone's gonna
So I think
be here.
what I talked to him before about was that they really want to try to get an airport here to
Sure.
bring the tourists, because it's
Yeah.
hard for people to drive 4 hours or whatever to come here. So that's your goal? Is it your dream, Marco?
Yeah, that's my dream more than surfing really good waves, like invite more people here and friends, share the waves and share the stuff.
Hopefully the politicians are listening, and we really appreciate... Oh, we're back on. Hello.
Oh, here we
Say
go.
goodbye, Marco. And we really appreciate that you came here and had a chat with us. And thanks for your
thanks,
insights.
guys.
And the Department of Tourism, this is the Region 3. We are in
Region
the
3,
Province,
man,
Province. So they are tuning in. The government are watching right now. We thank them for allowing this opportunity to have the WSL event here. And Marco, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me here. It's been a pleasure talking with you guys. And,
We're going to bring in True for the next Heat 4, and we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
yeah.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back to the Belair International Pro. Drew Starling joined in the booth with Jerry Deegan. Once again, Jerry, hello. We've got Heat 3 of the round of 16 for the women out there. Amuro Suzuki, Sumomo Sato, Sakura Inui and Dia Novitasari, the lone Indonesian in this heat against 3 Japanese.
Right, now Dia is apparently fantastic longboarders, and we've got a bit of action actually going on straight away. We've got the split screen, someone on the left and someone on the right. They look like they're surfing into each other this time. Don't crash. So, yeah, we have Amuro Suzuki here. This is Amuro on the left-hander, which again has been going into the channel. Maybe this one's going to line up and give her a finishing manoeuvre, and it does too. So that's going to be a pretty nice start. We didn't see all of... Was that was there in the green? And Sakura. So we've had a couple of different waves ridden here. It was nice to chat to Marco Villarreal in the last heat. He's a local. I know he was a little shy and a little quiet, but he's a good bloke. He knows everyone here, and he's a true local from this town. So thanks, Marco, for coming and having a chat with us.
Yeah, it's always good to get some local knowledge about the area and I guess a lead up in regards to the surfers and what's kind of going on. But Sumomo locked in a 6.25 for her first wave. We've got scores for Dia, Sakura, and also Amuro to lock in. This is this last wave of Dia. Novitasari from Indonesia, just driving through. She's trying to get to the outside section, which she does, but unfortunately comes unstuck. And Sakura just kicking out of that one. I think those were their first waves, actually. And this is Sumomo's 6.25. Nice first connection. Driving hard through that carve there, puts it straight up in the lip. That was a better connection there for Sumomo. as she gets a little bonus section as well. Trying to continue this one all the way through to the inside. So well rewarded for that 6.25, all those points. And then this is a 3.5 of Dia. Nice opening carve as she puts it around for another one. That sharp eye looking good under her feet. She's driving through this section here, trying to find a little link up, and she gets one, puts it up there, but just can't quite ride out.
Yeah, so it was only those two wraps to start with, unfortunately. But Susumo's wave was beautiful. Oh, here's the replay from Amuro. So this one did link up for her, which was pretty nice. And don't know that the score has come through already at a 5.65. So the judges liked it. Really stylish surfing. Yeah, really stylish surfing, but really smooth. And I've seen that all the way through from the Japanese girls. You know, they don't waste time, they don't waste energy, and they're not really struggling at any stage. You know, they seem incredibly confident, which is why that they were the top 8 in La Union in the last event as well. So, yeah, full of confidence at the moment. I believe we're going to head off and see Camille. She's going to have a chat with Sarah Watika. So, off to you.
Thank you, Jerry. It's Sarah Wakita heading now on to the quarterfinals, and you've maintained your number 1 spot in the rankings, finishing off second in La Union, bowing out to Kana Nakashio, but on this heat, you did better scores over her. So, yeah, what's going on through your mind right now here in Belair? It's a beach break. Yeah, let's catch up. How are you, Sarah?
I'm good. I'm not really focused on the rankings anymore. I'm just focused on each heat and to have just to have fun out there. And I've been having heats with her since the junior days, and she's been my rival since we were Groms. So you know, we have a lot of battles together, and I feel like on the man of mans she gets every time, but to get the first heat out of the way and round up with her is another good heat. And yeah, everything's a good experience, so I'm feeling really good.
Okay, and after the Philippines, are you heading off for the QSs in Australia?
Yes, I am. But before that, I'm going back home to Hawaii, and yeah, having family time there and catching a couple waves, and yeah, and then straight to the house after.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, you must miss home so much, and just being in your own rooms, sleeping in your own bed. What else do you miss about Hawaii?
I haven't been there since last December, so it's been a year already. So I really miss home, and I really miss my friends over there, and definitely the way it's always challenging over there. So it's always good to be back home. Yourself and push each other, and yeah, I feel like my surfing really grows over there, so I'm happy to be going back there.
Okay, so Anon Matsuoka, number 2 in the rankings, actually had the same idea, and she flew straight on to Hawaii and completely skipped this Belair leg. So yeah, you were telling me that beach break waves, you told me you're not the best at it, but you're also not the worst. So what was your strategy as the wind arrived, and how'd you pick those waves?
I didn't have any idea how I could surf on those waves, but so I just tried to keep busy and try to put my standards up with just catching a lot of waves, and yeah, I feel like it worked out for me, so I'm feeling good.
Okay, all right. So yeah, get some rest. A few more rounds coming up for you, and hopefully you get the better of the head-to-head heats this time. Thank you. Back to the live action.
All right, thank you very much, Camille and Sarah Wakita. I know I said that wrong on the way through, and Sam, our producer, lets you get away with nothing these days. So I'm not sure what you see on your screen, but we see Camille and Sarah again. We are in the round of 16, Heat 3 of the Women's Belair International Surf event. And up and riding, we have Sakura Inu. And so Sakura made it through nicely in the last one. I think she made it through right towards the end of her heat. We didn't see the start of that wave, so hopefully we'll get a look. We've had a couple of waves go through. Samomo got a 4.35. But that was the only real wave of consequence while we were in that interview. And up and riding, we have Dia again from Indonesia.
Yeah, Dia, as well as being well versed on a shortboard, she's really good at longboarding as well. We'll see her come up in the longboard LQS maybe tomorrow, we're thinking. But you never know. We'll wake up and see what the waves are looking like. And this is the replay of Sakura just putting it up there for a nice connection. So we'll wait and see where that comes through as. But Samomo, 6.25 and a 5.7 right now.
Yeah, well ahead. And so that was a nicely ridden wave from Sakura. She's only very young. I think she's about 15 years old. And here's Dee on the replay. I don't think she did much here, if I remember correctly, if this is the wave I'm thinking. Yeah, so nothing of consequence there from her. We're still waiting for that the wave from Sakura and a wave from Amuro as well. What about yourself? You surfed in La Union. You were not interested in surfing in this one?
I don't know. I was just focused on the working. I didn't even, by the time day one rolled around, I was like, didn't even think about it.
Okay, because I thought you might have a go. I mean, I know you're working as well, but I know you are a very proficient surfer, and yeah, I thought you'd give it a go. So
yeah, I'm still getting out there trying to go for a couple of surfs.
Yeah, no, well, I haven't been doing too much surfing. I've been doing laps in the pool.
Yes.
Just to keep myself fit. My wife will be happy that I'm not just coming here eating, because the food's been fantastic here.
Yep, it's been pretty good. And wow, Amuro Suzuki 8.75 on her last wave. I think we may have missed that one, so hopefully we'll get a replay, because that's a decent score for
I
Amuro.
think that's the best score I've seen for the women this morning, maybe even the men. Was there anything higher for the men?
No, I don't think there was. I think that's the best wave of the day so far.
All right, well, we'll see if we can line up a replay of that one, because obviously it's well worth looking. So she's motoring away at this stage. Here we go. So on her backhand on the left, nice start, really in control. Another nice wrap there. She's moving back into where there's a little bit of power, and I gather she's going to finish this off because they really liked it. And here's her finishing move, maybe. No, she's down the line, getting plenty of speed. Oh, that was an epic move. She was basically upside down. So that was well worth it. The points were worth it. And she hung on, and the left-hander hasn't always been offering the final maneuver today, so that one did.
Yeah, no, that was a really good wave. She surfed it well. Those first two turns were really solid. So, yeah, well rewarded 8.75. And then that kind of puts Sakura and Dia in a tricky situation. An 8.25 for Sakura, and Dia's looking for an 8.45.
It does make it very difficult. They have time to do it, and the proof in the pudding is Amuro just got an 8.75. So the points are out there. No need to panic as yet, and I always think back to Kean Martin's attitude when someone he was surfing against got an 8 point something right off the bat, and he didn't panic, didn't freak out, and ended up mowing them down towards the end of the heat. So the last thing you want to do is panic, start thinking you can't do this. The fact that you're there in these heats already means you can do this. So yeah, no time to panic, but certainly they need to get a move on, and a big wave is necessary. But they can, get their secondary wave a bit bigger, get a 5 or a 6, and then it'll bring the, well, they probably need a 6 or a 7 to bring the other one down. But nonetheless, can be done. 11 minutes, 44 seconds to go. And it's pretty glassy-ish out there again. It's sort of, the wind's laid down just a little bit in what's been happening in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's kind of backing off a little bit. I think yesterday we saw it back off and then pick back up a little bit for a few heats and then back off again. So I feel like we're seeing that as well today. I poked my head out of the blinds this morning of my room and it looked a bit windy, and then by the time I was getting ready for work, it wasn't windy at all, really.
No, well, you poke your head out of the blinds and you can see my building. I poke my head out, I can see the surf.
Yeah.
So, I got a bit of a bonus there with my great spot. So thanks to everyone that organised that for me. I think you win. That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
And where did you go off to dinner last night? Because I said we all went to the Japanese place with some of the boys.
Oh, yes. I went with Ren. We went to Happy Hut's Pizza.
Oh, how was it?
It was actually pretty good.
Okay. Where's that?
It's right on the beachfront. We just walked along the beach last night.
To the north, to the south, or to the north? To the south.
South.
To the south,
That's
south? It's always south that way.
Yeah.
That's always north.
Okay.
Unless you're on the other coast.
Yeah. Yep. To the south, went there, and Yeah, we shared a pizza. It was pretty good. Couldn't complain, but the Japanese place was really yummy.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. It was crowded. I tell you what, every Japanese surfer was there. And it made me sort of chuckle a bit. I did say it earlier. Oh, there's the 5 top scores of the event. So that 8.75 is the top score, not just of the heat, of the event. Sarah got a 8 previously to that, but that's an epic wave, and that's thank you for the guys listening in there, Sam and the boys inside, for that info. Much appreciated. I know you hassle me when I make a mistake, but you do a good job as well.
Well, we got a split screen here for Sakura and Dia. Dia just getting a nice wave, and Sakura taking this one through to the inside and tries to go a little bit fins free, but doesn't quite get a completion there, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's nice that we were the ones sitting here to see the best wave of the women's so far.
So far.
I mean, we've got quarters, semis and finals to come, so we've got plenty of surfing to do. And I'm feeling incredibly confident that Amuro Suzuki will be in at least the quarters, if not the semis and the finals. I mean, she's on fire at the moment and making it very, very difficult for Susumu, Sakura and Dia to get to first place. But Susumu, in saying that, is making... Sorry, Sumomo. Oh, I'm surprised Sam didn't say something there. What's wrong with you, Sam? Sakura and Dia really are going to struggle to overtake Sumomo as well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 6 and a 5. It's a pretty solid two waves, and I think Dia has a decent wave to come through. It's a 4.25, but she still needs a 7.7 single score right now. And I think Sumomo, she's got more to give in this heat as well, and there's just about 8.5 minutes to go.
Without question. And so already Amuro's score, 14.40, is higher than any other so far in the round of 16. I can't remember back to the other rounds, but it may well be... I don't want to stick my neck out here because Sam will just prove me wrong at some stage, but it may well be the highest women's total so far. I know we had some fairly high men's totals with an 8. Someone had an 8 and a 7, an 8.8 or something, and a 7. But yeah, so Amuro's just killing it at the moment. Super confident, super smooth surfing. Loads of time. She's probably just thinking to herself, I'll have fun now.
Yeah, she can. She's got the luxury of doing that.
Is it fun? I've never surfed in any kind of professional event. You have. Is it fun or is it stressful?
I guess it depends where you're sitting. For Amuro and maybe Sumomo right now, it's fun.
Yep.
And I think you can kind of, it's fun to a point where, you can have fun on the waves, but you also still need to be pretty aware of where you're at and making sure that, your competitors aren't on the best ones. And wow, Amuro, one big turn here. That wave was had a pretty good wall ahead of it, just unfortunately closing out a little bit quickly, but she'll get this inside double up as well and tags that section again. So we'll see if she betters that 5.65. But it is fun.
It is fun. I mean, it's tiring. I remember my experiences just with things like Cronulla Point board riders. I could go and surf for 2 hours and not get tired. But if I had a 20-minute heat with the point board riders, I just got super tired super quickly. And there's Sumomo with a really nice first wrap. Is it going to line up for her on the inside? It's going a bit flat right there, but she's going to hang on, see what she can do. So she's given up on that one. And again, that's the left we discussed. But yeah, I remember going out for a 20-minute heat in Cronulla Point board riders. And after 10 minutes, I was knackered, thinking, oh my God, this is hard work. Whereas you could spend 2 hours out there surfing and not feel it at all. So
yeah, it is a lot.
And so that's just at the lowest level of competition. So I guess the highest level, it's stressful and tiring, but you've got to be fit as well.
Yeah.
And I guess they're all fit. They're all young, so they must be fairly fit as well.
Yeah, and it's surfing heats. It's 25 minutes of 100%. You give 100% effort to kind of make sure that you give yourself every opportunity to be on the best waves. And there we go, a 7 for Amuro, just putting in that effort to catch that lead and really solidify it. Dia on the answer back, trying to get a 7.7 right now, and that wave just doesn't look like it's going to offer her that decent score.
No, there seems to be a double whammy here for Sakura and Dia, is in that they're not picking the right waves. The other girls seem to have some kind of sense of what the waves are going to do, and they're hanging on to the inside. They're getting the finishing manoeuvre. So yeah, that seems to be like the double whammy. It's the ability, but also the way they can pick and choose the waves as well. There's Beauty and the Beast again. hello from the beast. Yeah, so it's really interesting, and they are really running away with that. You know, Samomo's now put Dee in a position that she needs a 7.70 with her 6.25, and Sakura is even further behind with an 8.25. So essentially Sakura needs to get the second best wave of the whole event for the women now to catch Amura. So it's a tall order, given there's only 5 minutes to go, and the waves are a little funky and a little inconsistent, and that wind's just kind of brushing back a little bit. Pretty sure if there was no one out there, I probably wouldn't go out there. You probably would, because you're still kind of a hungry grom.
Yeah, somewhat, for sure. I had a look at the surf yesterday, and I was thinking, I could go for a surf, and I walked over, and I was like, yep. And then I walked back over by the end of the event, and there was so many people. Everyone was out there, and I was thinking, yeah, I'm not.
Would you have considered going up the beach? Because everyone wanted to surf the contest bank, which is the best bank. But, I mean, there's kilometres and kilometres of beach up there.
I know. I needed to get into that. But, wow, Samomo, nice carve there. She brings it around for another one, and that wave just not offering much more. Up next is the last heat for the round of 16. Minami Nonaka, Im Soo-jong, Camille Spaccaratella, and Susan Escanilla.
Well done with Spaccaratella.
I think that's right.
It's something very similar to that, and I give you even more credit because on our monitor here it only says Spacker.
Yeah.
There's not enough room. So
I'm pretty sure from memory that was it. I could be wrong.
I'll help you out, and I'll just confirm that you're probably right.
Spaccaratella.
Well done.
Wow.
Well done. And she's from Singapore, I believe. I mean, I don't know her background. Doesn't sound a very Singaporean name, but just because you live in Singapore doesn't mean you're necessarily Singaporean. She did okay yesterday. She was on one of the lower scoring heats yesterday. They struggled a little bit with the surf. But she made it through, so here she is. She finds herself in the round of 16, which is a really nice place to be. Not kind of sure. Okay, so in the round of 16, round of 20, round of 16, so that's an equal 9th if you come 3rd. If you come 4th, it's an equal 13th. So, you know, there are points available. So the 3rd placer will get 945 points. And the 13th placer will get 796 points. So that's pretty valuable, really. I mean, I gather the men's get the same thing. So it's helpful for those guys that are up the top of the list, Kian and Maramar and the other guy who was leading. Regardless, they're still
Keijiro.
They're still getting points towards the final. So I know their top 4 are counted in the men's. Top 5 is it? Sorry, top 5 are counted in the men's. So I don't know whether the top 16 will be a keeper or not. That's probably not what they want, but it's not no points. It's better than 33rd, a dirty. What do they call it? A dirty turd.
Yeah, better than that for sure. Well, 2 minutes. Momo's got a score, doesn't go into her top 2. She's still hanging on to that 6.25 and a 5.7. But Amuro, she's really just leapt out in front with that 8.75 and a 7. Just showing that experience, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. She and she's got as much, if not more, experience than all of the women out there, I would say. She's been on the CT before. Is that Amura? Yeah. So she is the most experienced surfer out there, and it's really showing through at the moment.
Yeah, she's competed against some of the best in the women's. And I think she's had a couple of good results. I think she got a 9th, a 3rd, and a 5th. Maybe she got a 17th as well. So, she had some decent results.
Yeah, I remember her specifically at Margaret River. I think she surfed some pretty solid waves pretty nicely. And whether that was her first start, I know that's towards the beginning of the year, back when she was on it. But she did really, really well. And here she is, a bit of a victory lap. There's no way she's not getting through at this stage. There's a chance that the others could possibly catch up to Samomo, but it seems unlikely with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Dia and Sakura looking for some pretty big scores. Dia chasing a 7.7 and Sakura an 8.25. That's a tall task right now for both Dia and Sakura. They have to match and if not better Amuro surfing pretty much to get close to those scores. So 25 seconds. We'll see if there's another opportunity. Dia up and riding on this one. The wave a little bit smaller, but she gets a nice connection there. And again for another one. Couple of solid backside snaps, and Sakura out the back. Unfortunately getting a little bit hung up there, so with 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I can't see Dia's wave going to a 7.7. Maybe her best wave, but I can't see it going to a 7.7. So I think we'll make the call that Amuro and Samomo are going to head on through to the quarterfinals, which will be man-on-man. There won't be 4-man quarterfinals. So, we're really getting towards the pointy end of the shortboards, both men's and the women's. So in saying that, I guess we're going to go to a break, and we'll see you for heat number 4. The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
And I am Sejong from Korea, I believe.
I'm Sejong, yes.
I am
so
Sejong.
this is a true international one. We've got the Japanese, the Philippine, the Singaporean, and the Korean.
Great spread, huh?
Great spread, great spread. All Asian areas, all part of the Asian region. So, yeah, pretty good. Have we seen anything? We've had a 2.5. This was the 2.5 from Minami. This is a replay. So just a short starter. And Susan from Shargao. I believe this is a 1.6, so I guess we're not expecting to see much here, but the boys in the booth are just replaying for you people out there so we can see what happened on the first couple
Leo
of scores.
and the boys also in the booth there.
Sorry, Leo, that I didn't give you any love there.
Sorry, Leo does.
Leo doesn't hassle me, Sam does.
No, as I said, Sam's a bit of a show pony, where Leo's a bit more humble. Shout out to Sam Norwood, absolute champion of the game, and a good guy.
And there's Minami live. She's going to link up to the inside.
He's got
and really nicely finished there.
Sam's going to cut back to us at the most inappropriate time, I feel now.
He's a good man.
He is.
There's, I assume you pronounce Im, Sujong. I'll be told if it's not. So that's just a starter wave for her to get her feet in the wax, feel what it's like, and hopefully build on what she started.
I was talking with Susan down on the beach just before her heat. She was actually surprised how, I'll get to that after Camille up and riding here, on that backhand. looks like it's picked up a little bit, to be honest.
Seemed to be a few more sets at least, yeah.
As that tide's dropping out, maybe it's helping it sort of stand up on that outer bank a little bit, making it look a little bit bigger. But here she's getting to work, looking for this end section.
Yeah, a bit of a soft finish, but the wave wasn't helping her at all there.
No.
She hung on because I guess she's been watching and those lefts are being able to be finished off now. But
yeah, you can see that rip bowl starting to really feel like carry them back out to sea. So that also helps when you're paddling. That's one of my favourite things about a rip bowl.
Getting back out there.
Yeah. You get a longer ride all the way to the beach, and then you jump in a little paddle assist rip to get you back out the back.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that as well.
So numbers dropping in. Minami a 2.25. I am a 2.50. Camille with a 1.35 and a 2.45. One to drop in for Minami still, and a 1.60 for Susan.
And I think that one for Minami will be the highest scoring wave. That was here's the replay of that one right here. So she starts off really nicely. Nice little turn off the top back into the white water. Then she's sort of cutting back and hanging on, but you can see that little section standing up for her, and she knows it's there, and she knows she needs to find it. And there it is again. So this is the sort of second double up. It was well worth hanging on for because she finished it beautifully.
She did. A few little steps in that way.
And that
Shipstones-ish, wasn't it?
Yeah, heavier. So she got a 5.0 for that. And here's the replay of M's wave. And again, a bit soft there on the inside. The wave didn't really offer a great deal. Another replay of Camille's. And we saw this one just before. It never really did much for her. She tried to hang on, but unlike Minami's wave that did have a bunch of steps which she was able to get down, this one, although it looks like something's going to happen there, it just didn't happen, and it just wasn't there. So there's Susan again.
Yeah, so Susan, I was down on the beach with her. She found a 5.0 yesterday, and she was stoked that she found a 5.0 out there. So she's now knowing and understanding that wave selection is really important. She's just going to take her time and do what she did yesterday is sort of her plan to go out there.
Yep. I mean, wave selection's more important here than kind of anywhere. You know, she comes from Cloud 9. She surfs a lot of reef breaks, and basically as the wave comes in, you know what it's going to do. Here, you just don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna outlay this theory that I have about waves like reef breaks and beach breaks, but I don't think I'm going to go near it. Should I?
Yeah, you've started.
I feel that a good reef break, so something like Cloud 9 and that word mechanical gets thrown around a bit. And it's the amount of wave that will come and hit that reef after. I'll talk about Im's wave here. Nice little foam climb to get started. Waiting for this thing to stand up. Nice and patient. Not doing too much. She might have let that thing run away a little bit, but there she goes. Times it up for a nice carve off the top and then another little lip bash. So definitely gonna better her 2.50.
That was much better. I met her yesterday. She was jogging and she had these crazy compression things on her legs, which she said gives you some, and she told me the brand name and I forgot. I think she might have wanted me to mention it. But yeah, she had these compression things on her leg which apparently make it lighter and make you feel lighter whilst massaging your legs. She can't obviously have it out there, but she tells me it's really good for her surfing to give her legs strength and stamina.
Okay.
So it was kind of interesting having a chat with her, and I think we're going to head off to Camille and have a chat to Amuro Suzuki.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, Amuro Suzuki with the highest heat total of the competition so far, a 5.75. So you blasted an 8.75, followed up by a 7.0. So you must be feeling really good out there, despite just recovering. I heard you got a little sick, so it's good you got some rest. But yeah, how were the waves? The tide kind of pushed in, giving it a little bump. How did you manage today?
I was just trying to catch many waves, and I just wanna keep busy, and yeah, looks like really tricky out there, but yeah, I'm so happy to good waves, and I got a point. Yeah.
And you put your contest experience to good use because you've been in the CT before. Can you tell us which year that was?
It was a really great experience for me, but now is sometimes I feel kind of pressure. It's made me really nervous, but I'm trying to keep smile and happy. Yeah, it's really hard work, but I like this feeling.
So I talked to Nanaho before this, and her mindset is I have to get the points. And then after that, I also talked to Sarah Wakita, where right now she's like, I'm not really thinking about the points right now. Where are you more of? Thinking about the points or just enjoying the surf?
I'm just enjoy the surf. Yeah.
All right, that's much better. Okay, do you want to say a few words in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございます。次も、自分のサーフィンできるように頑張ります。Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of surfers I hear felt a little sick coming from La Union, but hey guys, keep healthy. Wellness is really the true wealth. So over here at the tent area, we're giving away free 15-minute massages. So if you know, rest those tired muscles and come on over here. Maybe the commentators also want a massage. Back to the live action.
Well, Jerry Deegan has just headed down to the massage table.
I will be going. And yeah, maybe Camille can let us know down the track. I found that really interesting, what Amiro said then. She had been on the CT, but she finds herself nervous and with a lot of pressure because she was the highest ranked female Japanese surfer. And I think she does feel the pressure of being there before and having to try to get there again, maybe from sponsors. And she just freely admitted that she does feel that pressure.
Yeah, and of course, here goes Susan up and riding. A little bit's happened while that interview was going on. We'll get through this wave of Susan, and it looks like maybe Camille might be up behind her. But Susan doing the work on this one. Can she get the completion? She does. That's some nice surfing from Susan.
Yeah, she does. She needed that completion. So hopefully that will give her the 4.25 she needs.
There we go.
I think it'll go somewhat close. Okay, unreal. So that's the big question. Do we get our 15 minutes worth as well? And can I have your 15 minutes and I'll take 30 minutes?
You can take the wax head and Trues and just sit there and do the commentator's hour.
Exactly. There's Camille on a pretty decent left again without a finish, but she did a little bit of work to get there. So
let's get to the situation out there. Is Manami is currently in first place. She's got a 5.0 and a 3.7. Susan waiting for one score to drop in. She's in fourth, but in second is Im with a 3.65 and a 2.55. Susan dropping that last score, a 3.10. Into third place now, needing a 3.11. This is Manami up and riding again. This is going to be a good score, good size wave, and she's already put on some great turns, and now she's just gone to 3. We might be getting back up into that excellent range because she is going to town on this wave. Will it stand up on the inside, a little layback just for spice?
Yeah, look, you can discount the last couple of seconds there. I think that's going to go pretty close to excellent. They were 3 big hacks.
On a good size wave.
On probably one of the bigger waves ridden that hasn't closed out. So it was really, really impressive.
Yep, wave selection going
super
to the
impressive. Top. I might take a little chance here to thanks people, the Tingog party list, Asrai and UPSA, of course. And the Department of Tourism, I believe we're Region 3 here. Philippine Sports Commission and the Philippine Olympic Committee. Bagong, Philippines. House Speaker Martin Romualdez, thank you very much. Local Government of Belair. Senator Sunny Angara. Congressman Ramel Angara. And we have Camille up and riding on that left again. Where was I up to? Congressman Ramel Angara. Mayor Rhett Angara. So someone can tell me. Oh, here's this wave again. Is that the same one?
This is the same one. This is a replay.
So maybe there were 4 moves.
Yeah, these 3 were the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
So not even a wiggle in between. She's just driving off the bottom, straight up to the top. Bottom to top surfing. That's that beautiful foundation of surfing that we probably grew up with. Just bottom to top.
Yeah, I'm here we go. It's coming in now. And I think we're going to be
8 across the board. I can guarantee that's going to be an 8, even with that last number popping in.
Yep. So it's an 8. So that's equal with the second highest score for a female surfer in the whole event. And that's really going to give her a little bit of wiggle space. She's going to relax. She's, she's I'd be fairly confident if I was her.
Well, now I'm going to be thinking towards that quarterfinal, and now I'm going to be getting the practice in and trying to find what I'm looking for.
Exactly. I just finished with, we've got a couple here. DOT Region 3 Director Richard Danos, thank you very much. Don't know really what BHRROA is. Do you know what that is, John? If someone can let us know on that one at some stage.
Bureau of Health, possibly.
Well, that's maybe. I could say many things that it could possibly be. And also, of course, Costa Pacifica, which is where we're situated right now. Fantastic hotel here right in front of the surf break, and they've been looking after us like kings and queens.
It's nice. When I saw you doing laps yesterday, I was going to jump on you in the pool, but you got out just as I was planning my attack.
I felt something going on there. I could see the shadow of doom, and I thought, no. I think I only did 10 laps or something yesterday, but I've been doing a few more before that. But
Right,
yeah.
so let's get back to surfing. It looks like our surfer, Manami, with that 8 and a 5, commanding lead at this point. I haven't seen any 9.35s.
No, and here goes him as well.
But priority is with our surfer in
Okay.
blue.
Oh, I'll tell you something in
yeah.
a minute if I can remember. That's Im Sujong. So her name is Sue. So we call her Sue.
Okay.
Now, I was thinking yesterday, I didn't call
Sue.
her Im. She introduced herself as Sue. So
Okay, so apologies to Sue. It's always important for us to get the names right. And we
Correct.
do. It's not out of any bad intentions. We just.
well, Sue's easy too.
that smart.
We don't know whether it was Im or I'm. So
Yeah.
luckily, I remembered one thing this week, and I know that her name's Sue, and I did have a lovely chat with her yesterday.
I'm often always apologising for my pronunciations of names. It's hard though, Gary.
It is. It is. June. I did a shocker the other day. I got a name mixed up, and I explained a whole heat of someone that wasn't in that heat because I had the name mixed up. Yeah, anyway, luckily we do it for free, so
Let's not focus on.
if we were getting paid,
Let's
you'd
not
expect
highlight
us
the
to get
bad
it
stuff.
right.
We've also had some good moments. We just called that excellent score, so that was good.
Yeah, so at the moment we have
Susan needing
Manami
a
and Sue.
3.11.
And it's Sue and Susan. So Im Sujong is Sue, and this is Camille.
Yep. She was in second priority there. She's couldn't find that thing running to the beach. So this will round out our quarterfinals too. So this is the business end of round 16. We go on to person-on-person heat after this.
Yes, we do, and I think you can still call it man-on-man. I haven't had anyone complain as yet, but until they do, I'll call it man-on-man. And there we go. So we're going to have Nanaho Suzuki versus Kana Nakashio. That's the for the women's quarterfinals. We have Katie Inuo versus Sarah Wataka, and we just lost the rest
Live
of them.
action with
but
Camille out there, staying super busy. So she must have just reset after that one, and she's picked off an absolute gem.
And if she can
under
finish
priority,
there is a little section there if she can get down this little step. Well, she got down it. She didn't actually do a manoeuvre, but she finished nicely on her terms, let's say.
yeah, that's a nice way
So
to put
that
it.
could well be her best wave.
She's looking for a 3.75 to get into that quarterfinal to meet up. If we can get that graphic back up on the screen, would be super cool. So you can finish
And they've
quarterfinal set.
scored already a 3.50 for that. So that moves her from fourth into third. It wasn't enough to move her into second place.
There we go. Oh, it's up and out. 3.
Okay, so there's Amuro will be surfing against. Well, this is the last one. So the first and second of this of this heat. So Minami seems like a given, and then it's up to the other three. I mean, it's anyone's go. These last three surfers. Sue needs a 9.35 to move into first. Camille only needs a 2.71 to move into second, and Susan only needs a 3.11 to move into second. So it really seems a race in three here to get to position number 2.
Just over a point separating those
Yep.
3 surfers from second to fourth. So not much in it. Who's in priority? Minami is in priority, and Susan. So this is really a battle for second, like you said, Jerry. It's going to be really hard to race down Minami at this stage. She's in the controlling position, just enjoying it. Susan, I didn't think that had much potential on it,
No.
but always giving the benefit of the doubt to the athletes. As it looks like we've got a bit of rain moving in too,
We
Jerry.
do, and I still haven't had a chance to go and close my door. So I hope my bed might end up being wet. I said it 2 heats ago when I saw the rain coming, but I've been here for 3 heats now, so I haven't had a chance to get back up there.
Well, it hadn't rained, so you were wrong.
But it is going to
But
rain
now
now.
it is. Yeah.
So it is because it's Army Hunt season here, which is the onshore season. It's an east or a northeast wind, and it brings in the rain on this side of the country at this time of year.
These winds can blow from out towards Gulyum, across even further. Like the fetch of the wind is incredible where it comes from to jam into the east coast of the Philippines.
Yep.
Or it can run down from the side of Japan down there from those massive systems.
Yeah, relative whether it's the northerly sort of northeast wind
Yeah.
or whether it's an east wind. But it is this time of year. It runs from around November to, let's say, March. It brings a lot of swell. It makes it really quite consistent at this time of year.
Towards the end of February, I find that it usually starts to back off quite substantially, and then you get those magic early March through to March,
Yeah, you're right.
April, May.
Can be
potential.
fantastic,
Yeah,
yeah.
beautiful.
So I think what happens is the wind backs off to the north. It's still blowing up there. It's still pushing swell down, but down here the wind has settled.
Runs out of poof.
Yeah. So that was a little stand up from Camille. That's not going to go towards her totals in any way, shape or form. So we still have Minami Nanaka well ahead.
Yeah, it's almost, unless she does another spectacular thing and gets these girls in combo, which she's not too far off. She only needs to push that 5 up to a 5.8, I believe, and she'll have everyone else in combo.
Yep. And there's Camille again. Camille's catching plenty of waves, but the quality of the waves she's getting at the moment, I guess she has no priority, so she's figuring she may as well take off and see what happens.
And that's where she dropped that 3.5 before. She jumped on a right and then very fast reset and jumped onto that left-hander, dropping a 3.50. The last two have basically been nothing, but I guess she's at the point where it's hard to pick them.
Well, also, you know full well you can get a 5 or a 6 with one big manoeuvre. So, maybe if that section pops up, you take a wave, doesn't look great, but you get lucky, the section pops up, and you hammer it hard, you can score. Like you did in La Union, by the way. I don't know if you remember that.
It was a while ago. And I did a second heat that wasn't so special, and the water in my brain sort of pushed that one out. But, yeah, one manoeuvre. And if you know you have that one manoeuvre, then in a heat like this, where a 2.71, she's got to be thinking, that's probably why she's being super busy too. A 2.71, she has a 2.45 and a 3.50, so she knows she can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, they can all do it. I don't think they're going to get to be honest, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, I'm going to say it anyway. I'm thinking Minami is actually, in a different class of surfer almost here. She's a professional, she's Japanese. She just has had the experience that I don't think the others have had.
I think that's the nail on the head, the experience that she carries and the confidence in her ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Puts her on that next plane. And we've seen it throughout the Japanese competitors that they are seasoned, they're refined, they're really good at what they do.
Okay, and here's
Susan
Escanilla. Okay, she's going to pump on the inside. That left's just going to get away from her, as is the right. So, again, I doubt that's going to go... Well, she had a 2.05. She needs a little more than that. She needs a 3.11. I think it's worth her taking off on those just to see what happens. But with 3 minutes, she might now need to wait for something. And look at that. There's still waves. There's still some sizes are left there that no one was able to get across.
And Susan, being a goofy footer, could definitely do the damage on that.
Yes.
And here we go. Almost victory lap. She's probably going to see if she can get people in combination at this stage. Even Minami not being able to find that score. So tough conditions out there for these girls as that wind probably strongest we've seen it all morning.
Yeah, the toughest conditions of the day without question. It was pretty messy early. When I woke up at 6, it was kind of messy, and by the time we'd had breakfast and they'd made the call at 7:30, it actually had glassed off quite a bit.
Well, we sat down there on the beach from about 6:15 this morning just to make sure the call was going to be right. There was literally no shortboarders out there in the water. The longboarders were dominating the lineup. Very hard as a shortboarder out there to get a wave off these longboarders, so the shortboarders just said whatever.
Okay, there's Sue with a chip in on the right-hander. She needs to get, well, more than that.
So Sue's trying to get rid of a 2.55 just to make it a little bit harder. 2 minutes on the clock. It
will be quite an achievement for a Korean to make it into the quarterfinals here.
It'd be great for Korean surfing. These girls are doing well. I've seen them over in the ISA as well. They're definitely developing there as a surfing nation, having that Korean pool event late into last year.
And either way, it's not going to be a complete Japanese quarterfinal because it's either going to be a Korean, a Filipina, or a Singaporean.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
At the moment, we have our Korean in the driver's seat. Well,
Yeah, we do. And look-
co-pilot, riding shotgun.
Yeah, and this is not helping them. They're all getting caught inside.
Except for
you know who.
Manami.
So she's been sitting way wide of them. She sees more than they're seeing. Maybe they're staying inside just to pick up scraps in the hope of that one manoeuvre. They know they don't need to do much. But
Yep.
yeah, no. Minami is just dominated.
And I think of
Okay,
and Camille up and
Camille.
riding. Oh,
All right, so if she can back that little manoeuvre up, she only needs a 2.71.
I'm saying she's going to get it off that one manoeuvre.
Yeah, I think she's going to be pretty close.
And if she can wrap this into the beach, and hopefully she gives the judges a little bit of attitude, look at the judges and know she's got it. Come on, Camille, give us some.
Well, that's it, but I think that's going to go really, really close.
I would have loved to see a little fist pump there just for body language.
Yeah, well,
I know you don't want to see it, but
no, I don't want to see it.
but
Let
that,
your surfing do the talking, I say.
that could have booked our Singaporean a spot in the finals.
Oh, I think she's going to go pretty close, Camille.
And
But here we go.
it is.
It's all about this first manoeuvre. You know, she wasn't in total control, but she did wrap it round, threw some spray, and she's kind of in control for the rest of this. Not a lot happened. So I guess from that one manoeuvre, a little wrap back inside there. Again, I'm still feeling like it's going to go pretty close to putting her into a position where she's going to make it through. And here it is. It's coming through as we speak.
Piece of cake.
And there you go, 3.70. So sadly, the two Sue and Susan have been pushed out, and Minami and Camille are going to move on through to the next round. And that was an exciting finish for Camille, who sort of struggled and then just pulled it together right at the end there. So she's going to be extremely happy. And I believe we'll go to a break and come back to the quarterfinals of the men's.
Can't wait. Here we go, quarterfinals. Action time. Let's get that commercial.
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its past, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's so breath away from heaven.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back to the Belair International Pro. We've moved on through to the quarterfinals. Filma Alapeo and Rinta Uto out there. A Filipino and a Japanese surfer from True Styling joined in the booth with John Carby. And John, quarterfinals time.
Exciting. The winds picked up a little bit. We just saw those girls go for it. But as we saw, Minami dropping a massive number, an 8.0. So the scores are out there. Just those selections, wave choices, and getting those finishes and getting the big moves done, I guess. Surfing 101, like I didn't say anything that's out of the ordinary there. it's sort of the grind in these conditions, but you just got to find them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to find what works. And Filma Alapeo up and riding on this one. He's just been in form, I think. Sorry, my bad.
Commentator's curse. That's on you, True.
So sorry, Filma.
But you're right. I don't know. He sort of fumbled through his first heat, admittedly on his part. He said he got lucky for his first wave because the rest of his heat wasn't good. But then we saw him in that last heat, and it was put together quite well. He was very confident in the way he marched through that one with a win. So let's see how he's going to go for this one. But he's getting towards the, I dare say, the end of his career. But he's showing, like the rest of the Filipinos, he's still a big name in surfing.
Yeah, he is. And regardless of whether he's an athlete or not, he's also, coaching some of the surfers and at
mentoring,
home,
coaching, supporting.
Yeah.
Everything. The Happy Islanders Surf Club.
Empowering.
Yeah, and he's also being a surf ambassador. He's kicking off his own brand. So he started just with a YouTube channel, which has got like millions of followers. Like every video he punches out with Andy gets a lot of views.
Wow.
And then from that, they got a little cafe opened in Shargau. And I think they've just opened their second cafe / shop and also launching a brand, Happy Islanders. And you'll see the stickers on his board, bright pink. That's Philmar style. Like
Yep.
super fluorescent. You can see by his hair. It's just, he's a bright fella.
Yeah, he is. He's awesome. He's good value and he's up and riding. That one just doesn't offer much. So,
Second priority, he's just,
yeah, nothing lost there.
he's hunting at the moment, I dare say. Figuring out that lineup, just trying to get those small changes in tide. He was surfing on the incoming tide before. Now he's on the outgoing tide. So he's been watching it. Now he's probably just feeling it out.
Yeah, well, looks like we've got Camille down there with the last heat winner, Manami Nonaka.
Okay, thank you, True. Yes, I'm having a quick chat here with Minami Nonaka, number 5 on the rankings currently. And she was telling me about how it was a little slow out there. Tides pushing in, creating kind of a backwash. So how did you find the waves, or how did you pick the waves that you got?
It was pretty slow heat, but yeah, I got 2 good waves in first 10 minutes. So yeah, it was good.
Were you also looking at the rides that the other competitors were getting, or were you focused just on you?
I have to win this event. Yeah, but yeah, I just enjoy my surfing. Yeah, I focus. Yeah.
Okay, so Minami is also, she has her eyes on the prize as well, just like Nanaho. So, but you still found a way to enjoy the surf out there?
Yeah.
And speaking of enjoyment, I really enjoy your blue acrylic nails. I love it with the Japanese surfers. It seems to be a trend. Even Sarah had them, and even back to last year, I also noticed Shino Matsuda, the winner of the La Union event, had some really nice nails. So yeah, maybe I'll go to Japan and go to your nail artist. You want to say something in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございます。とりあえずラウンド1勝てたので良かったです。今日またクォーターファイナルがあるので、このまま勝てるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you. And I want to insert some local folklore because right now it's raining while it's sunny. So in the Philippines, we have a saying na may kinakasal na tikbalang, or that means that, you know, half man, half horse beings are getting married out there. So yeah, happy wedding to the centaurs of the Philippines. Okay, thank you. Back to the live action.
I don't know what to do with that information. that was from the left field. Thanks, Camille. But hey, I love folklore and tradition and everything like that. So respect to that. A little bit of information that I don't know how to process.
Yeah, thank you, Camille. It's always nice to have that. It's I would call that a sun shower at home. So it's good the difference in it all. But during that interview, Rinta locking in an 8.0 on this one, solid first connection. Again for another one, just timing it perfectly, driving through, and this left just really walling up in front of him. And yeah, Rinta, great wave selection, solid surfing, locking in an 8.0 on this one. He takes it all the way through to the inside. And this is live action right now. Philmar Alapeo, nice carve. Brings it around again, just whipping through that board, looking really good under his feet. And gets a finish as well, so wondering what he did out the back.
He did say in the interview that he loved the way this board carves. He likes the way that tail feels as he sort of drives through it. And you can see he sort of hit that rip bowl there. That's going to just help assist him paddle out, a little way to conserve energy. This is that wave opening from the start. Nice bit of speed to start with. And then nice opening wrap from Philmar. Or Cheapox. Second little carve as this thing stands up. Third wrap. Nice little transition speed snap there into another wrap. And then a little foam climb to finish. So not bad from Philmar as Rinta's dropped in an excellent 8.0 for that left that he got. And you can see why. He just went from moment to moment, smooth, fast, and with style.
Yeah, it was really good surfing from both Rinta and Filma. I think Rinta just, that backhand, you're able to just pivot and kind of get it up a little bit tighter in the pocket compared to on the forehand. A 4.75 for Filma locks in, and we actually saw him take to the sky and go incomplete during that interview as well. And if he had completed that, it would have been a good score.
It would have been. That was a nice high air reverse that he went for on a good sized wave too. So I'm sure he's going to have to be resetting after that one and pushing past it. And if he sees that section again, I'm sure he's going to go for it. He loves to fly. In our national competition, no, actually Shargao, he threw a rodeo flip, which was super cool. So the air game on Filma is second to none. I think he won one of our local brand Kudo Surf Hatters an air competition, photography or video competition throughout the years. And Filma also took that out with a rodeo flip. So he can air. I don't know if this is rodeo flip quality waves on this beachy, but he's got an air game. And if you're doing rodeo flips, you can safely say the rest of the air game's pretty tight.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. That's
4.75 for Filma. So the comparison there, Filma's on 5 waves. Rinta chose to take his time, locking in an 8. Two sort of strategies playing out. Sitting there with priority for a while was Rinta and didn't really look at anything even, and then just swung on and locked in an 8.
And we saw Rinta in that last heat as well do the same thing. He pretty much progressed in the last minute. So yeah, it's interesting to see the two different strategies. But I feel like, Filma, he gets busy. He likes to be moving, and I think we'll see him lock down a couple of airs this heat, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going through the top heats of the round of 16 for the women throughout the event, and the best scores coming through that round of 16. Sarah Wakita came through with the top heat for that round of 16 with a 14 point.
No, Amura Suzuki in the heat straight after Sarah. I think she got about a 15 point something heat total. In heat number 3, I don't think it's been updated since heat 3.
Thank you, True. Sorry. Who was that? They got it?
It was Amura Suzuki, 15.75.
There it is. There it is. All right. Good info. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Yeah. That's just my sheet's out of date. True's more up to date. Like I just throw out these bombs and get cleaned up by everybody else. Good fun. 14 minutes remaining.
Keeping you honest.
yeah, absolutely. It's like, if you won't, who will? Me and Jerry we just say whatever we want. No one's reeling us back in. But it's fun. Look at that little panoramic shot there of the lineup. As Matt or the Waxhead was saying before, you can see there's sort of 2 rip bowls on either side of this bank. So there's one off to the right and one off to the left. And it's sort of making a pretty cool peak for this event. So there's lefts and there's rights, and they're both offering basically the same amount of scoring. We saw this morning as the tide was filling in, the right was being utilised. Now it seems to have swung over to the left-hander, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I am a huge fan of lefts. I love going on my backhand, and it's nice. It's different. We saw in La Union it was rights the whole time, so it's nice to see a few lefts be ridden every now and then.
I think there was 2 lefts ridden in La Union that I saw. And that's usually goofy footers swinging left.
Yeah.
Because they'll find a left on a notorious right-hand point.
Yes.
And regular footers will find a right on a left-hand point break. That's just the way life is.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well, no takers on that one. Rinta had the priority, but didn't really do a committed paddle, I don't think.
It looks like they've got a bit of separation between them. Looks like Rinta's going to move a little bit closer to Filma as we see Hiroto going through a little bit of a warm-up there. Super important to warm up. These guys are at a pretty high level. The last thing you want to do is an injury mid-heat. That's a very interesting warm-up there. He's engaging the core. What he wants to do is fire up that core. So that plank with an arm and a leg out, it's getting everything sort of moving, warmed up, and ready for action. 12 minutes remaining. He's going to probably paddle out about the 5-minute mark and stay clear of these guys. So yeah, just going through his process. What do you think about the lead up? What's your prep, and what do you think's a good prep when you're going towards a heat?
Yeah, that's a good one. I think it really depends on each person. For myself, it's a lot of, I activate my legs.
Yep. So when you're activating your legs, are you doing fast twitch exercises, or are you doing something more like squats? What's your
Yeah, do a few
movement?
squats, a lot of single leg stuff. I try to open up my hips
Yep.
and engage a little bit of kind of movement, a bit of rotation in there. And then after I do that, I actually spend a lot more time focusing on my breath and mindset and kind
Yep.
of getting yourself into that zone. A lot of box breathing as well, which I find is really helpful for me, whether it's preparing for a heat or feeling like I'm in a situation where I'm nervous or just needing to kind of come back to center. Box
Yep,
breathing
absolutely. So box breathing, what are you talking about when you're talking about box breathing?
helps. I guess it's different for everyone, but what I do is I breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4, and I actually try to breathe out for 8. And then
Okay.
hold for 4.
Okay.
And breathe in.
So you're sort of slowing down, and it's just about that control, basically,
Yeah.
isn't it? Showing that you are in control of your body, you're in control of every part
Yeah.
of it, and it helps you reset and sort of remind you of that, probably.
Yeah, well, you get more oxygen to your brain, which means you have better decision-making
Yep.
process as well, and that's really important in heats and in high pressure situations, is to make good decisions and
Absolutely.
be able to
and
react quickly,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, well, our body, when you're coming to surfing, you've got your equipment. Your equipment is your surfboard, super important to know what you want to be on. Your body, you need to be ready to go out and battle the elements. And the third part of that is your mind. And then there's that little, I call it the X factor.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just happens for you out there.
Yeah.
And other times it just doesn't. Like, you just might be out in that heat and all the good waves just come to you.
Yeah.
And then there's other times where you couldn't buy one.
Yeah.
And that's that smaller part, I say, but you'll see the good surfers, they seem to have that X factor all the time, and you're like, what are they doing that I'm not? And you can review their videos, you can watch their heats, and you're like, I don't know. Here's the Happy Islanders crew down there, and I think I can see J.R. Esquivel hidden under a hat, or was that Joe Marie Ebewezer?
I think it's JR there.
Might be, but yeah, there's JR in the middle, Joe Marie, and we've got Toby Espihon there. Noah Arkfeld, I think, was there also. Happy Islanders. They are the guys who are supported a lot by Filmar, so it's great to see them down on the beach supporting Filmar.
Yeah, it's super cool to have that, and that support is really important, I guess, during any event, right?
Yeah, and these guys are like family. That's the joy of the Philippines. You get to places like Siargao, it's family. It's all family. Like, everyone knows everyone. There's a few minor dramas every now and again, but at the end of the day, these guys have each other's back like a family, and it's super cool, especially when you get to the inner circle of these guys and you get to see how it all unfolds. It's really special. So shout out to everybody in Siargao. I miss it so much. I can't wait to get back in the surf.
Get back there, go surfing Cloud 9 and all the other little places around.
The other little places. What other places? There's only Cloud 9, true.
Yeah, sorry, only Cloud 9. Nothing else there, I swear.
Nothing else there.
Well, 8.5 minutes.
Slow heat. Rinta has been super calculating in this one. He's in first place. He's checking the beach. He might be looking at priority just to make sure nothing's been seen that hasn't happened, and maybe also checking his position. Did you notice any currents out there? Or anything, any water movement that was untoward in your free surfing?
Not really. Maybe a little bit of a subtle current, but I didn't surf yesterday, so I didn't know. I kind of wasn't able to figure that out. But in my free surf, I didn't notice anything too bad. I was kind of just going all over everywhere, trying to paddle around and catch waves.
It looks like the rain stopped and the sun's out. I wonder how that wedding went. I'm guessing it's done.
Wedding?
Yeah, what is it? The half horse, half man wedding that just
yeah.
happened with that last shower from Camille.
I totally forgot about that.
This could be the reception. Yeah, that was a moment I thought you'd take home with you.
Yeah, I was like, was there a wedding?
You
How
will
did
no
we miss
longer
that?
call it a sun shower. You will now call it a... What's the creature she was describing? Centaur, yeah. A centaur. A centaur wedding went down.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Bit of folklore.
Well, it's
here
one of
for
those
the
things I love,
Philippines.
like cultural differences. In Australia, I dare say we don't have too much of this stuff. When you get to a lot of Asian regions, there's a lot of folklore, there's a lot of sayings and particular, like, old wives' tales, but also truly normalised and believed. It's like where throughout Asia there's a lot of them, and it's interesting. Like we've got our own things, but they have their things too. So it's amazing. Second wave pulling the trigger is Rinta or Otto, and this is definitely going to be a backup.
Wow.
How high will he go? I'm not sure. It definitely didn't have that explosive nature of that first wave did. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that one. And I have a feeling it's going to lock in around the 4 or 5s. Oh,
Yeah, that's Shohei Kato getting ready for the next heat.
I love a blackboard. It's one of my favourite things in the world. I finally got myself a blackboard. I got myself a Hayden Shape Holy Grail.
Yep.
And there it is there. There's just something about them. I know you can't leave them in the sun for more than about 2 seconds or the wax will melt off, but I was even sitting on my board. I finally got one, sat out in the water, and I actually scared myself. It looked like a big black shadow underneath me. And it's like one of those idiot moments. I'm sitting on my own board, and I was scared of it for about half a second, but it just it shocked me into reality. So I finally got one, and then I was scared of it.
I'm not going to surf that again.
But yeah, I love them. I don't know why. I've always been a fan. I had a shaper back when I was in my younger days, and I was like, give me a blackboard. And he was like, no way am I giving you a blackboard.
Oh. Now they're everywhere.
We could have set the tone back then. We could have been like maybe 20 years above the bell curve there.
Yeah.
Oh well, I've got a blackboard now. I'm happy.
Yep, love it.
Shout out to PC from the factory. I don't think he exists there anymore in Caloundra, but it was a good little shaper. We had a good thing going on.
Well, here we go, live action. Filma Alapeo needs a 7.26. Nice opening carve, gets a little fumbled. Brings it around again for another one. This wave is going to need a stand up for him. Trying to just gain some speed. He needs to do something pretty big and releases the fins, but no finish there.
That sort of stood up really nice too. He gave that last like proper scooped out in the bowl there, and he hit it well. There's the PNP, Philippine National Police. Big shout out to you guys for all your help. Big thumbs up from those guys. Just having their presence down here on the beach helps just ensure safety and good vibes around town.
Yeah.
And they're amazing. Always down there. You get a big good morning from them and a hello. So it's cool.
And that beautiful drone shot of all the mountains.
There's
that's just to the south of
us.
us.
There may be a little wave out there.
Maybe.
And that's what I was talking to the wax head about. Like, this place still has that joy of the search. You can me and Jerry walked through the mangroves like Groms the other day looking for a break, and we found it. And that's pretty cool when you sort of reminds me of the Endless Summer movie where they'd go to J Bay and they'd walk over the tracks and discover like J Bay breaking.
Oh.
Look at these. That is I believe that's our BHRROA. That's our medical team. And I'm sorry if I get it wrong. The Philippine Coast Guard. Sorry, that was Coast Guard. Also patrolling our waters. So big shout out to them. They're our medical team there. We had them in play the other day. There was a small incident. They were very fast to attend. I was just a longboard crews looking at me like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Keeping me honest, there was just an incident where a longboard bumped into just a free surfer out there, just amongst the free surf. So it was before the event was even on. It was good. The Coast Guard was down there straight away to sort of soothe any ailments and check it out. So a bit of ice was administered, and that was all it needed.
Yep.
Rinta getting a 4.0 for that second wave, and there's that drone shot, but we've got and a 3.85. So Filmar has got a lot of work to do. A 7.26. Go ahead. If you're Rinta at the moment, you're feeling pretty confident and pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. He's kind of in the driver's seat right now with the priority, with that 8. But, Filmar, he's been looking pretty solid.
Well, Rinta threw an 8, so he knows there's 8s possible out there.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things when you get a great score, you feel good, but then you also know. So there's the quarterfinal layout and who's going to move towards that all-important final for those 3,000 points.
Yep.
What a lineup. Look at that. We have Indonesians and Japanese across the board. Joe Azuchi and Oni Onwath. I know that's going to be fireworks. Ketut Agus and Rayuru, and also Shiohei and Hiroto. Like, wow. Any one of those could be a final.
Yep.
And we're in for some really exciting action.
Yeah, it's some really important heats for these quarterfinals, and then after this we'll roll into the women's quarterfinals.
Yep, and you're probably a bit more across the board on who's the top 5 in that lot.
Yep.
on the Asian region.
Yeah,
Yep. Just
yep.
looking at me blinking. I know you know way better than me.
Yeah, so
there is some important heats coming up, that's
there
for sure, when
is.
it comes to rankings.
Yeah, Nanaho Suzuki, she is leading the rankings, although she's never actually had a first.
I love that
this
because that
year.
shows consistency.
Yeah.
And that's, I think we were talking about that last time.
Yes.
Consistency versus 1 or 2 wins. Consistency often gets you there, and we've seen that in the
Oh,
WSL.
sorry, my bad. Sarah's leading the rankings. Nanaho is in 4th. She was actually in 3rd.
Yep.
And then Anon is sitting in 2nd. Kana Nakashio's in 3rd. Nanaho 4th. And then Minami Nonaka, she's in 5th.
And they're all still there, right?
Yeah, except for Anon. Anon
Yep.
Matsuoka, she's actually over in Hawaii
Wow.
right now.
That's pretty awesome, though. Oh, we got the boys putting graphics on the screen. They're all over it. Thanks, Leo. There it is. So the points, you can see 13,990 for Sarah. Not too much separating. So you can see that 3,000 points is going to make a difference. There's Sky Brown's name in there. She was going to be in these events. Unfortunately, she had to pull out at the last moment too. Was making a pretty strong drive towards her campaign in surfing. She's an Olympic gold medalist in skating.
Yeah.
And now she's turning her attention to surfing. So
Yeah, and we saw there was Shino Matsuda at number 10. She's actually going to the Olympics in Chopu.
how exciting is that?
Yep, she's practicing over in Hawaii at the moment.
Have you had a chance to speak to her over the time about her preparation?
Little bits here and there. I saw her over in Taiwan, and she just wants to get comfortable surfing big waves.
Yeah, that's what I can imagine.
Yep, backhand barrel riding. Oh, actually, no, she's a goofy footer, so she just, surfing big waves and pulling in. That's what she wants to do.
And
so.
Filma is not going to get this one. Rinta just businessman, taking that opportunity away from Filma, and he can just probably maybe even improve on his 4.0. But I don't think that was going to be anything special. I don't know. I don't think it's going to matter at this point.
No, yeah, I think Rinta's, he's definitely solidified first place. Unfortunately, Filmar didn't really get a run in that heat 4 and the 3, but he's had a great campaign for this event so far. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with quarterfinal number 2, Shohei Kato and Hiroto Ohara, right after this quick break.
That last heat pretty slow. Let's hope we have more waves in this heat. Hey, True?
Yeah, I hope so as well. We saw Rinta. He was very dialed in, got an 8 on the first wave. I think he bettered his position with his last wave as well. So it was a really good heat. Unfortunately, Filmar just couldn't really get the waves. And yeah, slow heat, but still really good surfing. And like you said, the Japanese technicians in this smaller surf.
That was the commentator's curse right there as Kato, that's all right, falls off. And he He really grovelled his way to victory with some precise carving earlier, really generating speed out of almost nothing. And here he goes now, and he sets his rail. Big fan of spray, loving the way he compresses and really driving through his turns. Not a lot on off of the wave, but that one just slicing and dicing and displacing more water off the top of the wave than what there was pretty much on the wave.
Yeah, that was a really good wave. That's a great way to start off. And Hiroto looked at that wave.
Mm-hmm.
Hiroto, sorry, he looked at that wave and didn't go. And Shohei was like, I'll try my luck and see how it goes. And here he is. Hiroto up and riding. Wow.
Yeah.
Did well with that.
And he pulled one of those off in a free surf, and the Indonesians are going crazy off to the side. Here he goes. Ohara, who we know is absolutely no stranger to grovelly waves, having a great win 2015 at the US Open. Very similar conditions. This is similar to a Huntington Beach style setup, and hammers that inside section. So this will be interesting for the judge to dissect as he goes complete. So two really strong opening waves, Drew.
Yeah, that was great. We've got a heat on our hands right now, both Hiroto and Shohei going back to back. And this is a replay, Matt. This turn was solid.
Yeah, big blowtail there. Falls back into the layback. And just the way he was able to keep that momentum down the line, similar to the backside attack of Kato, but just that a little bit more of a progressive maneuver on the outside section. And not much going through here, where it's interesting, Kato was really carrying his momentum through. So I'd like to see the spread. The judges are going to take the time. They'll be looking at this same replay, and strong finish. And Ohara comes in here ranked, he does need a really strong result. He's just outside the top 10, ranked 11th coming into this right now. And a few people above him have progressed through, but of course ratings leader, Kajiro Nishi knocked out yesterday. That was the big news from yesterday. Rinta Utu progressing through in that previous heat. He's ranked 7, but Kian Martin, he's out. He's in third. He was currently in third. And we'll see Marimar, John Mark Takong, currently in 6th. He climbed at a whopping 8 places, and he bowed out earlier this morning. Katuragus in 8th. He's still in the rankings. But Ohara, 11th. And Kato, he's down, 7th. So 7th taking on 11th right now. Whoever gets through this is going to double their points takings. Right now, they're going to bag 1,400 points for making the quarterfinals. And if they can progress through again, they're going to be up around the 2,000s for second place or third place. And then second place, 2,400. First place, 3,000.
Yeah, around about that. It's a bunch of points, a 6.9 for that last wave of Shohei, and then a 7.25 for Hiroto. So Hiroto getting the better of the exchange, not by too much though. And someone who had a great heat in that last one, getting the better of every exchange, was Rinta Uuto, and he's down there with Camille.
Thank you, True. Yes, Rinta, congratulations. You're off to the semifinals, and you surfed very smartly in that heat. You got 2 waves only, an 8.0 backed up by a 4.0, and that was enough to unfortunately take out the Philippines' remaining vet, Filmar Alipayo. Yeah, so you told me it was a little slow out there. What else can you say about the conditions now that we're moving up to the crucial semifinal rounds?
結構スローなヒートで最初エクセレント出せて、その後落ち着いて1本乗りたかったんですけど、4点かな、バックアップ、すごいそれで落ち着いて試合進められてよかったです。次のセミファイナル、明日以降になると思うんですけど、またコンディションを見て調整したいなと思います。
So I asked this of the girls as well. You're number 2 or number 3 on the rankings. How important are the points to you? Are you really locked in? I have to win the heat to get the points, or you're like, nah, I don't care about the points. I'm just gonna surf my best as always. Which one's your mindset?
もちろん5位以内入ることを目標にやってて、僕最低ポイントが3000のクォーター、今勝ったところのラインだったんで、今日セミ行けてポイント重ねられて、まだまだ優勝目指してもっとポイント重ねたいなと思います。
And after the Philippines, where are you going next?
フィリピン
After here, which competitions are you joining next?
オーストラリア行きます。Go to Australia.
Okay, so good luck with you for the remaining heats here in Belair and for the Australian competitions as well. So, okay, back to the live action.
And Utu moving through, and he's going to equal his best finish for the year. He's had a 5th in Chiba. He had a 5th in India at the 3000s there, and over in Korea also had a 5th. His best result was the Korea Pro, a 3rd place finish, 3,042 points. So at the moment, if he was to get knocked out, 1,825 points would be a semi-final finish for him, and that's going to go well and truly into his keeping numbers. He'll take that gladly. If he can progress even further, that's going to really put some pressure on Nishi and even Kian Martin. He's going to jump ahead of both of them, and it's going to be interesting to see moving into Australia. It looks like Utu, at this point, is going to be the ratings leader.
Yeah, there wasn't much separating him in first place, maybe about 100 points, maybe even less. And this next heat as well with Joe Wazuchi, he's sitting in 4th. It's a pretty important heat for Joe too, to kind of build some rankings up. But Oni, he's been really consistent. He had a 3rd place in the union. So I'm sure he's going to try and better that.
I love these ratings talk, and this is when we get into those 2-man heats. We're able to really divulge into the storylines and talk about these surfers, and even just seeing the stakes go up, obviously financially. They're going to actually double their money if they can get first place, $5,600, $2,800 for second. So that desire to jump into first is not just the ratings lead, and to have a really good stab at getting onto that Challenger Series, which is the tier above the qualifying series, but also some much needed funding. An extra $2,000 or $3,000. There's your airfares, and there's your accommodation, and a little bit of spending money in Australia, well and truly. So these surfers doing it tough. We saw a bit of blank space there on Rinter's surfboard there, so no major sponsor, which is something we don't see at this level very often. Here goes O'Hara, engaging the fins, little speed foam climb, looking to find an inside section. And true, that tide dropping, we saw yesterday about this time, that outside section starting to prove a little bit tricky to link to the inside. So it'll probably be about this time where we start seeing people go to the air for the single major maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Shohei pulled off a huge air reverse. He almost got 360 over in Siargao. It was it was next level. I think he ended up getting equal 3rd there, and it was talked about for a while after. So Shohei is no stranger in the air. Hiroto as well. I'm a huge fan of Hiroto's rail game, but he's also really good in the air too. So I think, hopefully we can see that change by the end of this heat.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that now. We'll see the inside of the screen, see the lower bit of the screen there. Still a bit of water on the sandbank there, but as that tide does drop, we will see it drain out a little bit more. And Kato looking strong at 6.9, but O'Hara with that 7.25 with that dramatic, fins free, blew out the tail there, landed in layback, and that inside section took a bit of a dribble on the medium in between section, pumped on the inside and snapped to finish. So a real US Open style performance there from O'Hara, drawing his inspiration from Huntington Beach, no doubt.
Yeah, and especially where he practices as well in Chiba and Shonan, and kind of some similar waves in Japan. And it's cool to be able to see them feel really comfortable in the conditions, and be able to lift their level. I think they're outperforming their waves, and the turns that they're doing it's pretty next level, and it's exciting to see everyone bring out the best in each other.
Clinical performances have been the story of the Japanese women and the men throughout the quarterfinals. We saw a clean sweep of the women on the Japanese side of the draw over in La Union, and we're going to see the same thing in this event as well. Dominating the upper echelon of the rankings. We're here on the east coast of the Philippines. We're in Belair in the Province of Aurora, and this is the first time a WSL event has ever been held on this side of the island, and first time in Belair. We spoke to Marco, one of the original locals here. Been surfing since the 70s. Not the founding or pioneering local, but part of one of those initial groups that was surfing here. He's a local chef. He knows a lot about the we were talking about fishing last night. We had some sushi, and some of the Japanese competitors were there joining us. Well, not joining us, but it's just where they go to eat. Some amazing food just up the road. Who would have thought amazing sushi here in Belair in the Philippines? But not just a haven for surfing. There's a lot of different nationalities and different cultures here. What's your favourite food that you've had while you've been in Belair, True?
I actually went to that Japanese restaurant the other night, and I was a huge fan. I had the udon, and
Okay.
yeah, it was great. I wasn't feeling too heavy after I'd finished my meal, and it was delicious. So yeah, I'll be making
Another
my
trip
way
there.
back there for sure.
You know who else had the udon? It was Oni Anwar, who's coming up next against Joe Azuchi, and he loved it as well. So maybe it's something in there, some udon power.
Yes.
And well, actually, Marco said noodle power last night. So noodle power for these
Noodle
surfers.
power,
And,
love it.
but yeah, there was probably 12 of the Japanese surfers there last night at the restaurant, and they were stoked. They were lighthearted in their little cruise. We saw a couple of we saw, who was it? Who won the fourth quarterfinal of the women's? It was
in La Union?
no, in the quarterfinal just beforehand.
Oh, the round of 16?
Yes.
Minami.
Oh, Minami in the round of 16. Minami was there alongside Amuro, and they were playing some really cool little. I don't know.
Was
It's just
it
reminded me.
Sarah? It might have been Sarah.
It wasn't Sarah, no.
Oh, really?
Yes, and they were playing together this really cool hand game where it was
Cool.
like, we'll have to be on screen and I'll show you. It was a cool little game. And I thought, you guys are going to break your fingers. And she had those fingernails there. And I said, oh, don't snap your fingernails.
Oh, the blue ones,
Yeah.
yes.
So anyway.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So Hara, talking about blue fingernails from Minami, and the guy in the blue singlet and the blue trunks rifling down the line. He's looking for a finish here, and he hammers this one shut. Probably not as clean as he would have hoped, True. And he's going to go right to go left, fades back around, and another little messy hit there. Some great work on the outside section.
Yeah, he did so well on that wave. That first connection was solid. He needs the 365 to go to first. He's done that. Wow, yeah, releasing the fins, timing it perfectly, and you predicted it, Matt. We'll be seeing, some people leaving the waves, and he even was lucky to get this inside section as well, just kind of tying the bow.
Yeah, tying the bow, I like that. And just finishing on his feet, which is always really important to show the judges some control. And, well, he didn't finish on his feet that one, but I don't think it'll harm the score too much. I think that'll be a really healthy number. The judges will appreciate the speed that he carried through that first maneuver. And it'll be back to Kato. He'll be most likely looking for a backup. And a 6.9 to start. That'll be a keeper, judging by today with the scores. Unfortunately, Filmar went out before. He carried some great momentum into that quarterfinal event. And, yeah, I'm really excited to see how this all pans out. And we'll have finals that, that's an interesting setup. So make of that what you will. That's some preheat routine. And Azuchi just showing us how to extend and open up the thoracic. He's got the hip flexors opening up there too. And he's engaging those QLs. There he is, some little core activation exercises. And that one will be getting screenshot and sent to numerous Instagram pages, rivaling that of Maxine. No, it wasn't Maxine Husnot. It was, I remember there was one at a QS in this challenge series in Brazil. And somebody was warming up. Their girlfriend was holding the strap, and he was doing a bit of a shoulder open up, and it looked very unique.
If I had a boyfriend and he asked me to do that, I'd be like, no, you can find a pole.
Would you ask the boyfriend to hold it for you while you were doing yours?
No way.
Okay.
Leave me alone, please.
Yeah. No, that was that's a preheat exercise from Azuchi, so let's
Love
hope he
it.
gets through that heat and it doesn't come back to haunt him as it jumps back on the camera. People are cruel out there, screenshotting stuff all the time. And 8 minutes 30 remaining. O'Hara locking in a 7.55. So the Japanese powerhouse putting on that clinical display of surfing, really just dissecting these waves, a lot of power and precision. There's no power out there, but these surfers really able to decipher what type of move to use at the time. And I really enjoyed watching Sarah Wakita's heat earlier. The amount of momentum she was able to carry through her whole wave. It's incredible, just the small wave ability of these surfers.
Yeah, and then we're about to go 8 and 5 off a really nice left, just pretty much she got the inside connection and finished it, but those first 2 turns that she had was solid and aggressive. She had that power, and it's the same with Hiroto. You know, he's here to get to the semi-finals. He's here to make a finals appearance, and that was a really nice wave. I think for Shohei, he needs 7.9 right now, and he's got that in his arsenal. He just needs the waves to kind of give him the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly right. And holding that priority 7.9, that's a really harsh score. So you're going to have to most likely go to the air to get excellent today on the men's side of the draw, especially as we talked about that tide dropping quite a lot. And you can see out in the end, very, in the left-hand side of the screen on the horizon, that's the end of the peninsula there. It's about a 3.5-hour drive. So that's how far this bay goes all the way around. And there's Azuchi. He's gone from the mobility exercises to the actually, let's talk about that board. He's getting some composure himself, breathing and becoming present. See the hip on the left fin? See the left fin?
Yeah.
See how the board radically hits that hip and comes into the little square tail, little thumb tail. That is a classic small wave board when they put the hip in it, especially on that fin. So it basically means that the turning radius has got a pivot point.
Yeah.
He goes Ahara, snapping through that and goes down. Under priority, though, just trying to put some pressure on Kato. And what did you make of that preheat routine of Azuchi coming up next?
Yeah, it's different. Everyone's got their own preheat routines. He probably was, trying to maybe get rid of his jelly legs on land and start off strong and kind of feel as if he's, already on a wave and making those turns. Maybe that was a visualization kind of routine for him. Yeah, I liked it. I mean, everyone's got their own thing.
It's worked for him so far.
Yeah, he's in the quarterfinals. It's working for him. We saw him before sitting down. I'd more than likely say doing some meditation or doing some breathing to kind of slow the heart rate. And right there, we've got Oni hanging out, just watching the surf. He's got his boards there. He's getting himself prepared.
A moment of solitude for him too. He's got that square tail. He's just thrown that one on the ground. He'll be riding a Cabianca board made there in Bali. And he's opting for square tail. He's got the round tail there as a backup. And it's a PU board. He's liking the way they're feeling here, I believe. We chatted to him last night about his equipment. And he'll be looking for a really radical charge up the rankings. Coming into here really far in the rankings, 19th. At the moment, so he'll be looking to climb pretty far up if he can, especially get into the finals or even take a win. There he is there. He's got his sponsors there, and he's got some. What fins have we got there? Can't quite make out that pattern. A JS. All right, stepping off the Cabiancas and onto the JS. Haven't seen that board yet. I did see it there. I didn't know it was his though. So yeah, he's identified some small wave equipment.
Yeah, got the futures in there.
Only Anmar, Lakey Peak, via the island of Bali and Gold Coast, spending a lot of time finishing his schooling there at Palm Beach Currumbin High School, where a lot of professional surfers have ended up. 4 minutes remaining. It's gone pretty quiet for Kato right now. There's the man in question, and I mean, there'll be a lot of people who are ahead of him on the rankings right now, really hoping that he could take a pretty big scalp coming up because Joe, 4th on the rankings right now. So if Oni could take out Joe, Kian's already out. That means that those surfers at the lower end of that top 5, so 5 will make it through, a 6 will get a wild card. It means if they can go to Australia and get a good finish, it really make those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th positions look a lot more favourable. But at this point, Utu, 2nd in the rankings. He'll go to the lead. And, back into this heat, O'Hara. He'll get that 2nd priority. Kato will have the opportunity to fire back. Still needing a 7.9. The ocean's gone pretty quiet right now. And he paddles for that one. Not looking great. So, sun's out. At least the 4 seasons in one day. We had rain. We had onshore. We had offshore.
No wind to start as well. Actually, no. 6 a.m. It was actually very onshore.
It was.
And it cleaned up quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I peeked my head out of the blinds this morning and I was like, oh, it's quite windy. And then by the time I'd brought myself to work, it was not windy at all.
We are here at the Costa Pacific Hotel right on Sabang Beach. And you can see the peninsula to the north. We're on the east coast here of the Philippines. And that beautiful drive that we had. A lot of cutbacks through the mountain range. And one of the photographers told me we're going to be doing lots of turns, and he likened it to figure eight cutbacks and roundhouses. And it wasn't until we were actually in that bus that I realised he was exactly right.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, you're right at the front of the bus. Great driving, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I did have a travel calm and it knocked me out for
Okay.
that drive. So I was out, which is good. I get quite car sick, so I needed to prepare.
Yeah, there was a few people got a bit sick, and this is an amazing event, a great foundation for the Surfers of the Philippines to be watching that next level, that international QS 3000 event here in Belair. The first time that WSL's had it, well, first time there's been an international surf event here in Belair, and we want to thank all the local government for having us here. Local Government of Belair, Department of Tourism, Regional 3 Director Richard Danos, Mayor Red Angara, who's been cruising around, the Congressman Ramel Angara, Senator Sonny Angara, so it's a family affair with those guys, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, who was a great assistance of us over there in La Union, and the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission, both of those organizations being pivotal for seeing Philippine surfing go to that next level, and of course UPSA and the United Philippine Surfing Association, ASRAI, Tingog Party List, the BHRROA, which is the Belair Hotels, and a couple of other words abbreviated that I don't know what that RROA stands for. I know there's association at the end of that one. So a lot of people to thank for having these events, and it is so difficult to get the government over the line to have events in all the countries, all the regions. So the WSL doing a fantastic job. Ty Sarati, Bonnie McLeod, absolutely nailing it for this location, and everyone's so happy welcoming us with open arms. True.
Yeah, it's amazing. I already feel a part of the family here in Belair. Everyone's so lovely and so welcoming, and they want to show this. They want to show off their beautiful home, and I don't blame them. It's great here. There's fun waves, and 15 seconds to go. Shohei having a really solid paddle here. He needs a 7.9. Wow, he did well to get onto that mat.
Yeah, he's not going to go down without a fight. Pumping down the line, a couple of foam climbs. He's going to try and link to the inside section. He's got something on the inside. Nice opening carve. And it's a lot of setup work right now, and he makes his way through to the inside, and with a nice release of the fins and rides out as well. A 7.9. True thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the 7.9. I think, it's unfortunate. He didn't really have a major moment, and I think that's what he needed. Both of Hiroto's 7s, they had huge moments. And Shohei just didn't quite get that.
Yeah, he's not feeling it there, so it does come in at a 4.6. It wasn't enough. Hiroto Ohara taking the win, moving up the rankings, and we'll say goodbye to Shohei Kato, and he'll bag quite a number of points, and it will be one of his best finishes of 1,423 points, quarterfinal finish. We're going to come back for Heat 3. Don't go anywhere.
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's so breath away from heaven.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. Straight into Heat 3 of the men's quarterfinals. The QS 3000 of the Belair International Surf Pro. Joe Azuchi, Oni Anwar out there in the water right now. Joe currently ranked 4th up against Oni, who's well and truly out of that top 10. He'll need a great result here to climb up the rankings. Jerry Deegan joining myself, the Waxhead, in the booth, the Cronulla surfing legend, via Siargao in the Philippines. It's had a lot to do with the emergence of surfing events over there at Cloud9. Jerry, lovely to have you back in the booth. What's the vibe out there now the sun's shining?
Oh, everyone's way happier, actually. It changes everything, you know, a miserable sort of cloudy small surf day. Now it's sunny, people have got their shirts off, getting happy, and I appreciate the Cronulla legend, but my Cronulla friends will probably not agree with you there.
There's a few people tuning in on those YouTube comments saying, oh, the Cronulla boy Jerry there, and we're stoked to have you here and sharing your insights of Philippine surfing culture. We had Marco, one of the original locals, not the founding locals, but one of the first groups of surfers to start putting together some strong performances over here, and he's stoked to have the World Surf League here for the first time ever. In fact, the first time an international surfing event's ever been held here in Belair.
Yes.
You could just see the joy in his
oh, they're loving it. I've been contacted many times by Olin as well, who's also a Belair local, and Olin's there in the east coast of the United States working at the moment, but he's watching us, and he's a good mate of Marco's, so g'day Olin. I know you wanted me to say that, but yeah, another well-spoken, well-educated Belair local, and I know he'd love to be here at the moment, but unfortunately some have to work.
Yes, they do, and for us, we're in the bottom of the coast of Pacific right now. One of the biggest hotels in the Belair region. We're sitting here right on Sabang Beach. There's a pool out the front, and the judging tents are quite literally 50 meters away from where we're presenting this right now. Great hotel, some of the best food in the area. And if you are in Manila or you're somewhere in the Philippines and you want to come for a unique surf trip, make your way over to the Aurora province and check out the waves, the potential here around Belair. And a big shout out to our UPSA officials, and I can see the boys working hard in the background.
Gabs is waving to us through the window. Thank you,
yeah,
lads.
Gabs, he's just a stalwart of information and of the UPSA Surf Committee. A great surfer himself. He's been working overtime, and the guy definitely needs to call upon some of his own contacts to have a massage later. He's buzzing around here, there, and everywhere. So, and to the thankless crew. I mean, it's a thankless job. The sound guys, the Sam in there running all the screens and the sound, and yeah, obviously so Gabs, Camille doing the post-heat interviews, the judges, and Cara and the team coordinating everything. Oops has done a fantastic job collaborating with the WSL, so a big congratulations.
There's
to them.
so many people involved that don't get any thanks. You know, we love our sponsors, we thank our sponsors, people supporting us, but there's a cast of, I won't say hundreds, but maybe a cast of 100.
Definitely, yeah, it would have to be close.
That are really looking after all different aspects, whether they're delivering food, whether they're judging, whether they're checking the video, whether they're security, whatever they're doing. And, you know, they're all here on time, doing their thing every single day.
With a smile.
Well, you know, Filipinos always have a smile, you know.
They do.
To me, you know, the greatest nation, I'm Australian, you know, I love Australia, but as far as the friendliest people in the world, bring me to the Philippines every single day of the week.
I can definitely attest to that. And
one other super friendly guy, Oni Anwar, who we had dinner with last night. He's out there. He's had a 3.5 already. Actually been 5.5 minutes of the heat, and he's ridden the only wave to date. It's a little different than the 4-man heats, the 2-man heats. I haven't sat in yet on this event on a 2-man heat, so this will be my first one. They have more time to think about what they're doing. They're probably more important, I think, priority in a 2-man heat. The 4-man heat, when it's a bit messy and small, they just were semi-paddling for anything and hoping it would line up for them. But the 2-man heat, they can be a bit more discerning with the priority. And at the moment, Joe Azuchi has priority. He's sitting on it. He's been sitting on it for some time. Well, he gained priority when Oni took his first and only wave. So, yeah, I mean, I think I heard it in the background that we were going to cross over to Camille and the winner of our last heat.
Thank you, guys. Yes, feeling confident, feeling good is Hiroto Ohara, who is moving on to the semifinals. So in that heat, Shohei was actually in the lead first, and you could hear him posting good scores. But yeah, how do you manage not feeling pressure or nervous in a situation like that?
I don't know. I've been having like that situation so many times before, so I'm just looking for my wave, and he got the 6.9 beginning of the heat, and I knew I need maybe like 2.7 or like 7 or 6 or whatever, like high score. So my plan was want to go to the left, but as soon as when he get the score, I was thinking, oh, maybe just go air to get the score, and then that's what I did, and that's what I get the score.
Okay, so do you do any preparation before a heat to keep you feeling good and, take the pressure out? Do you listen to some music, do some stretching? What's your pre-heat setup like?
Listen to the music, and before the heats, warm up, and then just be thanks for everything that I have an opportunity, and I'm just thanks my family and everyone I'm here and compete. So and then I'm stoked to get through to the semi.
Can you share what type of music you listen to?
I listen to Japanese music actually. Other countries' music I don't really understand what they're saying. So I'm pretty much only listening Japanese normal music. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, Hiroto. So good luck on the semifinals, and see more of your surfing soon. Back to you guys in the commentary booth.
Great insight there from Hiroto. Thank you, Camille. And just saw in the inset there, Azuchi opening up his account, and approaching 10 minutes gone in this heat, and just 2 waves surfed. And here's the replay of that, Jerry.
Okay, so just a little off the white, well, a bit more than a little off the white water, a bit of fins free off the white water there. He's just getting around this section, which seems to be the thing everyone has to do all day, and he's just back into the power source there. He's just a couple of wiggles to keep his speed up, and he's, chasing that inside section. Obviously, he wants a finish. So a bit of a pump here. He's pumping up, get some speed, and boom. Nice little off the top finish. Not really fins free, not overly risky, but safe. He landed it. And he'll get more points for that. So, they've given him a 6.5. They really liked it. I guess they liked what happened out the back as well. That's a great start for Joe.
Yeah, it seems, judging on that last heat with O'Hara, if you're able to release those fins, carry some momentum and link to the inside, the judges are really enjoying that progression and that commitment to the outside section. It's very segregated right now. Tide dropping, that mid-bowl that we saw come through at high tide in mid-morning, around 9, 10 o'clock. It's not there anymore. It's now approaching 12 o'clock. We're approaching, we've got another 4 hours to low tide, but that rip will start ripping out. And it just won't have that mid-section to thread the needle and really flow between manoeuvres. So the judge is looking for that commitment. Joe, during the year, a 3rd in Chiba, a 5th in India, and a 2nd in Siargao, and a 5th in La Union. So if he can progress through to this event, this will be equal to his best finish there, at least over in Chiba. And if he can get to the final and take that win, he'll actually skyrocket ahead of Kian Martin, who's ahead of him on the rankings. And because he's sitting down in 4th right now, so he's on 8,586 points. Rinta Utu had progressed through his heat earlier, so he's gone through, and he'll take that ratings lead. So it's on for young and old. Here goes Anwar, and he finds an inside connection. Strong shore footed. He's on a square tail JS this time. He's off the cabbie anchors. And that wave, just a little backup to go with that 3.5, Jerry.
Yeah, shame he didn't find the inside there. It was quite a small wave when he took off. This is a bigger wave for Joe. So might not have been the best choice for Oni, but, sometimes they line up and sometimes they don't. So let's see if Joe's is any better. So he's starting really confidently. Looks like he's smooth on his board. Just zipping past Oni there, saying, look at me, Oni, I'm going to get a bigger score than you. And he may well do that if he can finish it off. And he's going to milk it even further and garner a couple more points inside. I thought he was going to lose a rail there, but he hung on to it.
Yep.
So I think that'll be a good backup to his 6.5. I'm not sure that it'll go as high as the 6.5. But Oni only managed a 3.55, so he's on a couple of mid-threes. He's definitely going to have to improve on that because I think Joe is going to motor further away from him after that wave.
So only wave selection letting him down a little bit at the moment, but still 13 minutes left in the heat. You can't surf. You can't win a heat without surfing waves, and Oni is at least getting that heat started. That'll be a good backup for Joe, 6.5 so far, and we'll see what that one logs in at. But advantage to Joe. Oni comes in ranked 19th, and he really didn't have a lot of good results. That was his third last week at La Union, was his best showing so far of his campaign. I know we are in 2024, but carries over the rankings from 23 as well. And no doubt we'll see him in, with the cutoff being in April, we'll see him go to Australia only, and he'll chance his hand, especially if he can get a little further. I think this right now in the quarterfinals was going to be the decision. If he was to make the quarters, was he going to go to Australia? He wasn't sure, but we spoke to him last night. And at least right now, he's going to get himself a healthy number of points.
Yeah, maybe even more so, 12 minutes to go. You and I were there at dinner with him. He talked about the fact that he went to school on the Gold Coast, basically learnt his competition trade there with some other, fairly well-known surfers. I didn't know that he had spent a lot of time in Australia, to be honest, although I've met him a long time ago in Shargau, but I guess as a commentator you ask the other questions and you try to remember what they say, and I guess that's what we sort of did. But he was a lovely, lovely company last night, and super friendly character.
Yeah, no, he really... he's 30 years old, but he's got a lot of maturity about the way that he moves about different personalities and different people, different crews that he sort of is able to intermingle between them all, which works really nicely.
Oh, look, everyone there he said hello to. Like seemed like every crew knew him.
He said he knew everybody, and being from Bali, well, Lakey Peak, but spending a lot of time in Bali, everyone goes there as well. So he's that contact, he's that source. Like, hey, dude, I'm in town if you're around. So he's always there, the life of the party. But all eyes are on him now in this heat, needing an 8.45. So, that's a very considerable score right now. One of the singular waves of the day if he was to get it. So he's going to chip away at that score using his experience. Here he goes, flowing off that maneuver there, pumping through. Went to airs earlier to get that win. Nice, aggressive snap there, and carrying good momentum. Anwar, you can see his hands just stepping forward. Nice steezy style there for Anwar, and he's going to try and find something on the inside section, and it doesn't provide, but
that's been the downside of his waves, I think, at this stage. None have made it through to the inside. Well, he hasn't had a finishing manoeuvre on the inside, whereas Joe has, and therein lies the difference of the scores, I think, at the moment. A couple of Shargau guys, well, we've got a little break, wanted me to give me a yell out. Rodolfo Alcala, Usut. Oh, well, I'll give you a call in a minute. Okay. Usut and the boys who are watching with bated breath. Wants me to shout out to Mark Golzetti, Ronald Sumalong, who is outside Ruster. Ruster's out there, you know who Ruster is. Wapang, which is a local brand here in Belair, and Dom Cooey. So, hello to you guys. Dom's out here as well, so I don't know whether he wants me to shout them out or he wants them to say hello to him. I don't know, but either way, all the Shargau people are still watching, and he goes on here again. A bit more speed going this time, something big, I fear.
Oh, and he rides out too. So he gets the fins free. It was a nice rotation. Nose picks it, spins it around. And with just a 3.85 in his last wave, I'd have to say that one will surpass. And as I said before, Jerry, I have a feeling he's going to be chipping away at that 8.15.
Yep.
Trying to break down because, he doesn't have a wave at all singular better than Joe. So here he is just pumping through this, lining up down the line, and goes to the air, stabs the nose in, and spins to win. That's why the wax is so far forward on those boards, so they can shuffle forward over the flat area and ride out of those aerial maneuvers.
Pretty nice. And, he got a fair bit of height. And he even finished it off with a little late foam climb. So, I think the judges, that's what they want to see. He didn't just, rest on his laurels.
Yep.
Didn't claim, which I'm happy about.
A 5.4 for that. So now 6.6. So he's back in the heat right now. And that's exactly a veteran move. So Azuchi now hearing that, thinking, okay, he needs a 6.6. I need to up the ante a little bit. And maybe he'll protect
We'll see if he plays strategy, or if he'll protect the best wave of the heat, or if he'll be looking to ditch that 5-5, which is a pretty tricky task out there right now.
I agree. It looks like he's just going to go. Yeah, he's not going to wait around for something that may not come. So, well, relative to where Ronnie is now, as to whether he's going to lose priority, Ronnie may still be well inside, and that could be the reason he paddled.
We'll have to wait
with
and
that
see.
tight angle, it's kind of hard to see where on. No, he got priority back. So, yeah, that was a calculated move. He knew where he was. He decided to have a paddle, get his feet in the wax, and then realised it's no good. I'll get back out there and take my priority back. It looks like a couple of lumps. It's hard to tell with that drone angle exactly how big those. Yeah, it is flattering. That's exactly right.
And if I have a look at that forecast of what we have today, it's certainly, as far as the faces are concerned, not 3 to 5 foot faces, which is what we're faced with. It's more like 2 to 3 foot faces max. Period as well, 9 seconds, feeling more like 8 to 9 seconds out there right now. And the wind, well, it's going to top out very shortly. 6 knots east-northeast onshore, and it'll just start to reduce as we go through the afternoon.
That's lucky for this time of year, I tell you. That is, this time of year it can be horrendous, the wind. So they have, I'm not saying we got lucky with swell, but I was pretty worried coming to Belair for this time of year. It is the Amihan time, which we've mentioned before. They get the same kind of winds as they get down south, but they seem to have just settled down here for today and the next couple of days. And I think, hopefully we'll get pretty lucky. But certainly mid-afternoons can be pretty nasty here.
And here we have Oni now needing a 6-6. It's going to have to be something on the end section here, perhaps going to the air, and he's shown his skills this morning. Ooh, and that one goes incomplete. But he had to push it, chasing that score. And looking ahead to tomorrow, perhaps we'll kick off with the longboards. Some light winds, beautiful conditions up until about lunchtime when it picks up again, but smaller swell. But I think tomorrow could be a great longboard day. Looking across to Sunday and Monday, picking up. They're saying 4 to 6 foot faces, but I hold that with very low potential.
Yeah. And have there been any further calls on today that you've heard?
There hasn't. We're going to go into the quarterfinals of the
women's after
the
this.
Women's, correct? And so we're in the quarterfinals of the men's. We'll go to the women's quarterfinals, and so far that is the call for the day. Already 12 o'clock local time here in Sabang Beach, Belair. We're in the Aurora province. Having a look to the south there right now. There's a lighthouse around the corner. Some amazing setups in terms of waves. You can see just beyond, see the dark cloud out there, the dark water. That's an indication that the wind is out there, Jerry. So we may see another front come through. We'll have to.
Yeah, it's been pretty obvious, hasn't it? The wind, when you've got that wide shot and you see the wind, you can see it marching through.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Looking to the north, it doesn't seem to be quite as bad. So maybe your prediction or your wind chart there is going to be spot on, and we are at the top of the wind now. Again, it's surprising for this time of year, but I'll take it.
Yeah. That's right, and there's the peninsula up to the north. Marco, one of the locals, explained to us earlier, and so many people to thank to have these events. We thanked them at the beginning of the heat, and Mayor Brett Angara and Ramel Angara, who's the congressman, and the other Angara, who is the senator, Sonny Angara. Tingog party list, of course, UPSA, the Department of Tourism, and they know that they've got a good thing here. They know that this is a place that can be built on, because the main commodity is that 7-kilometre beach. That's it. That's the ocean. They've already got the infrastructure here, lots of different surf schools, and it's spread out, peaks up and down the beach. You can see the rip in the middle of the screen. That's where the free surfers are. There's another rip down here a little further. Some beautiful restaurants, a little bit of nightlife as well.
I anticipate the nightlife will get more intense starting tonight and tomorrow, because the place tends to get busy on the weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there's a lot more tourists that cruise on down in here, and someone's delivering us a lovely cold glass of water. So thank you very much. Of course,
it's the lovely Rona, who's one of the service women here at the Costa Pacific, helping us out. And beautiful hotel, and you'll see us just to the screen, straight to the left of screen, just in front there. I mean, there's a little blue banner. We're behind there. So that is Sabang Beach. And out in the lead, Joe Azuchi, currently in 4th place, is a very important
heat for him to secure his spot in that top 5 before they head off to Australia for the QS 5000 and the 3000 Newcastle and Avoca. Those next stops, dual sanction events, where it'll be open up to the Australian surfers as well. Points will definitely be harder to come by down there. The competition will be
pretty intense.
It'll be intense. I wouldn't say harder. It's just that the level of experience across the board is just coming from a nation like Australia, which is so ingrained in surf culture. The skill and the experience extends. There's a lot more depth.
Correct. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And that will change, and this is ground zero. What we're seeing here in La Union and Belair is laying the foundation. Here goes Suzuki, and he's looking for the snap and looking a bit like Taj Barrow on that one. And he lets the tail drift, and he's forward on the front foot there, redirecting to the left, and he's coming back around, and he gets another hit off. Jerry,
okay,
thoughts?
That was pretty interesting. We didn't see the takeoff, so I'm not sure if something happened before his Taj Barrow-esque manoeuvre. So not entirely sure on that one. I certainly liked the way he finished it off. I liked his redirect, and he finished it off really, really cleanly. So I guess the judges will like that. Again, I'm secretly hoping for Oni to grab a 6.66.
Well, he could. I mean, it's there for the taking, but Azuchi just need to drop a 5.5. And the reason I said the Taj Barrow-esque is because of that Billabong sticker, and I've just got so much surf history there in my brain, so many videos that I've watched, magazine clippings, and you just see a board, and I just think, like, I look at the Maurice Cole, Tom Curran, yellow-railed reverse V, and I'm thinking, I've seen that at Haleiwa, and I just mind surf that board after seeing it, in action. Not in life. I'm not 60 years old. I'm 35, but I see a lightning bolt, pintail, and I think of Jerry Lopez at Pipeline.
Who doesn't? No.
Terry Fitz airbrush double flyer pintail, and I think of Terry at J Bay or Sunset. And
think of an orange 20. Who do you think of?
Yeah,
MR, the Newcastle man.
See that bang, slides those fins.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And so he pumps it inside here. He realises that he's going to have to go left if he wants to get a finishing move. So he gets a little speed up and goes wha-bang and finishes it off really, really nicely. So
pre-heat, he did some really interesting manoeuvres. And if the sound guys are listening, it'd be cool to cut back to pre-heat stretching. He was doing some thoracic, basically replicating what you do in the water on the sand.
And that's what he just did.
And I said, yes. And I said, I hope he gets through his heat, because it may be taken out of context and used on the World Wide Web. There it is.
Okay, well done, guys.
Yeah, and here, watch this. He goes off. Here we go. And he extends into his top turn, and he brings it back around now. So,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, and again, compressing and extending. Thank you for that cut. And Oni,
last chance.
Maybe Oni needed to do that from Mizuchi. Take some preheat stretching. Oni was looking quite somber, quite relaxed as he was staring out to sea. But 25 seconds remaining. It is the clinical Japanese surfer Joe Azuchi, who's got a commanding lead.
5.4 for that last one, so it didn't go into his top, but he didn't need it at this stage, and you'd think that's all she wrote. Yeah. He's going to take this last one just so that Oni can't get it on the inside, and that's exactly the right thing to do.
So smart surfing there from Joe. He'll be moving forward and making a big indent further into the rankings. Current 4th ranking. He'll be moving through to the semi-finals. But up next, we're going to go to quarterfinal Heat 4. Don't go anywhere, because we've got Katut Agus and moving forward with Ryaru Ito from Japan. Going to commercial. See you soon.
I've been wanting to come to Belair for 25 years.
Me too.
Since Glenn Rickson and James Carrillo and those guys came here a long time ago, and I met them, and they just kept talking it up, and I was never able to get here.
But out there, who is here is Ketut Agus in red from Indonesia and Ryaru Ito from Japan, shaping up to be another great quarterfinal. I think I said to True that every one of these could be a final, and Ryaru not taking long to get. He's opening 2 rides, nothing substantial, just the 2s. And you see, I think he's got that strap on his front foot, which I haven't. Not really sure why or what it is.
Did he have a strap on both feet then?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's a booties guy coming from Japan, probably more familiar with surfing in booties during those cold winter months.
What do you think of booties? I certainly can't stand them.
I went to Fiji once, and it was just razor blades out there, and we were ending on a really, really shallow end section. So I found one booty on my back foot.
Was
on the
handy,
tail
yeah.
pad was a bit easier to deal with than the booty on my front foot.
Yeah.
And then I could stand on that one foot and sort of jump off the reef where I needed to, if I got into that.
Yeah, I find you just can't move your feet around when you've got booties on, and I find that, and it's not that I move my feet around to get into the barrel, or it's just that normally when I take off, they're in the wrong spot in the first place, and I can't move them.
Well, I'm pretty sure you do move your feet. It's just one of those things.
I do,
When you surf
I
as
do.
long, you don't realise you do it as much as what these beginners, and Matt pointed out quite often that they move, that these shortboarders move up and down the board quite a lot. So we probably do it less, but we definitely do it. Little shuffles.
Yeah, I
and
remember
wiggles
going
and
to
adjustments.
G-Land and having booties and then just hating them. So we'd go there and we'd try to shove them down our board shorts while we're surfing, and you'd eventually lose one, and we think, now I've got to walk across that reef at low tide to get out there.
Yeah, that's more the reason. They've got those new booties, those super tough, super lightweight, thin ones now, and you can actually jam them into your pocket without feeling like you're...
I'll have to check that out, because I've still got sort of some old rubbery ones that don't give you complete protection on the reef.
Yeah.
You know, and they're kind of heavy-ish, so I probably haven't bought a new pair of booties for 10 or more years.
These ones are a little bit risky, but they're definitely lightweight and a lot smaller now. You can shove them up like rolled up pair of socks, basically. Shove them down the front of your pants or something, Jerry, and get that shot.
Well, I just said shove them in the pants. I wasn't talking about anywhere in particular, John, so you can have that one.
20 minutes anyway. A few shout-outs. I was just checking out some boards before walking around, and I saw Danny's board, Flanagan, and reminded me to shout out to Jason from Flanagan Boards. He's doing some pretty cool things, shaping out of Indonesia there. Some great boards coming out of their factory down there. I'll shout out to Dylan also. He's also helping us with a small project here.
Who, Dylan?
Jason from
Jason?
Flanagan.
Okay, thank you,
and
Jason.
Dylan. We got a project here, getting some Flanagan boards shortly around to some groms around the Philippines.
Unreal.
So they've done a wonderful thing for us here. They just easy to deal with, great boards. So tick, tick, tick. So big shout out to Jason down at Flanagan Boards.
It's funny, when I first went to Cloud9, I'd always have to lend boards to the groms and whatever. They didn't have boards, and but I was always in two minds, and it's going to sound kind of selfish, and it was, I guess. I mean, I never didn't really want it, but deep down, I always wanted to. I was a bit in two minds when someone brought in 4 or 5 boards. I think, that's 4 or 5 more people in the surf. I think we're going to head down for a little interview with Joe. Take it away, Camille.
Yes, thank you. So we saw flashes of Ethan Ewing and Joe Azuchi surfing and having a chat with him here. And yes, he does like Ethan Ewing, yeah? Who else are your surf idols in the tour?
そうですね、いいサーフィン演技よく見るんで、このままいいサーフィンして勝っていきたいですね。はい。
So aside from Ethan Ewing, who do you like to copy, or whose surfing do you admire?
そうですね、いいサーフィン演技も、いいサーフィン演技とかジョンとか好きなんで、それぐらいのサーフィンいけるように頑張りたいです。はい。
So talking about these CT surfers, right now they're on the Lexus Pipe Pro, and I guess it's also your dream to one day be, this year, next year, also be surfing at Pipeline.
そうですね、自分結構パイプライン好きなんで、このチャレンジシリーズ出て、来年そのパイプマスターズでサーフィンできるように頑張ります。
So now you're in the semifinals. Who do you want to go up against? Who do you want to surf against?
そうですね、もっと 調子上げていって頑張ります。
Is it Hiroto, perhaps you and Hiroto, or we'll check the matchups real soon. But definitely, it's gonna be another Japanese surfer with you in the semifinals. So, okay, wanna say a few words in Japanese?
そうですね、日本人結構勝ってるんですけど、自分も勝ち上がってファイナル行って、優勝して、しっかりチャレンジシリーズ決めたいですね。はい、
Okay, thank you. Domo arigato, and good luck on the semis.
Thank you, Camille and Joe.
Joe is great. He's just a true gentleman. Just really cool, calm and collected. Just great guy. Been on the Challenger Series, bringing that back. Can surf.
Oh, can't they all? Not much happened during the interview there. Katut got a 3.0. Hasn't had a backup as yet. So I guess those 3 scoring waves there are essentially throwaways, you would certainly hope, with over 17 minutes to go. Kind of slowed down a little out there, hasn't it?
It has. Suns came out. The wind went away. But yeah, you're right. It's slow. Hopefully this tide gets lower as Ito gets up. Nice backhand attack. It's just getting that to roll into the shore. Just trying to see what's going on his feet there.
It's certainly on both. Well, sort of.
One's an ankle strap, definitely. The other one might be an ankle strap and foot. So not sure what's going on with his feet. Maybe if he comes through the wind, we'll get Camille to sort of
have a chat with him.
Just have a chat because it is interesting. Is it an injury that he's carrying over from surfing? Is it just a feeling like what you were talking with Sue, I think, who went for a run with these leg things?
Yeah, Sue, yeah.
He might just be used to booties, and we talked about not being in booties, but if you're from somewhere like Korea or Japan where it's notoriously cold, booties is a big part of your life. So
that's right. And here's a solid wave out the back for Katut. One of the better ones that's come through. Hardly have any come through, but it looks like it's going to line up okay as well. So he's just going to stay on it, stick with it, get some speed up here, go to, fins free, bit of a waft there, and I think that might be his best score. It's certainly a 1.5 manoeuvre wave.
Yep. Shout out to Joe too, doing the interview with Camille, speaking Japanese. I love that. We'd have a huge portion of our audience from Japan, so great that they can get their language, and it's important to hear from Joe, and his family's obviously super proud of him, so great sort of interview there. I love that. And yeah, imagine going to Pipe. How intimidating from Belair to Pipe, and it is sort of, it's a pathway. Nice turn from Ryaru, getting a little bit caught up on that foam climb. If he had hit a nice smooth one, he might have transitioned the line a little bit better, but he got to that open face and he's heading towards that rip bowl where it will stand up for him. Unfortunately, stood up a little quick on that one.
Yeah, a little mistimed by the time he got around there. Not a lot happened. I guess it could be his highest score, but...
yeah, I believe that foam climb, he didn't quite get that speed down the line from that, and that sort of put him out of rhythm for those next few sections. He sort of had to get around it again, and then again it came at him. So a little bit out of time, like you said. I reckon that is where he got out of rhythm there, just on that little clip.
Great that the sun's out there now. It's actually getting quite hot. It doesn't feel like the Belair of the last 3 or 4 days that we've had kind of cool winds and cloudy skies. All of a sudden, it looks like the tropical Philippines to me.
It looks like the beautiful video that we've been watching again on these ads. Looks amazing, and also again shout out to the team from the technical team putting together a great little highlights video I saw on that last break. There's been some really good surfing down here at Belair, and the waves are really. It's been a highlight. There has been some amazing waves ridden throughout this event so far, and we're only not even halfway through yet. We still have an entire longboard event to go after this.
We do, and we'll see how far we get in this on this day. We talked a little bit before about when we're going to start, when we're going to finish, but yeah, we've got longboarders, men's and women's, a QS 1000 longboarding event to back straight up in this. Now, whether we do the longboarding in between maybe finals, or we don't really know yet. That'll be up to you and Ty and Jet to decide, really.
We're probably going to end it at the quarterfinals today. We don't really want to push 4 heats on them, even though it's not too taxing out there. 4 heats isn't really going to set up for that dynamic, explosive, great surfing, because they're going to be a little bit lethargic, a little bit tired by the time they get there. Even though these guys can surf for about 28 hours in a 24-hour day.
Yeah, that's right.
Competition surfing does take a little bit more out of you than your standard, I'll go out for 2 hours and catch 3 waves. mentality. So
Absolutely. I discussed that before with True. So Riaru did get a 4.10 on his previous wave. That's the second best wave of the heat. Katut is still in the lead with a 7.50 total. So the 4.5 and the 3.0. Looking at the last few heats, you would think that none of those scores are going to be there at the end. But, I mean, we are halfway through this heat at this stage. These sets seem to be shutting down a little bit. Or what was happening is they were sitting too far inside and they didn't get these shoulders at all. But I guess they want to get the speed run through the centre, get to the shoulder before it gets too fat, because some of the shoulders are just fattening out straight into that channel.
yeah, those bigger ones seem to break wide, push wide, and miss all the sand on the inside. Ooh, that almost flowed well, didn't it?
You're good.
And write that down for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. Like, it's the shapes that they're looking more at shapes over size or anything at the moment, because they're just hoping it hits that inside at the right part.
Yeah, look, it is actually kind of a struggle for everyone at the moment. I thought someone was calling. Oh, James Carrillo from Canada is listening. Hello, James. I know it's cold where you're at. James is an ex-pro snowboarder, but turned into a surfer, and he spent some time here in Belair in the early 2000s, and we've got Katut up and running. All right, nice. Really nice wrap there from Katut. He's going to find an inside, John.
There it is. And
he's not finished? No, okay, so I suggest that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. I'm thinking, what are you thinking? Let's put our next on the line. I'm going to say 5.5.
I'm going to go, I want to go a 6. I'm going to go 6. Just
as soon as I said 5.5, I was thinking, maybe that's not enough.
Yeah, I even want to say a 6.25 because he flowed from that nice wrap. We haven't seen a rail turn like that for a long time, actually, so the judges are going to love that.
Okay, I'm saying 6.5.
and then he sort of did finish it with a reverse, which was also crisp and nice too, and he rode out of that with speed. So
there you go, 5.75.
Oh, split the difference.
We're pretty good.
We are.
We
couldn't have done better amongst us, Jerry.
No, no. That's a good score. That's going into his top. He's now got a 10.25 total. And Riaru needs a 6.15, sorry, to move on into the lead. And so thanks for watching, James. Say g'day to your lovely wife Addie and the kids. I know it is cold there. He's got an up and coming daughter who's an incredible golfer.
Nice.
So
your other sport, Jerry.
My other sport, exactly. So I don't know if he's the only one watching from Canada, but at least someone is.
It shows these events do reach quite an audience, and with the big boys on hold today, and you're getting your fill of surfing for the day, why not check out these QS regional events? Because who knows, we may be looking at the next Rio Waida or the next John Florence coming out of one of these Asian provinces.
Yeah, look, my prediction is that Filipino. Well, we've had John Mark Tokong already on the Challenger Series, and this is Riaru having a dig right here with his weird shoes on. Oh, nice start. Oh, he lost all momentum there, nearly bogged a rail. He's not going to give up. That was a nice little whitewater wrap there. Back into it, and he's going to get some speed. Is he going to go to the air, John?
No, I don't think so. I believe he's going to stick to that rail. His strength is rail, as we saw from Joe Azuchi. Doesn't need to go to the air when you've got such a rail-to-rail game. And Camille brought up, what's his name? Ethan Ewing, who's sort of this... WSL sort of moved into this air show. The Brazilians came in and just sent air after air. And then you've got the guys like John Florence can take to the air. And the rail game of the boys, like the old guys, Sonny Garcia, who else is there in that crew? Oki.
Matt Hoy.
Yep, here's Katut.
Luke Egan.
Actually, Katut's about to put together a great little number from this. He just done 3 quick turns in succession with a huge whip at the end. And this is the point of difference that we're literally talking about.
Yep.
You don't need airs when you can turn like that.
Yep, that was good, and he loves it. Absolutely loves it. So we assume he's going to be extending his lead. We're waiting on scores for both surfers, by the way. I liked Katut's
I like it.
better than Riaru. Riaru seemed a little disjointed.
Yep.
Right from the start, he was kind of a bit unbalanced, let's say, and then he improved it as he got towards the inside. But Katutz was just solid all the way.
And almost like that last heat, the one who's taken a bit more patience and maybe choosing a little bit wiser is sort of coming out with the goods at the moment. So the strategy of Katut seems to be to sit out there and pick, whereas Riaru's taken a lot more swings at the ball, which what we saw with Oni in that last heat. He took 100 waves and there wasn't too much quality in those wave selections.
And there you go with Riaru's wave. It was only a 4.15, and again that was because it was disjointed, and the judges don't like that. It needs to be flowing.
Speed, power, flow. That's the game. And yeah, rail to rail. What Katut did, I believe we're going to see the best wave score of the heat come through.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that.
Do you want to go? Do you want to throw
yeah,
a number
yeah.
out
I'm going to
real
say
quick?
6.75. No, I'm going to say 7.
I'm going to say 6.75 now. I'm going to swing below you.
I'm going 7.
There you go, 7.75.
Oh, well, I was closer.
You're on that one. And yeah, that was getting very good, very close to that excellent range, and that was almost excellent surfing from Katut.
Yeah, and it leaves Riaru needing a 9.35, or a combination of two different waves. And here we go. He's going on the left. There's a little line on it. Yeah, he's thrown the board up. He's managed to pull it out. Well, he has. He's ridden out of it.
I'll be interested to see that on the replay because he did throw everything out. That was a pretty major layback manoeuvre that he threw at it. It took a little while for him to get clear of the whitewash and stand up.
Yeah, which the judges don't really love.
No, but it's also super impressive. We just got that. And he also de-shirted himself in the process.
Yeah, well, if there's some girl judges, they might give him an extra point for that. And I know there is. Ren's out there judging. Ren from Japan. She's a fantastic judge.
She is, and she's doing the tour. She's done a lot of these regional QS events. Super professional judge and just never misses a beat, Ren. So that layback, we sort of missed that on the replay there, but you can see his shirt came off because he's literally using his back to stand up. So I think Matt's out wandering about down there on the beach, seeing who he can get a hold of. So let's pass on down to Matt and see what he's got down there on the beautiful boardwalk of Belair.
Thanks, guys. Quarterfinals here. A lot less surfers lining the board as you would typically see in the round of 32 and onwards. But I can tell you, conditions pretty clean. Holding off that front that was worried was going to come through hasn't come through. The Shorey still looking good. Tide's getting lower in about 3 hours, but the waves are looking really nice right now at Belair. And as we pan across, I'm on the boardwalk we keep talking about in the webcast. It stretches for meters down there. The Indonesian crew are and also Daya, they're tuning in. They're watching their fellow Indonesian. And as I turn around here, we've also got some stalls lining the Costa Pacific here. So if you're around Manila, come on down to check out Belair. It's a 4-hour drive, heaps of action. We've got surfing in the water. We have food stalls on the beach. We've got a beautiful pool out the front too. Come down and check it out. This is the birthplace of surfing on the east coast of the island of Luzon. We're at the QS 3000, the first time an international event has graced the shores of this beautiful 7-kilometre stretch. I'm stoked. Longboarders are stoked. They're probably tomorrow. I can see them free-surfing now. Let's live action catch up with the scores.
Big thanks there to Matt the Waxhead for his insights there and on the Esplanade there right in the heart of things.
Looking forward to getting to the longboard, which is really what he specialises in. Also, he's a man of many talents, but longboard is definitely his flavour. So I can't wait to get into these longboard events because it's going to be great to hear some insight from a man of his ability and his knowledge. Here's the replay. Sorry, there's Katut getting to work on. This was a 7.75. And you can see why, because he just hammered every section.
No downtime, no loss of speed in any way, shape or form. That was...
And even this, just a nice little vertical whip in a 2-foot whitewash shorey, which is just incredible to get that amount of spray.
Exactly. We're still waiting for Riari's last wave, which happened during Matt's little walk around town out the front there. And So he needs an 8.15. So he got a 5.35 on the previous one, which reduced what he needed.
Here we go. It's starting to look a little bit more dangerous for Katut now.
Absolutely.
Riaro showing that he's not out of this heat and he's building his house, as True would say.
Yes, and now he only needs a 6.76. He just got a 6.75, so he needs a similar wave, slightly better.
There it is, up and riding. This was his 6.75, so nice vertical re-entry on that opening one. A little bit of a fin drift on that second manoeuvre, so straight away he's showing variety. Third one, a wrap, just waiting for this thing to line up on the inside, and I'm going to go out on a ledge and say he does get a completion on this. Because that score is pretty impressive. And here goes, ramping back up. Nice little foam tap to finish it off. So good wave, solid wave.
Yeah, and he's really changed things up now. With 2 minutes 30, Katut does have priority, so he's going to let Riaru go on this small left-hander. But he is a goofy footer, so he's going to love it. Nice wrap off the top there. And he's going to semi-run out of wave, so he's going to chase it on the inside. Now, if he chases it all the way and doesn't get the score, it's going to take him a while to get back out there. So he needs to do something big right here, which he just didn't manage to do it. So he needs to race back out the back there.
Interestingly enough, that 5.35 for that layback manoeuvre that he did before, so the judges did reward it. And like I said, he was using his back to leverage off the water, to stand up, to roll over his knees and get like the bulk of his weight back over the center of the board so he can actually stand up. It's incredibly technical. If you want to see an expert do it, check out Clay Marzo. That dude can literally surf on his back. He can, I don't know, reverse body surf. He's got a wide back or something. But that's sort of the techniques that Riaro used to get up there. Just a lot of technique to slide across on your back and roll up.
And a lot of power. And, you've got to drag your back up with your legs as well. So, he did pretty well. He didn't quite get the score he was hoping for. He only got a 3.5 for that last wave, which we knew was not going to go into his final two. He's running out of time. He's got about a minute to go. Yep. He's racing back out there towards where Katut's sitting. Katut does have priority, and I think Riaru could well and truly turn around on anything now and give it a last hurrah, and that's exactly what he's not going to do.
Ooh, you were almost there, Jerry.
Almost,
so close.
almost.
That was going to flow so well.
I know.
And then you were going to call that to the beach, and then we would have ran out the minute.
Yeah.
Now
Well, Katut's going to sit right on top of him
here we
now.
go. Katut's going to look. He just looked at his watch. So Katut is an athlete that likes to have his watch on because he wants to know. He doesn't need updates from the beach. He wants to know and control his time, and he is going to sit him on him like...
Yeah, and he's definitely going to go this wave, and it'll only leave less than 20 seconds for Riaru. Oh, well, that was pretty interesting.
That was very interesting.
That was a gutsy move from Riaru, because if Katut had actually taken it, it would have been a drop-in.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered in the situation that he's in. It was almost a brave move from Katut also. If he had got into a position of blocking without actually committing to the wave, I think there could have been drama for him also.
Yeah, well, this is turning out to be a pretty good wave. He needs a 6.76. Is he going to get a little finish, or that's all?
Yeah,
I'm thinking he still needs a little finish, and he is.
So he did get the finish.
Okay.
And literally stepped off. If he had feet problems, that's a good way to check him.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm not counting him out there, to be honest.
I'm not either. I'm actually very surprised that... well, it looks like they are counting him out, and the score's locked in. Katut Agus will be progressing through to the first of our semi-finals. Oh, no, sorry. We are in Heat 1, so... Where are we at?
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich and splendor, from a province that's so breath away from heaven.
The WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back to the Belair International Pro. We have the women's quarterfinals out there, Nanaho Suzuki and Kana Nakashio. I think it's almost a clean sweep with the Japanese in the quarterfinals. I think we might have Camille, who's from Singapore, in one of the last ones.
She's the only one that did throw the spanner in the all Japanese works. But I know we're up for some amazing surfing and a lot of top-ranked surfers going for points, and we are at the business end. It is points talk. It's important. The rankings are important. We're watching Pipe on at the moment. It's sort of running at the same time. Hopefully they're still getting the views with the Belair Pro being on at the moment.
I think it's off today.
It is off today,
oh, okay.
And I'm pretty sure we're still getting the views.
Yeah. Why would you want to watch Pipe? We're in Belair.
Exactly.
This is Belair.
And look at it. This is the video that we see on all the time. I hope we have the drone shot fly over and maybe a bit of music so Drew can get happy about the song again. But the sun's out there. It is. Look at that. Beautiful Belair.
How is that?
Mountains in the background. Beautiful hotels on the foreground, which there's swimming pools. The food is amazing. The people are even more amazing. I wanted to go more amazinger. I don't know how I can go with those words, but it's a great place. It's a beautiful town. Waves everywhere. You can literally run up and down a coastline and almost have nobody. I likened it to sort of the Search, where you can just come over one part of the road and then you got a left-hand reef break, then the right-hander.
Yeah.
I walked through mangroves the other day and found one. It's so fun.
Love it. There's so many waves. And Kana Nakashio, she's found a good one. Wow, nice opening carve. She is the winner of the La Union 3000, so she's finding herself at the pointy end of the draw and really surfing hungrily, looking for another victory, I'd say.
She's going to finish this one too.
And wow, so Kana opening up nicely. I think we still have a little bit more to see from her, but it was a good way to start off the quarterfinal.
Is Kana an Olympian or not?
I think that she is a reinforcement athlete.
Okay, because I believe I saw the Olympic stickers on her board then.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure. And you know when I throw things out and you fact check me?
Yeah.
I think that's what we're about to do again.
Yeah, yeah, that's happening.
That's happening. And like I said, me and Jerry get to run off with our words, and then True puts me back into reality really quick. Maybe if we can get a replay of that wave, because that was a definite beautiful opening wave from Kana. Nanaho only with a 1.0, so just up and down for Nanaho, I dare say. And here is that replay from Kana up and riding. Oh, it's hard to see, but that opening wrap was sensational. This is already going to be a beautiful number. There's a second wrap there. And True's going to eyeball that board. And it might just be the design.
Yeah, I think it's the design.
And she's going to finish this one too. So a little statement there. You see what I'm talking about though, right?
Yeah, I see it. I
good score, a 6.50 for Kana, opening up this quarterfinal women's QS 3000 with a bang.
Yeah.
Epic.
And it's just she's got flowers on her board. Sorry.
No, I do need to be fact checked. See, this is the replay. Oh, so that was one we just missed, possibly while Kana was riding a 4.0 for Nanaho. I think this is going to be an exciting quarterfinal.
Yeah, it is. Kana, she's coming off the victory of a win. Nanaho, she's consistently in the quarters and semi-finals. This is going to be a really exciting one. Nanaho, she's got an air game. She's hungry for a win.
I want to see it.
Have you not seen it yet?
No.
It's pretty mental. She can... I haven't seen her land too many yet.
I want to see it in Belair, in the finals.
Let's bring it.
I want to see it happen anywhere from now until the final. If she gets out in this one, I want to see it in this one.
Yeah.
If she goes through to the next one, I want to see it
in
the next
one. Yeah, air reverses.
Really?
She's got them.
What, are we talking backhand or forehand? Where's her skill
I've
set
only
on
seen
that
her
one?
do the forehand ones, but I haven't seen her land too many, but she's got the rotation down. It's actually pretty next level.
That is cool. That is, come on.
It's actually a bit annoying because I've been trying them for that long.
Come on, Nanaho. There was a epic video with Bethany Hamilton, I believe,
Yeah.
who went out and sent she went out and worked on it and worked on it
Yeah.
and worked on it. And this isn't like in 3 foot, 4 foot beach break. This was Hawaii where it was
Scary.
like 6 to 8 foot, and they call that 3 foot. So in comparison, it's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, she just sent them and set them until she finally got one. So just the commitment to go out and put everything on the line time and time again. It's hard. And you need the sections. You can't just do it. You need the sections to make it happen.
Yeah.
Wave pools could be the answer.
Yeah, wave pools
Have
could
you
be
been in a wave pool yet?
Yes.
Melbourne?
I've been in the Melbourne one. I've been in the one in Yeppoon, the plunge pool one.
One of the few down up there at Surf Lakes in Yeppoon.
Yep. And I also went to the Korea one as well. And someone who actually did pretty well in Korea was Ketut Agus, and he has moved on through to the semi-finals. He's down there to have a chat with Camille.
Thank you, True. Yes, I'm just catching up here with Ketut Agus, the only Indonesian left in the semifinals, but not feeling pressured with all the clinical surfing that the Japanese have been showing us. And we're catching up on the surf films because that's what we talked about when we were in La Union, and we finally remember his go-to surf film, and it's called...
The Profile Jack Freestone.
Yes, it's called Low Profile by Jack Freestone. So that's his go-to surf film. He watches it every time to get pumped up. And even though it's more about the airs, it has some interesting rail work going on there too, which is what you did when you got that backhand 7-point plus ride. Yeah, talk to me about your best score of that heat.
Yeah, I just watching my before my heat. I watch a couple heat, and I saw some of Japanese get a good score going on backhand. So I prepare for that. I'm looking for that waves, and yeah, I got that waves, and I just do the perform there. Yeah.
So we also saw Joe Azuchi doing some stretching on the beach, and I talked to him. He's really into yoga. Is that something you're into as well? Stretching, yoga? How do you prepare before a heat?
Well, I need to pump my body to feeling awake and ready for my heat. So I'm more physical training, like more like a squat and kind of like that. Yeah.
So to build power and strength, yeah. So interestingly, because you also have the John Futures fins, which Ryaru, who you defeated, also had the same set of fin on. So what about this board? Is this your magic board? I think you got a red board in La Union, but what happened with your board there?
Yeah, something happened on the red board, but I still have a couple magic board with me to be in here in Belair. For sure, I always prepare everything for every competition. Yeah, this board was CI Pro 2.0. It feels really nice, round tail with the John Florence fins. It feels incredible today, and I'm really confident with this. And just like, I just need to surf and perform there.
Okay, I admire that, and I'm loving this energy. This is the Ketut Agus that we know and love. So yes, good luck, thank you, and back to the live action.
Yeah, thank you so much, Camille and Ketut. Looking forward to seeing him in the semi-finals. Kana Nakashio. Ooh. Wow, solid backside snap up and over that section, just doesn't get a completion.
I think she's going to get some points for that opening manoeuvre. She's going to get a backup. I think it's going to be nice, but I'm sure she would have loved to get that second manoeuvre completed. Yeah. Just a little bit late, I think. Get a little bit caught up in that lip line and then hard to ride out of. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Kana.
Yeah, 100%. She's one of those determined surfers. And she's eager for another win. She's climbing up the rankings, but Nanaho, she needs to defend that top 5 spot.
Yes, absolutely.
Is it top 5 for the women?
Top 3.
Top
3, yes. It's a little bit tighter for the women. The smaller field, so smaller regional qualifiers.
Wow. Well, live action again.
Yep, just a portions game. So a little bit...
That was really nice. Kana just tagging away on that one. Yeah. Finding a bit of rhythm, a little bit of momentum, just building the house underneath the priority.
Thank you.
You're
we used
welcome.
That before too. Me and Jerry used that one in your honour.
Thank
you. It's good to hear it from the, I don't want to say the horse's mouth, but it's a saying.
Thank you.
Okay, Nanaho a 4.75 for her last wave. So heat is on. Wow, 3.35 for that single maneuver. I can just imagine if she got that combo, that multiplier in that second maneuver, and still one more wave to drop in for Kana. So that 3.35, I believe, will drop away, and Nanaho will be looking at a pretty sizable requirement, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I think she'll be chasing something pretty solid, but 13 and a half minutes is still time. Wow. That's gone pretty quickly. We're almost
Hasn't
halfway
it?
down.
What have we been doing? Don't know. It's okay. Chatting.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies. And yeah, it was good to see Katut winning that on rail, basically.
Yeah.
For his last wave. So Katut is a very capable surfer, lots of airs, air reverse, everything like that. And it turns out his rail game was the one that got him through that last part of that heat. So good to see Katut showcasing his all-round abilities. Sometimes these surfers get stuck in the I need a air reverse, and Katut showing with his last wave score that actually you just need to surf.
Yeah.
Surf well.
Surf and have fun.
He always has fun.
I know.
They're all having fun. I'm having fun. You're having fun?
Yeah, I'm
having
having
a ball.
fun.
Yeah, it looks like
Loving
you're having
it.
a ball.
I was actually just thinking it looks really nice out there.
It does. Yeah, if we end this, we may. I'm going to go for a surf today, I think.
Look out.
Look out. I'm going to move down the beach and go for a surf, I think. I don't want to share the competition break with all these hungry competitors, and there's going to be longboarders coming up, because we are not only running a QS 3000, we're also running side by side with the LQS event, 1000. And when I say 1000, it may as well be a 10,000, because that's the standard range of points on these LQSs.
Yep.
And they're actually vying for a spot on the World Longboard Tour. Straight up, no middle step of the Challenger Series for these qualifying QS events, regional. They're going for straight to the Top Gun, so pretty cool.
Yeah, super cool. It's exciting, and hopefully we see some more Asian surfers on the WLT, the World Longboard Tour. We've already got JR. He's re-qualified. He got top 8 last year. He's here. We saw him unfortunately bow out in the round of 16 this morning of the shortboards, but he'll be doing the longboards as well. And then his brother's here.
Jun Esquivel's here. He's got his friend Rico here.
Yes.
We've got...
That's right.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Rico coming in semi-finals, I think, losing to JR in La Union. It's hard going up against your best friend, but those guys...
It's never fun.
The best thing is JR speaks so highly of Rico.
Yeah.
Because they're best friends for one, but he also knows how good he can surf.
Besties for life.
Yep, and I was out there with some of the guys. Warren Lopez is here, Daisy Valdez. There's the La Union crew for the Filipinos. And then we got the Inui girls like...
Kaede and Sakura.
Kaede and Sakura, who've also done this shortboard event.
Yep.
It's
and
like
Taka.
Inui. There's been no bad heats throughout this entire event, and the same thing's going to happen with the longboards. Like, the quality is just through the roof.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's good to watch. It makes our days super fun as well. Being able to watch good surfing all the time. You're kind of left with your jaw on the ground.
Yeah, going inspired to surf or inspired to surf down the beach somewhere else where the prying eyes can keep away from you. Me and Jerry might go down the beach where you and Ren walked to the other day and just get away from everybody.
Yeah, not a bad call. Well, 10 minutes to go in this heat. That last wave of Kana Nakashia, a 4.65, so that puts a bit of pressure onto Nanaho Suzuki. She needs a 6.41. And... I mean, that's a decent requirement, but I think with the likes of Nanaho, if I was Kana, I would not be feeling safe right now. And Nanaho holds priority, so she's sitting in a good position with that, and she's having a look at this left. Flying down the line is kind of she gets in front of it. Solid first connection. Up and over it for that one. She needs to find another good connection here, really clicking with it perfectly. That was nice. Driving through this one, she needs to get a good finish as well. A 6.41. You've got to work for that score.
I like it. I think the damage was done on those opening few maneuvers. She flowed perfectly down that line. Didn't miss a beat.
No.
I liked it.
That first turn was solid.
It was solid. And she connected that with another 300 turns all the way down to the beach. So, 15-minute free massage. That better not be Jerry Deegan sitting on that bed. It's not, but I'm sure he's heading there now.
Wow.
15-minute free massage. I think I might go there. That looks good.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that score to drop in. The judges will be reviewing that closely, I think. Was that similar to Kana's first wave? She got that opening left? Go
I
through your
think
brain.
so.
It was, right?
Yeah, I think it was pretty similar.
So she went to a 6.50, and the requirement is a 6.41. So I think this might take a little bit of time to drop in.
Is it slightly better, or is it slightly
Well, that's why I think we
worse?
might have a small delay here. I reckon they're going to watch it. Then I reckon they might look at a replay of one of the previous waves, and then they may look at this wave again. So stand by for that score, because I think it's going to be an important one. Here she is.
Wow. All right, let's have a look. Gets around it. Bang. That was solid.
Solid, so solid. Straight up into that foam climb. A little bit of downtime there, but then she hits it with that little transition whitewash. Straight up into another, like throwing buckets off the back of the wave. And then, just got to work. So judges didn't take that long. They watched the replay and locked in an excellent 8.0. So as you were saying, don't write her off yet. And she proved you 100% right, which is always nice.
Thank you, Nanaho.
She owes you a mango shake, I believe.
Oh, that
you
would
owe
be
her
nice.
a mango shake.
Yeah.
You
Me?
talked her into it, yeah.
I owe her one.
Yeah, she just proved you right.
All right.
Mango shake's also one of those beautiful
Loving
things you
it.
get at the Philippines. Delicious.
Yeah.
And
All
look at
right.
this.
Up and riding again. Driving through this carve, holding her rail. Love how she does that. And she's waiting for this one to stand up. You could see her look out the back, see if there's anything coming. Gaining some speed.
Oh.
There she goes.
Thank you, Nana. I owe you a mango shake. That's two mango shakes. She went for that air, and she got a little bit caught up. Didn't quite get the pop she was looking for, but arigato gozaimasu for trying.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. And this wave had a lot of downtime. Like you said, how long can you hold a rail on an open face? She just a little bit wide on that board, so she's just flowing through those sections so well. And there she is, eyeing it off. Cool.
That was cool.
That was cool. I'm
She's able to do that. I mean, she had the wiggle room, but Kana needs a 6.26, and once again, Kana's answer back.
If she was landing that air reverse, or even at that medium level, that's good in the progression box, especially in the women's side of surfing. So she would have gone almost excellent again if she had to hit that reverse there. So unfortunately, she didn't get it, but I see what she was trying to do.
Yeah.
But with the backup 4.75, that wave didn't have too much else to offer. So what do you think? Should have hit it and played the safety game, or send it?
Send it.
Send it.
May as well. She's got an 8. What more can she lose?
Well, only needing a 6.25 to 6.26.
I know.
Sorry.
I just don't know if she would have betted a 4.75 on that one.
She would have had to do something pretty impressive on that section if it wasn't the air reverse.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I think maybe she was thinking, I'll go for that. But it kind of looked a bit of a weird section.
Maybe
she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, possibly.
I'm not gonna
I'm not
comment.
gonna second guess her. Good on her for sending it. Just a little bit vulnerable still with that. Kind of only needing a 6.26, and she has a 6.50, so she's gonna have to wait. She knows she needs it, and Kana's only got 3 waves. There's a 6.5, there's a 4.65, and then there's that throwaway 3.35. So she knows what she wants.
Yeah, it's a patience game for Kana now. It's waiting for that wave to come through to offer her a 6.5 plus, I think. Like, that's probably realistically what she's looking for.
I love Japanese culture. It's just one of the best cultures in the world. It really is. You can see why they're liked around the world. Just, I love a lot of people, but I also have that special spot. Japanese are just wonderful. Happy, wonderful people.
Yeah, they're awesome. Respecting and thanking the ocean and thanking
the judges
and the support crew, and I'm sure she's thanking her family as well.
Yeah, and it's not in a way that's, like kissing up or anything like that. It's just an inherent respect that they carry with them. I know in one of the last events, like, they would often go to a cafe or a restaurant and clean the tables completely, just as a sign of respect to that place, that when they travel there, they're good guests. So they would clean the tables, not a thing out of place. I'm pretty sure they'd do the dishes if the restaurants let them, but they wouldn't. So shout out to Japanese friends across the world. And just keep being you.
Yeah.
It's
keep
awesome.
being awesome.
Keep being you. Keep being awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, Kana almost had a look at that one. We saw Nanaho kind of playing around underneath the priority. 3.5 minutes. Kaede Inui and Sarah Wakita coming up next for quarterfinal number 2.
Once again, these could all be finals.
Yeah.
From the quarterfinals across the men's and women's, it could all be finals. And there's a lot of rankings points talks because we are at the pointy end of the season.
Yes.
Where it's all starting to boil down to those all-important QS rankings.
Quarterfinal number 3, we'll see Amuro Suzuki and Camille Spaccaratella.
Yep, I'm glad you went for that name. I don't want to.
I'm hoping that's right.
Yeah. So,
We'll
yeah.
see. And then heat 4, Sumomo Sato and Minami Nonaka. That's going to be a good heat, I think. Finish off the day.
Lots and lots and lots of good heats. That's why I'm just... Is that 2 more heats to go after this?
Yeah. 3.
3. 1, 2, 3. I might be here for the
3.
last one again.
Oh, no.
Epic. No, I'm happy. Not oh no. Oh no for them, or oh no for people back at home, or oh no for the competitors.
Or no for you.
No, I'm stoked. I
You're
want to
stoked.
be here.
Love
yeah.
it.
I want to watch more surfing. I want to go to the
More time to
aircon
get
room,
psyched
have
up.
a bit of time out, and then bring my board down so I can run straight out after it.
Love it. Huge fan.
Huge fan.
Well, just about 2 minutes, and not much is really going on. Kana just waiting for that special wave to come through. She needs that 6.26, and time is really the enemy now. She either needs to bite the bullet and manufacture a score or wait for something and really hope that it comes.
Absolutely. What do you think? I think patience might be the key. It's a hard game to sit there and patiently wait out a heat. But at some point, like when it gets to that 20 seconds and you know there's not a wave, then you have to bite the bullet. But I'd rather see someone like wait it out. It's a hard thing to say, but sticking to a strategy is a very important thing.
Yeah.
Because that strategy that might fail you maybe 30% of the time is going to work for you that other 70% of the time.
Stick to your plan.
Stick to your plan, but also have a good plan B. Because sometimes your plan A is a terrible game, so...
Yes.
Yeah, there's
I'm a over-prepared kind of person, so I'd have like plan A, B, C, D, E, and then I would get confused.
And then paddle back to the beach, reset, and paddle back out again.
Yeah.
And this is what I was talking to Marimar. You sort of saw him have a little reset during his heat.
Yes.
And that was getting to his plan B. He's like, okay, reset, here we go.
Well, Kana sticking to her plan. She's trying to get around this one. She needs a 6.26. This is going to be her last effort. Potentially, there's 50 seconds to go. Will she be able to find a little connection on the inside here? I don't think that this is first indications. It's not the 6, and you can see that she's feeling that
But
as
you know
well.
what? I loved her body language the whole way through was she was not giving up until that last moment.
Yep.
And here we go.
Whoa. Huge fan. 4.7. I'm thinking that's a 5. That one turn, that was solid.
That could be. That was insane. It was committed. It was fast. It was zippy, and she's not done yet.
Wow. So
Now she's done.
10 seconds to go. Nanaho gets a wave at the end. Kana does as well. Unfortunately, it's not the 6.26 she's looking for. So it looks like we'll see Nanaho Suzuki moving on through to the semi-finals. Up next we have Kaede Inui and Sarah Wakita for quarterfinal number 2. And that score coming through for last of Nanaho 5.15, extending her lead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for another all-Japanese affair for quarterfinal number 2.
Welcome back. We're into Heat 2 of the quarterfinals. Women's QS 3000 here at the Belair International Pro. Kairi Inui up against Sarah Wakita. Should I say Sarah Wakita, who's the favourite, has got young Kairi Inui. She's pretty much wiped the floor of everything she's competed in, Wakita, in this season. A second there at La Union, but taking a first out in Taiwan. And just, I mean, absolute powerhouse leading the rankings at the moment. But she's up against a fiery Kairi Inui in some small waves. And I'd have to say the advantage would be with the lighter frame surfer. Who do you think's got the lighter weight out of these two surfers, True?
I feel like they're both pretty similar,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest. I think it would be, really similar. I think maybe Sarah has a bit more experience in these conditions, competing in the shortboard, especially quarterfinals and semi-finals and even final surfing is so different from the round of 16s. And I know that Kaede, she spent a lot of time doing that, especially on the longboards. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. But I feel like Sarah, she's looking really in form at the moment.
She certainly is. And one thing both these surfers have is their ability to glide through the inside sections. See that beautiful drone angle? That is the southern end of the beach here at Sabang. There's a little right-hander tucked up there in the river mouth. We have a few ledges and reefs off to the south and the beautiful river system. It comes out down there at the inside of that river mouth and then up the beach as well, about 3 or 4 kilometers, and beautiful untouched farmlands, and there's all sorts of crops. We had sugar canes, there was wheat, there was rice fields, and driving up around the mountains, some beautiful little townships that we encompassed right through the back there. See, we drove around through the back, and loving our time here in Belair. And we're going to go down and check on Nanaho Suzuki, who's been loving her time in Belair. She's on the glass with Camille.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, I am here with Nanaho with the flow with an 8.0 on that last heat, and your carbon board's really working well for you. But were you feeling any nerves? Were you nervous during the heat?
Yeah, I'm so nervous this heat because Kana is one of my best friends and then last event's winner. So yeah, I'm so nervous, but pretty fun.
Okay, so you also almost came super close to landing that sick area. Where do you practice that?
Yeah, practice my home beach. My friend, Air Masters, there is. So yeah, I hopefully get Air Rivers next round.
Yeah, and I think last night you and your friends went to the Japanese restaurant over here. Were you there?
Whirlpool?
No, the restaurant. Yeah, you ate there last night for dinner.
Yeah.
How'd you find it?
Yeah, I ate sushi, natto maki, and then spicy tuna maki. So, my power.
Yeah, so it made you feel like you were back home in Japan, almost.
Yeah. Can I say, yeah, 応援ありがとうございます。結構緊張してて体カチカチだったんですけど、8点といういい評価がもらえたんで自信になりました。なんで明日以降も頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, Nanaho, I'm super stoked for you. I'm feeling this energy, and yeah, good luck on the semifinals. Back to live action.
Yay! Well, that was cool.
Yeah, sushi power there. A lot of those surfers including, I didn't see Sarah there last night. I know she was there the other day, but there was quite a few of our competitors that were out there eating dinner at the sushi restaurant last night, which is probably another 150 meters to the left of the screen. There's a little township back there, and there's a river that runs behind there. Beautiful township there in Belair. It's got there's a great mural that I love, the Apocalypse Now tribute. And I love the museum in town. I went for a stroll there the other day. A great historical reference, and there's a little motor-powered canoe on the outside there. You'd barely call it a mini boat. Those things are so small. You can actually move them yourself and get them out in the water. That's how light they are.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so the fiberglass on the outside. And that one looked like a little bamboo catamaran type support. But into this heat, for Sarah Wakita opening up, and the conditions looking really lovely right now. Her family are over in Hawaii tuning in. Maybe her brother. She said her mum and dad will be tuning in. If the wind's not fantastic for pipe, they'll definitely be watching. But it's nighttime over there, so of course that they're watching their daughter and their sister right now. And someone whose family is here watching her right now is Kaede Inui, and her brother and her sister and her mum are down there on the beach. She's got a little swallowtail with the carbon strips out there and the trademark deck grip for all of the Inuis and their shortboards. And she's going to pump her way through the inside. A little bit more ferocity on this one and see if she can find an end section, and she doesn't.
That was unfortunate. That wave, she spent a lot of time trying to, wait for that end section, and that wave just didn't cooperate. What are your thoughts on a deck grip? Are you a deck grip kind of guy, or?
I am not a deck grip kind of guy. I like wax on the tail pad and on the front as well. Just the early 90s and the 80s stuff, the deck grips came in, and there was a bit of a resurgence back to no deck grip in the mid to late 90s. Surfers I grew up watching, much the same as you, I had a good contrast, but I remember seeing Nathan Hedge, who never was really too much of a fan of the deck grips. A lot of his boards are lining up in the surfers gym down there at Longreef, and no deck grips on those boards.
Yeah.
And I just a bit of a purist. Like Tom Curran never really rode a deck grip as well. He's one of my favourite surfers. And Kelly did use some at times, but more so just a very light fin style deck grip. Definitely not on the front foot, although Aussie Wright and Christian Fletcher, two of my influences, are just, I don't know, just like the purity and the clean style without deck grip. How about you, True?
I'm the same. I love the feeling of wax underneath my feet, so I've got the pad at the back, but not the front pad.
Not the front pad, yeah. I mean, for someone like a stand-up paddleboarder, they're used to that deck grip. A lot of the sups use that, and big wave surfing in Hawaii, when you're surfing 20 foot and above, pretty much everyone does have deck grips these days. I do prefer wax, and I enjoy the I think it's therapeutic waxing a gun as well. It takes a long time, especially if it's 10 foot plus.
And when you get those nice
bumps.
lines and the good bumps.
It's all about those bumps. And what wax do you use?
Sex wax.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you a fan of the base coat and the top coat?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, of course.
Yeah.
So wax being an integral part of a surfboard. Obviously, if you've got slippery wax, you can't, maintain your grip. And here goes Wakita, who has a good wax job. And Camille will be asking the heat winner what wax they're using. That's a great question. It's something we can all relate to, right?
Yeah, there's plenty out there. You got sticky bumps, foo wax. Everyone has been using foo wax.
And there's a whole heap of names that we can't really mention on camera too. They've got innuendos attached to the names, especially some of the Australian ones. Leave that to your own devices to put. Maybe you're not aware of that. But anyway, we'll go through that off camera. I know the camera.
Maybe I don't want to.
Well, it might be a bit of an eye opener for you. Surfing world was, very. Wasn't all so kosher back in the 90s, put it that way. So in this heat, 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, and it's Wakita, the ratings leader out there at the moment right now, and this is a great result for her. But if she can secure a semi-final at least or a final, you'd almost have to guarantee that she'd be on that Challenger Series again, competing in, I think, 7 events last year. She really didn't have she competed in 5 events. She really just didn't have a good year, and there she is, just finishing off on the inside there, and she's got, look at that little flow. She moves that front foot forward back on the pad, and she goes vertical on her end turn and goes down with a bit of drama herself.
Yeah, Sarah, that was unlike her to see her fall, but I love that she's got that movement, that freedom, moving up and down her board, and as you said, not having the greatest year last year, and now this year she's kind of come into herself and really had some great results.
So just dissect this one.
I liked that first turn. It was a little bit late, but she still got it up there. It came in at a 2.9, so it didn't go into the top 2 considering that fall.
Yeah. She's so stylish.
Yeah, super stylish.
Yeah, love the way she gets her speed through the flat sections. This spot reminding her of home, training in Japan. She said this is pretty much exactly, she hasn't been to Belair, this is the first time, pretty much like home, she said. So she brought 5 boards over to the Philippines, 2 for the point break, 2 for the beach break, and 1 step up as well.
and those boards seem to be looking fantastic under her feet right now. And I was talking to her about a potential spot that she's looking forward to on the CS. We'll get back to that in a moment as we watch Kaede Inui. Nice opening face slash, and she's out of there. She'll go back out and get priority to look for something with maybe a little more scoring potential.
Yeah, that wave just kind of crumbling in front of her, just that one carve, which was actually a pretty nice carve. She drove through that whole turn, but locks in at a 2. She needs that 5.65, so she's looking for something that's maybe a little bit bigger, offering 2 to 3 turns there. So I think it's important for her to look for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Snapper rocks a spot that she really enjoys. Last year she was looking for a 6, and she said she had first priority, and she was very capable of getting that score. You can imagine, similar to Coco Ho's style, despite the Volcom sticker, we've drawn that comparison with her at La Union as well. But very lively, very good technique, small in frame, but it's just you think of surfers like Sophie McCulloch, their ability to really place the board in the critical spot, and yourself, True, as well.
Oh, thank you.
And you don't have to be a big surfer to have a lot of spray and power. And Coco, Sarah, fantastic, and yourself, fantastic ambassadors for that style of surfing. But going back to Snapper, she took off first priority. First person, fourth in priority, actually didn't see her, dropped in and forced an interference, which meant she couldn't get the 6. Like, literally just got in the way.
Wow.
She was devastated, and which just doesn't happen very often. And
yeah.
Inui, who's actually no stranger to interferences herself, and we'll go through that in a moment. 3 little lateral turns there, and just looking to get on that front foot, and is unable to get that completion, looking for the 5.65. But yeah, Kuta Beach last year, very similar waves to this. She was in the longboard qualifying event with her sister, and halfway through they swap boards, or about 3/4 through the heat they swap boards mid-heat.
I've heard about this.
Yeah, and they swap watches too, just because they were borrowing the same board. And it's such unfortunate circumstances. It was like a caddy interference, and you just can't do that. And the waves were literally 50 meters from shore. So you're saving 30 seconds at most to swap boards on the shore, and it's just such a crucial error in the semi-finals. And yeah, that was
she winning the semi-finals?
She was about to win. Yeah.
Wow.
So very unfortunate, but she'll be competing in the longboard qualifying series. She took out the win over there in La Union last week. Sorry, it seems like such a long time ago.
It does, doesn't it?
And staring over at Ty Sarati, our tour manager. He's in that other room. He's going to come and join us on the webcast at some point as the third commentator. And we look forward to hearing from him and talk about the wonderful things happening in the Asia-Pacific region, across obviously Australia and the events here in the Philippines, and maybe what's planned for what's going on for the rest of the year, and what he's looking forward to, and what he sees as the biggest growth. Because for me, one of the major hallmarks of surfing's progression is the cultural evolution. And here it is at Belair, the first surfing event, and this is the inaugural international surfing event on the east coast of the Philippines. How exciting to be a part of that, Drew.
Super exciting. It's one of those places where, you know, I feel very lucky to be here and to share that moment with you, Matt, and everyone here as well. It's cool, you know.
Yeah.
We're experiencing new places. I'd never been to La Union before, and that was beautiful over there. And Belair is, you know, different in itself, seeing as it's more of a beach break and there's opportunities, but it's just as beautiful as well. And I know that a lot of the competitors and the surfers are really enjoying their time here, you know, because during the day you can walk up the beach a kilometre and there's a wave there that you can surf with no one else out. And Kaede, looking for a 5, her last wave was a 3.5. Wow, that was nice. Unfortunately, just doesn't get a finish for Kaede.
And another exciting aspect to Belair is they have an international skate park. They have the best skate park in the Philippines here in Belair. The skate teams are arriving. They have an international skate event in the coming days as well. I saw them getting off the bus before. And the Department of Tourism, this is the Region 3, they are really amped on what there is to offer here at Belair. And we're in the Aurora region. The Department of Tourism, great job. Philippine Sports Commission, the Olympic Committee will be watching with open eyes, eager to see how this event unfolds. The first time that they've been
exposed on the east coast of Luzon. I said Philippines, but I should say Siargao is the east coast of Siargao. They do have the QS 5000. That's been an invitational event in the past as well. 3,000. 3,000. Maybe a 5,000. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes.
And that's a great event. Obviously, it's a fantastic world-class wave. But here we are in Luzon, the main island, Manila, the capital, 4 hours away. And Mayor Red Angara, Congressman Romel Angara, Senator Sonny Angara, welcoming us with open arms. We're here at the Costa Pacific Hotel presenting right now at the bottom floor. And Bagong Pilipinas and House Speaker Martin Romualdez, great job for allowing the dollars to flow to allow this event to occur, and the surfers are ultimately the ones who are benefiting from it. And UPSA, Tingong Party List, UPSA's the United Philippine Surfing Association. They get behind and ask for that funding from the government. So those Philippine surfers are looking to the future. And here goes Kairi. Again, lateral turns, but judges want to see something in the lip line. She's just got that 3.5 and the 285. If you were her coach, what sort of advice would you give her right now?
I think, I like how she's staying busy, but I think, looking for a set is what's going to get her into that fives. And I think if she can just sit out there and try and maybe sell Sarah onto something and then get herself onto a set, it would be a good idea for Kaede, because Sarah's had that 4 and a 4.5, and they were on some good sized waves. And if Kaede can get, she got before that 3.5 on a smaller wave with 3 backhand snaps like pretty much in a row. So if she can do that on a bigger wave, she could be challenging for that score.
Yeah, I think so. Just got to hit that lip line. The judges want to see big surfing, big sections, and a lot of commitment. And there's 7 minutes to go. It's still anyone's heat right now, just a 5 required. And Wakita using her wave selection very precisely right now. She's an experienced competitor, traveled all around the world, and as I said, ratings leader. And up next, we have a very interesting heat there. Amuro Suzuki comes in rated 6th to this event. She got a 3rd over there at La Union. She spent last year chasing that Challenger Series and with the aim of getting back on the championship tour. The bronze medalist in the Olympics was unable to really get any results of substance, so she's here re-qualifying, only competing in 3 QS events. So she'll be looking to really add to her total. And she'll be one to watch. She's got no throwaways at this point. So she'll be looking to go to Australia and really climb up those rankings in the next few events. But this is a keeper result for Amuro, and she'll be preparing eagerly for this next heat. And yeah, a lot of those other surfers, they have some throwaways. And so this one, a crucial one for Amuro.
Yeah, it is. She needs, she's had 3 events so far. All of them she's been in the quarterfinals and above. And I think if she can make some inroads here and maybe even get a win, she'll be looking at, solidifying, well, not solidifying because she'll still need 2 more results, and she'll head over to Australia for that at Avoca in Newcastle. And I feel like she's going to be a force to be reckoned with there. Amuro's a smart competitor. She knows what she wants, and she's able to identify that pretty quickly as well.
For sure, and be interesting. She'll be coming up in the quarterfinals. She makes the semi-finals. She'll be competing against it's an all-Japanese affair, but Camille, who's representing the Singapore, the country of Singapore, but with an Italian surname. So very interesting foundation there. I did do some research. She's competed in Thailand. They had a bit of a regional event over there in Thailand. And this is 2023 was her first year competing. She went over there to India as well, competing professionally, I should say. So she's here in 2024 to get her campaign off and running, and she's made a quarterfinal appearance. So she'll be up against Amuro next. But this heat, Kaede. And I think there we have, that's Camille walking out for her heat up next. Singapore flag. You don't see that very often in surfing, and we should see more of it. It's such a, for a country that's located so close to some world-class destinations, if you're flying to a lot of places in Asia, that's a spot where you stop over.
Yeah.
Transfer flights, go to the Maldives. You can hop, skip, and a jump to here. Japan, Mentawais. There's all sorts of places you can fly to from Singapore.
Yeah, it's really cool. We stopped over in Singapore on the way to India last year, which was great. yeah, there's plenty to do over there. That airport is really cool
Huge.
as well. It's huge. So I'm excited to see Camille in this next heat against Amuro, and then we'll see Sumomo Sato and Minami Nonaka in that last quarterfinal to finish off the day. And with just under 4 minutes, we've got Sarah Wakita out in front with a 4.5 and a 4. She's holding that priority as well. Kaede Inui, a 3.5 and a 2.85. She needs a 5 to go into the lead, and with 3.5 minutes to go, I feel like Sarah's just going to try and demand this heat. Oh, a bit of a mistake there, though, from Sarah Wakita losing her priority. So that switches over to Kaede Inui. So priority is with Kaede, and that's a bit of an advantage for her right now. And you can see both the women just paddling in a little bit, just trying to get back into position. And yeah, Kaede trying to find one of those sets to lock in that 5. You can see that's Taka Inui and Sakura, brother and sister of Kaede, and unfortunately Sarah made a bit of a paddle and lost priority, not getting onto the wave.
Leaving the door open. At 21, I could consider Sarah, just with her results this year, a veteran of competitive surfing, but still many years ago. Oh, and hits the lip line. Kaede Inui, she gives it her best crack so far, but no connection on the inside. And looks like Mum writing that down may have even missed that right now. So she'll look up and she'll see what's going on. She's got the trademark handy cam and writing all the notes down in that diary. It's some gold wisdom in there right now. We're always trying to dissect what's in there, and they don't listen to the webcast. They don't listen to us talk. So they probably don't even know the speculation. It's famous, that diary. I heard there's an Instagram page on that diary, actually. Just...
About what's in it?
No, just the amount of times people have taken photos of her writing in the diary.
Oh, wow.
That's every event. She's always writing in the diary, different locations. And, we don't know what's in it. So it could be a personal diary. It's most likely something to do with heats, because when they're practicing, she's always writing down the notes. So it's cool. Everyone's got their little preparation methods, and the Inuis, they're fantastic. Kaede's 3-time world SUP champion, so she's no stranger to competition. Obviously surfed in Bells Beach, the Longboard World Tour event, got the wild card last year, and competent across all boards. And here goes Wakita, looking to drop a 4 as her low, make that 5 a little higher. Nice engagement of the fins. And she goes complete on this wave. And look at her just moving and up and down the board, just getting that momentum forward. And here she gets an inside reform, closing out this minute. And she's given it a lot, but only surfing. That was her 4th wave in this heat, so not a lot of waves ridden, True.
Yeah, Sarah's just been trying to maybe hone in her wave selection. There was a bunch of waves that were kind of offering 2s, and Sarah probably just doesn't want to waste her time on those.
Yeah.
Taking that one all the way through with 40 seconds, she's going to try and make her way back out. And Kaede, in and out of that one, her last wave for that one turn was actually 3.45. So if she had got another section...
Yeah, absolutely.
Could
You'd
have
have
been
to
danger.
say, yeah, definitely. Only needing a 5 when she took off from that. I'm sure Sarah's score is going to be a pretty healthy one. We'll have to wait and see, but looks like this one closing out. There's the mum on the inset screen writing more notes down, and you can see that on the left hand and the camera on the other. So just eyes of dedication. You can see if anyone can read that script, and it's hidden. So the Inuis, doesn't look like that Kaede has another opportunity, and it's Sarah Wakita locked in a 4.15, so slightly improving on her scoreline, and she'll be moving through to the semi-finals. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be bringing back Heat 3 very shortly.
Baler Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's so breath away from heaven. Baler
WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. Straight into Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. We're into the women's event of the 3000, and this is the Belair International Pro. Matt Chinosky, joined by Jerry Deegan, and we have a special guest, Ty Sarati, who's one of the brainchilds of holding this event, along with UPSA and, of course, the WSL and the Department of Tourism Region 3. So many people to make this stuff happen. I'm Matt, Ty, and Jerry, and we are the Brady Bunch. No, we're not. Ty, welcome. How's your time been in Belair the last few days?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's been great. This is my first time here in Belair, and yeah, having a ball so far. It seems like a pretty cool little town with fun waves, and yeah, glad to be here.
And there we have Amuro kicking off her campaign. The strong natural footer needs no introduction. Former CT surfer, was on the Challenger Series last year, and a bronze medalist at the 2020 Olympics. And we'll get a replay of this, Jerry.
Yeah, nice off the top, straight into it. Well, I had a little bit of a hiccup there, but into another one, down the line. She knows what she's doing, super powerful. She's ex-CT surfer. Comes to the end there. She's going to try to milk it for a little bit more, which we know she does. So really good start, and I think the judges are going to love that on them.
Yeah, 5.35 to kick things off. And the surfer from Singapore, Camille, started her professional surfing career last year. First time she competed over there in India. And here she goes up in the blue singlet and looking to line something up down the line. And she's spent time over there in Bali and Thailand. That wave's not going to be it. You can see Amuro is going to go out there and regain priority. Currently 6th in the rankings. Competed in 3 events, including La Union. And she'll be looking to really climb up with a good result here in the semi-final or final. This will be a keeper. She doesn't really have any throwaways at this point before she moves to Australia. And on that, Ty, what's the remainder of the tour looking like?
For the Asia region, this is the last event actually in Asia, and then we have a couple of co-sanctioned events in Australia with the Central Coast Pro and Surffest at Newcastle.
And the Newcastle's the 5,000 and Avoca the 3,000?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So those points will stay with each region. So if Amuro goes over there, has a great performance, those points will go to her Asia rankings.
Yeah, that's correct. So since the regionalisation of the QS Tour, we've introduced co-sanctioned events, so surfers from 2 regions can get the opportunity to surf against each other and surf in a few more destinations to help further their careers.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and I believe we're going to try to get Siargao co-sanctioned in the end of October this year.
Yeah, that's the plan, chatting with the LGU there to make that happen, and remembering back to when Cloud9 was an international event, it was one of the favourite stops for everyone that visited, and a lot of the Australian competitors are always at me asking when it's going to come back to be co-sanctioned. So
I'm still friends with quite a lot of them, and they constantly say the same thing. So if we can pull it off this year and get the 5,000 and make it co-sanctioned, and I know those organisers are listening. We've got Congressman Matugas and Mayor Sol and Babes. So hello to you guys, and let's work on it. Let's make it happen and keep the Aussies happy and keep the Asians happy.
I think Babes is actually coming to visit here tomorrow.
Oh, good. It'd be good to catch up with him.
Yeah.
And by the way, Babes is not his name. It's funny, it's his nickname in the Philippines here. They have really, really funny nicknames. And every time he calls me, if my wife's in the room, I answer with, "Hey, Babes," and she just can't get used to me calling someone else Babes.
I know, I was looking at you guys going, oh, that's interesting. And here goes Camille, and she got a little bit open face there. That one isn't going to be that score. She's looking for a combo of 13.10 because Amuro dropping the 7.75, and a very competent performance so far from Amuro, but someone else who kind of scraped through, not as convincingly as we would have thought, is Sarah Wakita, who's on the glass with Camille.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, Sarah is here with me, and we have a chance to catch up with her on that very nerve-wracking heat, as you say. Why is that?
It was a slow heat, and I couldn't really find the good ones. And I got a couple of fours, but I knew it wasn't really enough to like solidify my spot. So it was nervous from the top to bottom. So it was good to make this heat.
Okay, so let's talk about surf wax. What brand of surf wax are you using for the Philippines?
I use Fu Wax, tropical. I use Sex Wax for the base coat and then Fu Wax on top. So secret ingredient.
Okay, so it's that legendary mythical Fu Wax that you never seem to be able to buy off the shelf. But for professional surfers like Sarah, I guess you have the secret code to get it.
We have, my friend owns a surf shop in Japan, and I always buy it from him. So yeah, he always supplies me.
All right, so Kaidi, who you surfed against, is also in the longboard division. Do you dabble into longboarding as well?
I longboarded in La Union when it was flat. I also longboarded in Hawaii when I was back, like maybe 12 or 11, but I'm not really good at it. So just looking at them, like just doing both and having the style to do longboarding, and it's amazing, and I love their style. Like I really focus on my style to that's where I really want to improve. So to just watch the longboarders out here, it's amazing, and yeah, I really love their style. So.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And yeah, she's done for the day, and I guess you're looking forward to some free surfing, no more points or buzzer to think of, and the weather's actually really nice. I hope I don't jinx it, and hopefully I also get to free surf after this. Back to the live action. Okay.
Thank you.
I am here. What's up?
Style, Sarah's style, she's wants to improve on that style, but I would have to say in the draw in the Asia region, she'd have to be the most silky smooth out of them all. And it's really nice to see that that style element being inspirational. But she talked about longboards, and she hasn't really ridden too many longboards, but her dad, Takayuki, there's actually the Wakita Bowl at Pipeline and a competitor in the Eddie Aikau Invitational Big Wave event. So big boards, and the neighbour in Hawaii, I believe, is Joel Tudor as well.
Oh, wow.
So not too far away from, I guess, where the Apple falls. So we might see a foray into longboards in the future from Miss Wakita.
Some pedigree there, that's for sure. And just an aside, Babes' name is Leopold Calixto, so that's what they call him, Babes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
We'll meet him tomorrow. Maybe we'll get him on the panel as well.
And that 775 from Amuro, it'd be nice to get a replay of that so we can catch back up with this heat. The waves still looking fantastic. You can see those little mid-sized waves looking good. Usually the low tide's been ripping out about this time, but it's really held together, and this size of waves actually created a lot of scoring opportunity. And how do you think the event's gone so far, Ty?
Yeah, here's the replay,
Oh, yeah.
so I'll let you guys talk this one through.
Jerry, talk us through this one.
All right, so this is Amuro. And I think this is the one that we thought she actually had a 5-point something. This was actually the big scoring one that she smashed it quite a few times. And then made it through to the inside as well and finished it off. So it's an epic wave, got it in slow motion and all, speeding it up a little bit there. But she really in control, no downtime, really smooth. And she got the points she deserved for it. She's a top surfer. She's as good as any other surfer we've seen on the Asian Tour, women's surfer we've seen. And she's getting the points. She's being rewarded for being at that level.
Sushi power, like a lot of the surfers that have progressed through their heats this morning. They've talked about how good that Japanese restaurant was. She was sitting next to us at the table last night.
She was playing that weird hand game. You went over and had a go.
Oh, man, I've got pretty short, stumpy fingers. I was not game to join in. I was thinking, my gosh, I don't want to snap your fingers, competitors' fingers beforehand.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
No, that would not be a good thing.
No.
You'd have Ty Serrati, the boss of everything, coming down on you pretty hard, right, Ty?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about with that hand game, but sounds interesting.
It's like, well, it was funny. No one was on their phones. It was really nice. It was a really cool evening. Everybody was just chatting, and as you often do at dinner, but it was just really cool as they were playing some old, like, sort of, I don't know, games that you don't have phones in front of you, which is so bizarre, right? Anything that doesn't involve phones. But looking at the rankings, Right now, you're coming in 6th. Amuro, Minami progressing through. Nanaho progressing through. And we have in that next heat, Sumomo Sato, she's down in 8th position right now. She'll be looking for a solid result too. And already moving into this round, there's a considerable amount of points to garner. And if you can get through to the semis, it's pretty much a keeper result.
Yeah, most of the time, but these top women here in the Asia region, they've all got so many good results already this season. I think Sarah's dropping a 3rd at a QS 3000, which is pretty insane. So she has to actually make the final to improve on her point total. Nanaho's, I think, will improve with a semi-final position, and Amuru will obviously improve because she's only got the three events counting. She decided to focus more on the CS this year and skip the first part of the regional series, which is a good tactic, I think, if you get to that level and you really want to set yourself to qualify for the championship tour. We're lucky in Asia that we've got a lot of events post the CS season finishing, so she can now just focus on the regional QS.
And I assume she'll then go to Australia?
Yeah, I think that's the plan for her. She needs a 5th result, so yeah, maybe go for both, or maybe just go for Newcastle at the end. I know the ISA event finishes really close to the Central Coast event, and some of the athletes are tossing up whether to go to both or just
and why would they be tossing that up? What's the benefit or the value of going to that event?
That's the last Olympic qualifier. So, yeah, I guess an Olympic spot's on the line, so you kind of can't skip that one.
Yeah. I think I had this discussion with you previous, Matt, as to, whether you'd want a gold medal or a world title, and people would aim in the direction they want to go, I guess.
Yeah,
and
we're talking about the tiers, the different tiers qualification systems, and we are underrepresented on the championship tour in the Asia region, which is the 1 tier, and the 2nd tier being the ISA qualification. So that is on the lips of a lot of surfers right now, and but a world title, WSL world title, is also, they want to represent their country at ISA, but they want to compete at the Olympics as well.
Yeah, I think, as an old school surfer, I think there's nothing better than a world title. But I wonder, as the years progress and as we get to more and more Olympics, that will become more of a focus for people, because that has happened in other sports. When basketball first went to the Olympics, I don't think people thought much of it because they were all amateurs and they'd rather get to the NBA. So I'm wondering if over the years or the decades that the Olympics will become more of a focus for the top surfers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many mainstream eyeballs watch Tahiti this year, being in a different time zone to Paris, where the Olympics are being held. It could really, open the eyeballs to the mainstream public. And
when you say the eyeballs, you mean watch online?
Yeah,
or watch
watching
on TV,
online.
Yeah.
And I think Tahiti's time zone probably suits better to, say, America and other countries like that. So it could be seen by millions.
And as far as careers go, being an Olympic athlete, it's more so that exposure element, right?
For sure.
And it's every 4 years, so it's not like a yearly focus to compete, for that Olympic spot. There's those qualification rounds the year prior. And yeah, it's a debate that all sports have, actually. And they all go through those qualification methods, and it gets to that pointy end of the year, and they always trying to get those points and compete in their national events. But in this heat combination situation, Suzuki looking really strong, and she'll just be looking to really just surf a heat by heat scenario. She needs to think like that. She can't think too far down. Sarah has that luxury to perhaps pick and choose the events that she wants to go on now. That'll be a really nice feeling result now, going to at least a semi-final finish where, minimum she's going to get 1,825 points. And if she can move forward into the final, it's close to 2240, and then up to 3,000 for that win as well. Double the prize money too if you win.
Well, that helps as well, doesn't it? Another quick one. I know this is one of your passions. What about longboarding in the Olympics? Is there any push for that?
There's always whispers about it, and I haven't heard any confirmation. Maybe the man Ty can feed us break some news to us.
I'm just the same as you guys, just whispers and murmurings. Nothing I've heard for certain.
Yeah, I mean, in batting for that case, longboard surfing is, we look at the evolution of professional surfing, and I would say performance measures in the last 5 years, we've actually seen more of a evolution in cultural participation. So if you could talk about a single evolution, let's group the late 60s to the mid 70s as a technical evolution of surfboard equipment. And here we have Suzuki, and she's going to she doesn't have priority. She used it on that one, but 9 minutes left. But that era in the 60s to the 70s, we talk about a introduction of man-on-man competition. We had introduction of shortboards. We went from, in a 3-year period, 9'6" boards down to 6'6", and in some cases even 5'6". Boards shot back up again another foot. Man-on-man competition, thanks Peter Druin. And progressing all the way through, there was that famous heat at Bells with the twin fin, single fin and thruster. So that whole 10-year period was surfboards and competition redesigning. Went from beach starts, but who goes, surfers run out, paddle around a buoy, come back in again. So we've seen a lot of changes in the competitive fronts.
3 waves to 2 waves.
Exactly. 5 waves back then, and then it was the 3 waves. And now we have the Dream Tour with fantastic waves. We got obviously an amazing production crew back then. You would only hear results in the back of a magazine, Tracks magazine, Surfing World. So the coverage of professional surfing has increased over the years. Thank you to guys like Randy Rerick for really promoting surfing and putting it on the map and introducing broadcast.
Look, I remember growing up when I finally saw results of surfing maybe on the end of the news sports, and I was like, oh my God, there's surfing on TV. What's going on? It was only a snippet, but it made me pretty happy, I've got to say, and usually it was because an Australian surfer, and back then it would have been Mark Richards or Shane Horan or someone like that. Tom Carroll went really well, but I remember thinking, when there was an event on, I'm going to watch the news these days because I'm going to get to see something.
You watch the whole news for that little surf snippet. I was the same.
Not really. I came towards the end. I knew when the sport was on.
But eyeballs, Olympics, sponsorships, endorsements, all of those are dangling carrots, but also just the chance to win a gold medal and go down in history as an Olympic gold medalist is something that is new to surfing in general. And for longboarding, we see in the Asian region, the area represented really well. Any given day, you go to all these little cultural pockets, these little surf basins. We'll catch up with that in a moment. And Camille with a little snap there, and she's working her way through the inside. And that one, a little mushy. She's pumping along, and she goes incomplete.
Yeah, she's maybe not picking the correct waves there. She's not finding the walls. I'm interested in Spaccaratella. I'm wondering if someone can text in and tell us the family background. Sounds kind of Italian. I know she's from Singapore. But I guess we could go out and have a chat with her. But interesting name, Camila Spaccaratella, and she's a Singaporean. Not what I expected.
Travelled a lot as well, as I said, through the Asia region. She surfed through Bali, Thailand. She competed in Thailand. And coming up next, that is Minami Nonaka. She'll be up against Sumomo Sato. And she's getting activated. We saw some interesting pre-heat preparation from some of our competitors early. Thankfully, that surfer went on to win his heat. So it would have been...
You're a bit worried there. You sort of called him out for what he was doing. And then he got on the waves and did exactly what his pre-heat routine was and won convincingly.
It was cool. And someone will have screenshotted that, and it will be on one of the meme Instagram pages at some point today or tomorrow. But Ty, what's been your favourite element of this La Union, and you've watched that online, and the Belair event so far?
I think it's always cool coming to new places. So like La Union last year was the first time that event run as a WSL event, and then this year as Belair. I think overall just the increase in participation of the Filipino surfers and them really getting behind professional surfing. They have so many backers from all levels of government and the Department of Tourism. It's kind of cool when you're welcome to these places with open arms, and the whole community gets behind it, and everyone's so stoked to have you here, and we're stoked to come here. And I think it's just a great bunch of crew running them, and they're great events.
And the broadcast, we're promoting this all around the world right now. There's people tuning in, watching Camille right now, and Suzuki. They're all up in their different time zones. We would have had the Wakitas beforehand in Hawaii, opening in the middle of the night, tuning in. And those people to thank that make this all possible, obviously yourself, the WSL, along with OOPSA, they've been fantastic from Jerry and I's perspective, just everything seems to be like a well-oiled machine in the background. The Philippine Sports Commission and the Olympic Committee will be tuning in with great vigor, just wondering how their Philippine surfers are going, how their grassroots programs are feeding onto the international level. It's the first time the east coast of Luzon that we've had an international surf event or a WSL surf event. Romel Angara, the congressman, Sonny Angara, and Red Angara, the mayor, he was here earlier. And we are in the Region 3 Department of Tourism. The director, Richard Danos, had a great speech the other night at the opening ceremony. Martin Romualdez, the House Speaker, and Department of Tourism, we said that in UPSA, Costa Pacific, where we're presenting this.
Yeah, loving it, right?
Yeah, it's a great hotel. I've seen you out there swimming laps every evening.
I
Jerry,
do every
keeping
evening.
fit.
Yeah, well, I can't get a wave against these guys in the surf, so I've got to do something, don't I? Makes up for the beer I have with your head judge at night time as well.
There's also the paddle ball court.
You guys are all over it. Yeah, you're actually a better paddle boarder than I thought you would be. I thought you'd be a bit mild. You exploded out there.
That's why it needs a bit of a tune-up. The body, those pivoting actions, but some of those surfers are exhausting me watching them. Their ability, especially the Japanese surfers, and their ability to swivel and connect the inside sections. It's an art form surfing waves like this, and with the style, flow and grace and the longboard side of things, and of course carrying the power and the speed on the shortboard side, it's no easy feat. Do you think we'll get the longboard started tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. We really wanted to make use of the bigger waves today and yesterday for the QS shortboard surfers. But yeah, I think we'll see a start for the longboarding tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, and it does look like there's a bit of swell on the way, and perhaps the Monday looking like a bit of a spike, but
you can't bank on that. But yeah, I'm seeing the same thing with a small spike on the Monday, so maybe we'll finish the QS then and then run the longboard up until that.
But a day-by-day scenario, literally just looking at what's in front of us, and someone who's doing that is Amuro right now. She's in a comboed her competitor, and that is Camille right now, and she's looking great at 5.35 and a 7.75. That was her fourth wave, and it's been great having you in here, Ty, and see another successful event in the Asia region. And how welcoming are the people here, not just the officials but just the locals.
Yeah, it's so good to come to these places and be welcomed the way we are. The Filipino people are so nice and welcoming, and
there's some
like those guys. The beach marshal.
That's what you're dealing with. You go to get your rash vest, and you're dealing with the happy, smiling faces like that, and they love. Well, they're actually
Camille up and riding there, just
trying to spell something out, but it was probably I love B. I think that's what we're trying to spell. I love Belair, but they were back to front. So.
Yeah, that was our beach marshal and one of our technical team, and Dom, one of our
beach commentators.
Yeah.
It does seem like there's less good waves coming through now with the lower tide. The previous heats have had plenty of scoring rides, but this one's been a bit slower. Suzuki definitely made use of the two good waves that came through at the start of the heat, and there hasn't been much action since.
Yeah, no, she did, and she got her early score. She's had nothing since then. I mean, my money's on her, to be honest, to go all the way. She's just been flawless in every single heat. Really chilled and really fast. And you said before, Matt, that it's difficult to ride these waves. If it was 3 foot and perfect or bigger, it might look scarier for some people, or 4 foot. But these are the most difficult waves to ride. You've got to find your own power, you've got to find your own speed, and these people are doing it.
Yeah, that performance of Bukita earlier, although the waves were a little lackluster, I mean, just the ability to flow through sections, and Suzuki as well, capitalising on those power sections. You need that. This stops on the Challenger Series. I think of... the east coast of Australia at any given time can throw up anything, and notoriously Huntington, this is a standard. I mean, you have to expect this when you go to the US Open. It's a 9-day event. It's pretty rare in summer to get 9 days of above head-high surf, so you will have to have a heat, no doubt, in waves like this. And the waiting periods for CS is a lot shorter than what we see on the Championship Tour as well. And these surfers, this is relatable to many thousands of people that are tuning in. They have waves like this. I mean, the whole east coast of Oz right now looks like this.
Yeah. I've been checking the cams, seeing what I've missed, and I've missed nothing.
No.
It's always a good feeling.
Been away for 8 weeks and haven't missed anything. So that one concludes Heat 3, it's Amuro Suzuki, currently 6th on the rankings, moving forward, and she'll get some valuable points. And Camille Spacotella opening up her professional surfing career. We'll see more of her in the future. Well done to Amuro. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back for quarterfinal Heat 4, final heat of the day.
Okay, welcome back. We have the final heat of the day, which is the women's quarterfinals heat 4. We have Susumu Sato in red and Minami Nanaka in blue. John, excited for this?
Sumomo Sato.
Sumomo.
You threw assess in there and S in there. Assess in there for no reason. Minami and Sumomo. All Japanese affair. Again, to round out this quarterfinal heat number 4.
Yeah, it's pretty slow out there at the moment. Hopefully a few decent sets come in and the girls can take advantage of it. It's very important for these two, to see who's going to get the points, move on through to the semi-finals. Both real quality surfers, so, time will only tell there, John.
How was some insights from Ty? I saw you guys having a pretty long conversation about everything.
Ty's really good. He has all the insights on the workings of WSL, sort of future plans, why they're doing this, why they're doing that. I mean, he's just super happy to be here. It's a new event. And Ty always loves to come to the Philippines anyway. But, we talked about Olympics. We talked about a few different things. Bit of debate as to, what's more important. What would be more important for you, John, a world title or an Olympic gold medal?
Well, I tend to look towards someone like Kelly Slater, who'd done the world title, and then he was pushing for the Olympic title. That was one of his goals and dreams, and it looks like it might have been taken away from him.
He's a man that stands above everybody.
I know, and but that's who I look at. But it's hard to compare because he wanted both, basically. He wants everything. So for me,
I want them both too, but I'm not going to get either.
I know that Olympic glory comes with country pride. You know what I mean? So some of these surfers, like especially if you're looking at maybe Australia or around Europe or something like that, just another surfer for them in the WSL. It's just Mick Fanning or Joel Parker. You know what I mean? It's not a very big country-orientated thing.
Yeah.
But if you win a gold medal for your country, then you're helping towards something, victory there. And I think there's like money that comes from the government and those sort of things. So for me, I want world title. But I'm not going to get there. I think I missed my bus.
Yeah, well, I mean, have you ever heard of reincarnation?
I don't.
You don't believe in it, or you don't?
Here we go. That is a nice opening wave from Minami. I sort of got the eyes up off the sheet there just in time to see her do a nice spray on that backhand, and then she sort of pumped that one through to nowhere land. So that was Minami setting the pace for this one. How was that last heat? Pretty cool?
Last heat was pretty good. I've got to say Amuro, yeah, she really dominated, to be honest. As you can see that from the scores, Camille just couldn't get the right waves. She got a couple, they shut down on her. She couldn't get to the inside section. And Amira got the waves early. She got 2 scoring waves in her first 2 waves, and then kind of sat around and didn't do much after that. She didn't have to.
Yep.
She waited with priority and did exactly
I guess Camille
all she
holding
needed
her
to.
head high. She she broke into those quarterfinals, which is a huge
It's
achievement.
her best result
Yep,
as such.
our Singaporean surfer. So another region on the scene and getting into the final rounds, which is super cool.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Samomo up and riding, left-hander again. Looks like she might be able to link this up a little bit. She's going to bounce around for a while. No, okay. So Samomo couldn't hang on to that one. Minami got a 4.75 on the last one. And I believe we're going to go to the Waxhead and Amura for an interview on the beach.
We have a relieved Amuro Suzuki here taking the win in that heat. You had great wave selection and really caught the only 2 waves of consequence in that heat. You're relieved to get through that one?
Yeah, it was super tricky out there, and then waves are changing all the time. It was super strong current, and it was so hard to keep same positioning. But yeah, I'm super happy to take good waves quickly. Yeah.
And you've only competed in 3 events on the QS. Obviously, you're on the Challenger Series last year. This will be a real keeper result. You know you have to do well. What's the process? Are you nervous or are you just motivated? You really want to go show them who is boss?
I'm feeling sometimes I'm feeling a lot of pressures, but I'm really enjoying, and yeah, I just want to enjoy this contest and every contest, every moment. So yeah.
And the way that you approach smaller waves is very precise, almost like a sushi chef. Everything is just perfect. What sort of waves do you train in to get ready for surf like this?
I don't know. I'm just always trying to catch many waves, and I like beach break. I grew up in beach breaks, and then here is really similar to my hometown, so I'm very comfy. So, yeah.
And Shonan, being your hometown, synonymous with beach breaks, a lot of longboarders there as well, and shortboarders as well. Who do you want to give a shout out to? Who's at home watching now you want to say hello to? You can say it in Japanese if you wish.
Okay. 家族といつもサポートしてくれてるスポンサーの人とか見てくれてありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。Yeah.
And just lastly, Lexus Pipe Pro is on hold at the moment. That could be you this time next year. You get onto the Challenger Series, maybe go to the Olympics, and a full year ahead, a massive year ahead. Is that something on your mind to get back on that World Championship tour?
Yeah, I will. I want to. Yeah, my goal is my goal is qualify to championship this year. So I'm just focused on myself, and I hope keep going. Yeah. Yep.
Well, you're looking sharp. You're looking strong. We look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals. Let's go back to live action and catch up with the Japanese surfers in that.
And she is a great contender. She gets back on that Challenger Series. My thing is Japanese women's surfing in particular is one of the strongest fields that we see, especially in this Asia region, but almost throughout the world. They are kicking goals.
Powerful. I noticed that in her last interview she talked about the pressure as well. I don't know if you heard that one, John, but yeah, I think she feels the pressure of being on the CT, and I think she feels the pressure from her fans and the general public, and I guess she puts a bit of pressure on herself to get back on there because she was the most well-known. But just interesting that in both interviews she mentioned that she does feel the pressure.
I think I was sitting next to you
for
both.
I couldn't remember
I couldn't remember until you started talking about it again. But I do know the pressure she feels. I sort of witnessed it firsthand with Marima when we were doing the Challenger Series. Like, there's a lot of people cheering you on and a lot of people supporting you, and it weighs
and you want to do the best, of course.
So it's a big thing when you step out of your region and out into the big wide world, and then you feel like that all of a sudden you feel like that small fish in the big pond, as opposed to being like the big fish in a small pond.
Yeah, I hear. And we have missed a couple of waves. Samomo got a 3.10 during Matt's interview, and Minami got a 4.15. So Minami's in the lead. Samomo only needs a 5.80 to move on up into the lead. 10 minutes have gone already. It seems to be going quite quick, this heat. So we'll see what they can do. Samomo is sitting with priority.
Another thing Amuro brought up in that heat, which we don't necessarily see, is she said there's quite a bit of current out there. So it's pretty interesting that you see them sitting there, but they're obviously drifting out of position quite easily.
Okay, that is interesting. I didn't hear that bit, but what I have noticed is when the sets come, they tend to be quite deep, particularly for the right-hander. So, I couldn't say whether they're drifting to the north or the south, but in saying that, they may well be drifting to the south, which would be to the right-hand side of the screen, because a bunch of times they seem too far over. And I forget who it was. It may well have been Susumo that I keep saying that because I've got a Japanese friend called Susumo. And if you're listening, Susumo, how you going? So I think it was her heat previously that she ended up really quite wide, ended up getting a set and a really high scoring wave. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look like current, does it?
No, and now you got me doubting, did I even hear that?
Oh,
did I make it up in my dream time?
Well,
either way, got us another 2 minutes of conversation, and
Yeah.
here you go, who's Minami. She set that up really well. Long drawn out bottom turn, 2 wonderful cracks, and there's a third. Wondering if this thing will stand up. Might have a little foam climb. This wave just is the wave that keeps on giving. Little wrap to finish things off. Gets out of the way, and she'll probably jump off this one there. So
that was solid. That was impressive, and that's by far going to be the best wave of the heat. Maybe up close to the excellent range there, John, I think.
yeah, she just even the drawn out approach on that first one. She took her time. She set it up, and she knocked it out of the ballpark.
2 different kind of surfers, and I think we've been talking a little bit about how a lot of the Japanese surf similarly. Minami tends to be real quick.
Here we go. We're going to look at this. Look at
Snappy.
this drawn out bottom turn. Snap. Perfect timing. So that's that snappy thing that you're talking about. She might lack a little bit of power. She's a smaller frame surfer, so she doesn't necessarily bring the power, but like you said, that speed and flow, she's all over that part of the conversation.
Yeah, and there we go. They've given her an 8 for that, so she's zoomed up into the lead with an 8 and a 4.75.
Jerry is on point.
I've been calling it for 2 days, John.
These numbers are finally sinking into your head. You're doing well. Luckily, there's another night, so you'll reset the brain tomorrow.
Oh, at least I've got the
Start at
guts to
bottom
call
of
it. So that was a terrific wave. She's got to be happy with herself. And she's now leaving Samomo with a bit of work to do. And here she goes, taking a paddle. She's heading onto the right-hander, straight up into the lip. And shut down on it. She's realised it's not worth bouncing around to get that inside there. She's going to zap straight back out the back. Whether she can get out there before Minami, I don't know. Minami's right there. Looks like she's basically out there already. So
and Minami's put together a really strong first half of this heat. So Sumomo is going to have to put together a strong second half of this heat just to start wearing her down with 2 3s. Definitely going to need something more.
And we took this, our boys have put up the top scores of the event again, and Amuro got that one in the previous, on the round of 16, the 8.75. But then there have been 4 8s out there. Minami has had 2 of those. So that's why she's there. That's why she's still in the event.
So top 5, excellent scores. That's amazing.
And, unbelievable. All those surfers, although Sarah just got knocked out, didn't she, in the previous... Oh, no, she didn't. She's in. So they're all still in. Yeah, they're all still in. So, there's every reason they're still in because they're getting the best scores.
Because they know how to do the excellent stuff in those conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't think it's a coincidence. Japanese, very strong in these conditions.
We knew that. We discussed it before we came.
They would have seen La Union and gone, okay, and then they would have seen Belair drop in, and they would have done their research and gone, back to back, this is where we need to be. So
exactly. We seem to have in this event, or this time around in La Union and Belair, less Indonesian surfers.
Yes.
For reasons I'm not sure. Indonesian women surfers. We didn't get as many travelling at this time. We certainly had plenty of Philippine surfers, but as you remember in La Union, the semi-finals, the top 8 were all filled by Japanese, and that was not the case here because we had our Singaporean surfer, but the semi-finals, the top 4 will definitely come from Japan.
Yeah, I think Diha was representing solely here as an Indonesian female surfer.
There you go. Yeah, so it was unusual. I know certainly in Siargao, and last year here, last year in La Union we had more Indonesian women
Kalani
representing. Yeah, Kalani's been a bit of a stalwart. I met Kalani and her sister when they were quite young, came to one of the early women's comps, when the women's comp and the men's comp were at separate times of the year.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was I guess, disappointing not to see her come to this one. Maybe she's got other things going on. But
well, I guess also with this Challenger Series now where it's going, it's the points, and if you're sort of not in the conversations by this stage, maybe you're going to stop, reset, save your money and get back into the swing of things next year. So maybe there is some disadvantages from a tour like this, because if you're not there and you haven't got any good results with 3 events left and you might not be able to go to Australia,
then why spend the money?
Just start working on that groundwork, that foundation that you got, and reassess and look into it next year.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But nonetheless, yeah, it's certainly given a leg up for the Japanese surfers. They've had a little less competition, I guess.
Yep, and I guess for the surf industry in Japan's a lot more established also. So there's a little bit more finance available for these guys to be able to travel the world and hit these events, like no matter where they are in the Asian region.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think it's relatively cheap. You've been to Japan, John.
I haven't been to Japan.
Oh, I thought you had.
The closest I got to Japan was grade 4 Japan class, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm married to a half Japanese, and I haven't been there. I was going one time. We had Alon and Buruts and all the boys will remember. We got tickets to a Chili Peppers concert. And my wife said to me, well, don't go. We'll go at the end of the year. And then at the end of the year, we didn't go. So I kind of...
She went without you?
No, she didn't. But she's obviously been there many, many times. And Patrick, I'd say g'day to Patrick. I unselfishly gave Patrick my ticket. He'll be forever thankful. David went and a bunch of the guys went. So I don't know if you guys are listening, but...
Sounds like they had a great time without you.
So, yeah, don't know if you guys listened, but I got rorted.
You got rorted. You got played. 8 minutes remaining in our last heat of the day. I think Ty said that we are definitely going to see some longboard action tomorrow. Bold claim by...
Yeah, given that the wind will be all right in the morning, I don't see any reason to start it, but it'll be up to you and Ty and Jet to make those decisions.
Well, it'll be interesting to call if we're going to finish the finals of the shortboard, and there's some of our Japanese supporting their countrywoman.
Go for it, boys.
Go for it.
Cheer them on.
Just fun. This is what surfing's about. I think he was one of our fun interviews earlier in the event too, with a bit of personality shining through. I love it.
So I'm thinking they're not banking on, but considering the fact that it's meant to pick up on Tuesday.
Yeah, Monday's a little push, I believe, coming in. So yeah, there's a few discussions that generally happen at 6 o'clock in the morning about what's going to happen.
There's Samomo on another left, straight up into it. Is it going to pay off? It's a bit more... Not even quite a foam climb. She's just getting around. She's going to smack that lip really nicely. And she's not giving up yet. Onto the inside. Seems to have weird little double up sections on the inside there. And she's going to try to milk that through and finish it off. She wasn't able to, but she didn't fall off.
Minami now up and riding. Looking to throw away her 475. She's working hard out there, and she is looking the goods at this stage.
She is, and they are really different styles, those two. One's sort of more flowing, and one's more snappy, I guess, would be the way to do it without, really... I don't know. I like the style of Samomo down the line there, but certainly Minami's actually making better of the waves and hitting the lip harder.
And she looks like she's dominating out there. She looks like it's actually... hers to lose at this point, and I'm pretty sure Samomo is going to try to take it back, but I dare say that the momentum at the moment is clearly with Minami.
Well, there's Camille, our beach our beach interviewer. She just walked past the screen.
Waxhead just took one of those last interviews. That's a little cafe next door. I've had a few buckets of coffee from there.
They sell drumsticks there.
Oh, do they?
They do. Only cornettos at 7-Eleven, but they got actually drumsticks there.
Right, drumsticks, and if you want to split hairs, talk to Jerry Deegan. Drumsticks versus cornetto. Drumsticks getting the point of difference to win for the chocolate in the base.
Oh, there's just there's no competition, John. Okay, having a paddle there. So waves come in for Sumoma. She got a 4.90, which isn't helping her a great deal, to be honest.
She goes again, up and riding.
Yeah, she needs to do something really big right here. And that's pretty stylish so far. Okay. She's going to ride out of that. She is. Okay. And she's even going to try to get on the inside. She's not going to, but that was really nice.
That was a 3-turn combination with a slice of variety about every turn there.
Beautiful.
A little point of difference in every manoeuvre. So
yep.
Judges are going to like that. I'm going to say second highest score of the heat.
Oh, that's barely a call. I mean, it's just between a 4.6 and an 8.
Barely a call, but that was a big call out. Like, jeez.
I'll say 6.75.
Right, 6.5.
Okay. And Minami's last wave came in at a 4.60, so that did not go into a top 2. Didn't really matter. We're feeling like Sumomo's wave was really nice.
6.25. I can't remember what I said.
I said a 6.75. You said a 6.5, so you're
yeah.
pretty close, but only because I gave you the leeway there. And here's the replay of that. So she hits it. No, it's a bit of a turn off the top, and then she hits this one. Bit of a foam climb. And actually, that was by far her best move.
It's just the combination. She hit that speed, power, flow criteria, and she did it well. Like she said, if she had got a bit more vertical, a bit more power in those hits, then she would have exaggerated that score and got into that excellent score as we saw Minami go before.
Yeah, but she has lessened her requirement. She only needs a 6.51 now. We've seen an 8 and a 6.25, so it's doable. But time, the hourglass is running out.
Yeah, the pressure, the squeeze of that ever shrinking clock. Priority also sitting out there with Minami. So things start to add up in that little pressure cauldron that is second place and trying to book your spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, which makes a huge difference points-wise, money-wise, pride-wise, And I guess these two have surfed against each other a few times, so they know how each other surfs. But with 3 minutes to go, Minami's looking the goods, really.
Well, she was in control, and Sumomo did try to fight it back a little bit, so she's definitely made things a lot more interesting for this last 3 minutes.
And how many times in the last 2 days have we seen the leader be overtaken or the third and fourth overtake the second when it was a 4-man heat?
How many times in the last 30 seconds did we see that go down over the last day?
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible.
So,
she's giving Sumomo an opportunity.
Yeah, she looked down the line, didn't like what she saw.
Wano seeing she will be watching the spray shine off the back of this, but it does look like she's on a better wave. So, priority decision from our surfer in blue, Minami, but she gave this one.
She's just chased that a long way without anything happening. Let's hope she can finish it off. And she can't. She's going to be disappointed in that because that just the numbers I don't believe were there.
No.
Minami's going to get back out and get priority. Minami did have a bigger wave. She had tried, her first manoeuvre was pretty big, but she kind of got caught up at the top, realised it wasn't worth hanging around.
Yeah, so she made that priority call that there was a better wave behind it. That's always a risk. She gave Sumomo the opportunity, and hers ran through to the beach, and Minami got stuck on that first turn. It could have been a huge smash, and trying to throw away a 4.75. I don't think she's got a better her score.
No.
See, you called that pretty well. Waiting on a score to drop in. I thought I called that well with a 4.6.
Yeah, no, but it wasn't scored yet.
That's her last wave.
Stop blowing your own horn, mate. It's interesting too because it's going to take Sumomo some time, a 3.8 for Sumomo. So they didn't like it, and she's, I guess, wasted a minute or so having to paddle back out, and she's really now behind the 8 ball. So it's not impossible. Minami does have priority and she'll use it, I'm sure, but in a minute and 10 seconds a couple of waves can come through. There's the river that comes out down the thing, the bridge over the river Kwai, I believe. So I don't know what that river's called, but and I haven't been over that bridge as yet.
Yes,
so
you have. We went that. Oh no, we haven't.
No, we went further down when we went around to the wave. We drove back through town the other way and crossed a different bridge.
My sense of direction is impeccable.
Yeah. So 43 seconds remaining. Simomo's just got out the back. She doesn't have priority.
She dropped a 3.05 for her last wave on Minami, so doesn't change the situation. A 6.51 second priority. 20 seconds. Actually, we were running a little behind the actual clock out there, I believe. So things are... Here we go.
A couple of waves there. So, you can get 2 waves in 20 seconds. So the first one is there. You can't, but 2 waves will come through too. Okay, so the first one's gone, and surely if the second one's decent, Minami will take that wave. And
nope,
okay, that's it.
No one's going to catch anything.
Well, there you have it. So now we have our 4th semi-finalist in Minami Nanaka. Congratulations to her and commiserations to Simomo Sato. That's the way it goes in difficult conditions, but the both of them should be proud of each other, themselves.
Everyone and anyone, they should be proud of the representation they've had in this, the way they've carried themselves throughout the event, and we're setting up for a pretty good looking little finals day for these men and women, depending where it happens. There's the official results coming through on the screen. Minami Nanaka with a 8.0 and a 4.75, advancing through to that semi-final number 2, and Simomo Sato with a very impressive 11.15, a 6.25 and 4.9, definitely holding her own out there, just not getting the result on this occasion. So I believe that's all she wrote for today, Jerry Deegan.
Yes, I'm told that's it for the day. What we're going to do is just say goodbye to each other on screen. Hello, everyone there. It's been a really good day of surfing. We've got, I wouldn't say too many unexpected results. We did lose Marimata Kong, who was one of the faves, and
we
Liam.
Lost a few of the higher name in the men's round. Yeah, the women have been pretty consistent, and if you're in the books, you'd be betting on those ones. But yeah, the men's rounds was mixed up.
Yeah, correct.
And some of our Japanese contingents, though, definitely holding their own.
So a great day of surfing. We will sign off now. I'm not sure if the boys have got a highlight reel for you. They either will or they won't. We don't know. But for now, thanks, John, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Call time, I'm going to say 7 o'clock for a 7:30 start. Let's keep the system running.
Perfect. See you later.
spread light to the land, reflecting brightly on the beach's sand. A captivating modern paradise, an enchantment that is right before your eyes. Mountains high, the forest seems to reach out to the sky. Just watch the birds of every color fly and marvel from such an awesome sight, as this living nature sparkles through the light. This is Belair, and this is where freedom was fought by men who stood their ground with greatness. A chance to see our history, like we're going back to what it used to be. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a tale so rich in splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven. Off the shore, you'll find all of the colors in glow, the fishes and the plants and many more. And back into the land, the mountains, the exotic life that thrives the forest floor. This is Belair, and here is where the sun begins to shine and spread light to the whole land. Yes, it's Belair, the weather's fair, and the atmosphere of friendship fills the air. In Belair, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a town so rich in splendor. It's a place that's almost heaven. The blue sky and blue sea reflect Belair's magnificence in nature. Spring water, so clear and clean. The rivers and the falls are so enchanting and inviting. In Belair, Aurora, the greatness of its past
WSL Belair Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Belair and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.